Now, now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. And letting go. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to every tears.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in line. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion.
Donghuang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up. Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting!
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin, the seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Ambrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding?
My old friend.
Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey! You! Stop!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers! The cursed name, Kaiser.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be soldier animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Did someone ask for the last call? It is time for the last call. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu. And with me today from the east side, it is Sagi. How are we doing today?
I'm doing exceptionally fine, and we can't wait to finalize that last slot for the KME, KMW, and also the WKS region for that KIC slot. And again, Tofu, you've been hearing a bit shade because you've been changing your ways from the KME spring to the KMW fall. How are you feeling about that?
I think it's all unfounded, right? So definitely we're gonna just see KMW go up against WKS, you know, KME. We'll give you a little bit of screen time, but that's about it.
Well, we can only figure out when they actually go into game because we have some pretty interesting teams coming into the play. We have Gen.G Esports from the KMW as the second place. We have Twisted Minds, one of the better teams in the global region. And right now, we're looking at the schedule for today. The last team that will be joining us will be FEHK from the WKS champion region here. So Gen.G versus FE, that's your first game. Coming in, Twisted Minds versus Gen.G will be the second game. And lastly, before we find out who's going on for that finals, will be Twisted Minds and Fearless Hong Kong.
Of course, all jokes aside, I think all the regions are pretty strong already. Now it's really, you really have to put your feet to the gas button, right? You really need to push through today, and it's a best of 2 for the first 3 matches, after which we have our finalists. That will be a best of 7. So 7 games might be difficult. There's definitely going to be fatigue. So we'll see how the teams go at it today.
That's an interesting format, right? Because we've got 3 teams, but only 2 can make it to the playoffs, which is the best of 7, right? So we'll be having like a single round robin between all the teams. They'll be playing each other once, and then we will be finding out who will be going to that finals. But without further ado, let's introduce our first team of the day, Gen.G Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa. finals calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Algeria, the game changers are here. Gen.G Esports represented by Wawa in the Clash lane, Rock in the jungle, Innova in the mid, Monto in that farm, and of course Clue in the roam. These 5 members have really improved over the course of the year. Let's see if that's going to be the difference maker today.
I feel like their story coming in from the spring to KWC to current fall has been a wonderful journey. So far, they've shown signs of very big improvement. You had Monto, the recent addition, but they did fell short against Nongshim Red Force in that grand finals in a 4-2 fashion. But here is their redemption arc. If they want a shot to that KIC, they better be performing here because this is the potential final call for them.
Yes, and with the addition of Monto itself, I think the team has really found their strides, found their synergy, but it needs to be even cleaner today because the teams they're going up against are no slouches as well. It's going to be Twisted Minds from KMW and of course Fearless Esports coming in from the side of Wildcards.
Those two are definitely not something to be joking about with because they have results of being top 8, top 4, or even top 2 international. So for Gen.G, this is a steep curve that they have to climb for them to achieve that spot that they really need to prove themselves for that KIC spot, right? Because it's your whole year, you've been to KWC, you've been to multiple tournaments. You wouldn't want to miss out that grand slam of a tournament that potentially may back you another tournament, which is that Challengers Cup at the year end.
Exactly, and you know, we have to take this step by step. So looking at the team right now, I think they're pretty comfortable, they're ready to go, raring to go in fact, and I think they really have you know, a trump or an ace card ready to put up against Fearless because that is a team you cannot underestimate.
You cannot underestimate. They were once the kings of each of their region, be it KMW or be it WKS. Coming in as Gen.G, you would have to think that you will definitely need to put all your stops, all your trump cards, show them up in all these occasions, and then nag that spot to that best of 7, and then repeat that success that you had from beating against Nongshim, proving grounds against like PKL during the KWC, then they can proceed to that grand slam of a tournament here. But of course, like you mentioned here, Ken, 2 opponents. Is this their time?
I mean, if it's not now, then when will it be, right? It has to be today. And, you know, this also comes down to the equipment that they're going to be given, right, by their coach here. And that is the global ban pick format that we're going to be talking about, right? Meaning you only get to use those heroes once in the entire series. And this one really matters because it's a best of 2 starting off. You need to play your best cards right away.
That goes into one very important question that we keep on having for Gen.G. Their priority on towards the early pick is not that high compared to their opponents like Twisted Minds or even like WKS champions, which is Fearless Hong Kong, right? So will this be a disadvantage for them coming into a best of 2 scenario? Because in best of 2, there's not much threat for that global ban pick. So if you don't pick this early, that may be a potential that you lose to the enemy in that edge.
I mean, okay, if we take a look at the journey of global HOK so far, right, every team has successfully found a counter towards the early. And teams are now picking up the strategy of, you know what, I will give you those picks, but I won't allow you to flourish with it, which I think is a very scary kind of growth, which is great for us, for the fans, for the audiences, maybe not as great for the teams, right? So I think we might not see the early today. It will be nice to, of course, see the early in play, but there's big picks like the Xiao Qiao, there's the big picks like the Liang, Princess Frost combination, you know, combinations that can really spoil the growth and the strength of an early pick.
That may be true, especially there's so much stuff like the Maestro Nui, the Dharma, or potentially one of the hottest picks so far in the global HOK esports scene. The Yuhuan will be up for grabs for both of these 2 teams. I am imagining this Yuhuan pick will be an important one for these teams.
For sure. I think we'll definitely be looking at the teams wrestling at it. And, you know, at this point, it's going to be really important that they put their best foot forward. So we'll see. Gen.G, I think they really have grown quite a lot over the past year itself. And I'm excited to see what kind of standards can they bring today. Because, like, Twisted Minds, I think similarly to them, they did not have the best season, or at least the season they were looking for in KMW. Fearless Esports, Hong Kong, China, slightly different, right? It is, I mean, I would say, a straightforward journey for them in the wildcard series, and they haven't truly been tested yet. So I'm curious to see where they're going to be put at in this battle of the three teams.
Fearless Esports, they give me like a reminder that they have the similar script coming into the season like OG Esports from KMW, whereby Indestructible just beating out everybody in a dominating fashion, not even showing their trump cards. So maybe this is a repeat story for Fearless coming into this tournament, but of course, it can be a double-edged sword whereby you will never test it in your home ground, and then coming into a last chance with all the regions second place, that could be, you know, it might not be the best of the best if you're not from such a competitive region.
True. And I mean, I don't really try to glaze the KMW side, but like Twisted Minds is a team that really comes online at the later parts of the tournament, and this is the last part of the tournament. So Twisted Minds, I feel, is really going to bring their A game here, and I think they might have one of the stronger chances in comparison to the other two teams. But we'll take a look at Fearless Esports here. Sagi, have a go.
Fearless and Peerless, that is FEHK, hailing from Hong Kong, China. We're talking about in the clash. Then we have Snow, jungle will be Miku, TL in the mid lane, KK. You know this guy and Woodwind, they've been the representative of this region for so many competitions. They will comprise of this roster coming in for this last chance.
Yes, so for those of you that find Snow familiar, he did come from the side of Pause Gaming, right? So this new addition, how strong is Fearless Esports going to be coming up against Gen.G? We already know like the Woodwind and KK combination, that has been stock standard for Fearless so far, and it has really worked out, right?
It has really worked out so far, but I'm really curious, like you mentioned, right? How far can they go? How strong are they going to be, right? Because coming into this tournament, a lot of unknowns are being put onto the board, especially for WKS champions, because we don't get to see a lot of games played with their roster. But today will be the day, because this is game one between FEHK versus Gen.G Esports.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, our friends and fans of HOK, you are in for a treat today, because this is like a pseudo international competition already, where three of the regions for pro leagues will battle it out. We're gonna start off with the My Band coming in from Fearless, which I think is a great idea. Inua has improved so much in this past year. His Mai, his Gun and Mo, very scary to play against.
Like Vine, Gun and Mo, Nua, all this are the Inua signature, and that's the early we're talking about here. When someone shows the Maestro Nui, you'll technically lean towards that early band, because this is not a pick that you want to be giving over to your opponent here. And Luna, one of the stock standard bands that we have in the KME and KMW region, because of how mobile this hero is once she breaks that level 4 mark.
True, and we'll see what Gen.G goes with, right? Do they pick off the Pei? Do they pick off, I don't know, another support hero? Do they take out the E1 altogether? Because there's things you can play around with regards to the draft. Gen.G say, okay, no Tiger for you. Fearless Esports, straight away, they snap up the Loom.
Ooh, Gen.G has a counter towards this. If you've been following the KME, they love the Sun Bin combination to really counter this long, because the ultimate in the form of the Time Bomb can catch you off with the silence, and that's when the whole Gen.G will pounce on towards that long here. Will they bring out in this best of 2? It may be the case here.
True, and right away, Gen.G pick up the Yuan, right? This is a flex pick, can go into the mid, can go into the jungle, can go into the roam, but probably going into the roam at this point. And back to your point about this silence technique for the side of Gen.G, they will require burst to be able to execute that combination, right? You get the time lapse, you get the silence, great, but you need to finish the guy off. So Fearless Esports, they know what's going on. They're gonna put a big shield in the front in the form of the Mankey, not locked in just yet. But I believe this should be Fearless Esports locking it in. And then we have the Nua as well.
Ooh, Nua and Monkey, very stock standard picks coming in for a side of FEHK, especially when you have like a double late game. You want to deny the Nua away from the counter as a long, so taking it away, a pretty smart choice here coming in for FE here. On the side of Gen.G, do they lock that Sunbin on third here? Because it may come up as a ban for FE if they have been following the KME scene.
I think they've done their due research. I don't think they're too worried about it. Gen.G going for a little bit of a scary pick here. The Marco Polo. Scary because it's a double-edged sword. If you get your timing right, you can really melt down the big tanks of the game, because you have access to true damage once you get those stacks in. But at the same time, Lung is like a very hard hero to play against, because with the right to win, you get knocked back. It cancels your moves straight away.
It's a 50-50, right? Because this forces the Marco Polo on Hazamonto to head on for that Purify common spell here. So it's also one of those skill matchups that the Marco Polo can play against with the Resplendent Revolver to really equalize the lane here. As we go into the second phase of the ban, we're starting to see more of these clash lanes ban against the side of Snow here. He has had a pretty decent performance so far in all these international tournaments.
I mean, if you've been following Fearless Esports or just Snow in general, I would never give him any Clash laners if I can. I would use 4 bans on this guy because he is such a monster in the Clash lane. So we see Guan Yu being banned out, that's great. Maybe take away the Charlotte because that is also a huge risk against the Marco Polo or maybe a Mai Yin as well.
Ooh, and a very interesting ban here so far coming in will be the Han Xin. For the side of Rock, he's only played this twice in his entire KME Fall 2025, but it has had amazing results so far. So FE, they've been doing their homework. They know what can really threaten the backline, especially on the Nuwa or even the Long.
That's right. I'm just curious whether they will kind of swap this Yu1 into the mid as Fearless kind of consider what is their last ban here. I actually was thinking of the Hanxing because if you can't win the team fight, it's okay. You just hold them there on the side of Gen.G and you just, go on a monster split push, which is one of the specialties on the side of a Hanxing play. But the Fade is the secondary consideration for the side of Fearless. So they will lock it in. Gen.G now in the spot to pick up the jungler as well as a potential mid/roam, depending on where they want to put this Yu1 at.
There's still the Yuhuan Zolia combination here. If you want to double down the healing, you can always go for a tank plus the Sun Bin combination here, or if it's like a Marco Polo combination, you can always pair it up with a Diadea perhaps. So there's still a lot of options like you mentioned for Gen.G. So it's really coming down to how the coach wants to put playing around. But Ukyo Tachibana, one of the strong early game junglers being locked in for the side of Rock in that jungle.
There we go. Once he gets a stun onto the different members on the side of Fearless, I'm talking about the Nuwa and the Long Pick, then there's a huge risk, right? And this can be complemented by the second skill, the Mournful Tempo on the side of the Yu1, because you can actually stun from range. So that is probably what Gen.G are looking for. And, that saves them the risk of having to expand that Flash Storm Strike combination from the Byron. So Clash Lane actually is kind of scary here for the side of Fearless, but it's a Mai Yin, so should be able to survive.
I'm a bit worried for Gen.G because so far from what we are looking at, their damage is very single target heavy. If they don't look for that primary burst on that first target, they could be in a bit of danger here because in terms of AoE, FE definitely outclassed them in that department here. But Guiguzi being hovered by Clue in that Roma role.
Okay. I love this. Okay, all of the talents know that I love the Guiguzi pick, but here we go. That is going to be the Sun Bin. So we're looking at the massive sustain coming from the side of Gen.G, right? This is going to help them extend the team fight, hopefully get the burst and get out before Fearless gets the punish in. But Fearless, they have a lot of disruptions. You have the creation from Nuwa, skill 1. You have the pushback. You have the pushback from the Lung as well. You also have the lockdown. There's a lot of AoE combinations available for Fearless.
So this Sun Bin pick is also like a specialty coming in from Gen.G. This is their bread and butter that they had for the entire KME fall. So coming into this important series, they are bringing it out, but can they replicate that same success? I will really want to see it because this is the first time they showed the Ukyo Tachibana, but it's Rock. He's rock solid. I'm waiting to see whether they can pull this off.
I think at this point, Gen.G, one of the things they can do is rush down the mid lane, right? Level 1 Nua's clear is not as good as you would like it to be, or at least I would like it to be, because I play Nuwa as well. The first wave is so hard to clear if you have no help. And the fact that they have the time bomb, and especially with, E1 mid, you have the Tragic Beauty, and that's a very easy first wave clear. They get to rotate fast.
Yeah, that is the beauty of Yuhuan as well, especially coming into the first wave clear. She handles it super fast, so in terms of game plan, you would definitely want to slow down these attempts because you have Ukyo Tachibana and a Yuhuan. So that makes your mid-wave clear insanely fast for you to utilize the Ukyo's early game tempo to invade that jungle against the monkey that is not so strong in that level 1 phase.
Not as fast, right? I think that's the risk that Fearless have taken for themselves. But Fearless is a team that really executes their synergy really well. And they have a strong AoE setup. There's the Mankey Dream Roam, there's the Mayin Get Serious, there's the Nua Matrix box that will come down and just lock you in. So a lot of potential in the teamfight department for the side of Fearless. It's just whether they can hit that level 4 early or not. And this is where the wrestle in the jungle camps will start to really have a big effect.
Like, this is HOK, right? Every time we talk about it, it's like, oh, 0-1 in terms of scoreline, but why is there like a 5,000 goalie? It all generates from these mishaps where, oh, you trade for jungle, trade for minions, you trade for these neutral objectives. That's how you build a goal lead here from these two teams here. And so far, we've seen it from time to time and time. And this one will be very interesting, especially coming into this series, because we're seeing, okay, you're the side of FEHK, you have a lot of burst damage, but that only comes up if you can survive that early to mid phase. For the side of Gen.G, you're sort of playing on a timer whereby you will get outscaled eventually.
Yeah, the timing is so important, right? I think on the side of Fearless, one of the things they will try to achieve is the fact that, hey, let's try to get rid of Inua pre-4, right? If they can slow down that level 4 growth on Inua, it actually destroys that sustain that they're hoping for. You need the Unending Sorrow to be successful in your team fights if you're on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow and also the Sun Bin effect going to the late game, those two will be your shield towards the late game scenario, right? Because, okay, the reason why Sun Bin is a counter towards the Long is not just because of the ultimate time bomb, right? Where you can silence and catch him off guard before he casts Infinite Vastness. It's also because of the fact that once you level that Time Flux to full level, during the late game, you can utilize that spell to elevate your HP back to a 50% from the burst from the Long. So if you don't get burst on that first instant, that level 2 spell, that Sun Bin Time Flux will get back your HP that you deserve. So it really is a pseudo counter towards that long pick.
Yes, so we love a rebate when we see one, right? This is regards to even with anything that you buy, you purchase, you want to get a rebate on the things that you spend on. And the health bars that you have to spend in the team fights are very critical for the side of Gen.G because it's a lineup that is also honestly kind of squishy. You need the burst potential from the Ukiyo Tachibana, right? So Rock needs to go damage. He can't really go like full tank. It's not going to work.
Well, that's his job, right? His job is to find those angles, find those early game tempo to really disrupt the farming pattern coming in from KK and also TL on simultaneously the Nuwa and the Long that will really damage their effect here. If we see the Long get like, 3 items towards 10th minute, you're gonna be thinking like, oh damn, that's not gonna be easy to be handling. But if the Ukiyo Tachibana can really put a stop to that farming tempo, then we will have a game on our hands. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the last call. Whoever makes it through this BO2 round robin will proceed to that finals between another team for that last slot to the KIC.
Sagi, you're going to be my hype man for game number 1 as Gen.G look to put a great performance against Fearless, champions in the side of WKS, the wildcard series going up against the 2nd place from KME.
It will be an interesting series, especially this is the opening series that Twisted Minds is looking at. 2 teams pushing out their picks, 2 teams utilizing what they're best at. It will be a heck of a banger here coming in from FEHK against Gen.G Esports in this game number 1 of the best of 2.
They know that the aggression is coming in, right? Look at the rotations that they have done on Fearless. They're putting 2 members there to make sure that Rock doesn't come in safely, and right in the mid as well. They're going to put 2 members to put pressure here. They might give away, that first camp. It is going to go into the hands of Rock, and that's a great start to the game.
A great start towards the game, but all this would not be happening without our official tournament sponsor here. It will be our Realme 15 Pro here. Realme, the official gaming phone of this tournament. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, and you definitely want to make a difference here, right? So right off the bat, right, you can see Fearless Esports already understanding that they need to go on the aggressive as well. They need to stop this growth on the side of Monto. Like you mentioned before, he does have the Purify, so that's going to be a great start. Wawa handling 2-on-1 actually, that's great.
That's the strength of the Byron here, especially in towards the early game. You see how much damage he's delivering onto Snow's Mayin here. That is why this pick is so prized in towards the pick and bans here. Byron, exceptionally strong laning phase and power early to mid, but once that late game comes, it will slightly fall off. But hopefully, Clue, with that time flux, will give him the movement speed he needs to really play these team fights here. But look towards the mid lane though. Rock here, face checking into Miku.
Yeah, it's going to be a big start for the side of Gen.G, they just want to try and burn down those health bars, right, on the side of Fearless and slow down the rotations. If they can get back them to TP, use the flash and important timing, it's going to hurt them quite a bit. Now, ideally, they will want to achieve this after the 2-minute mark, but it's not going to be the case for the side of Fearless Esports. So they still survive. They will be able to contest for that 4-minute tyrant.
Hey, but you talk about timers, right? TL's Miku here, he burned the flash already on that Nua here. So that's an important timer that will be marked by Gen.G. If they find that tempo, TL might be candidate of a first blood attempt here towards the side of Gen.G.
But you can straight away see Monto not having a good time against KK. And this is one of the difficulties going up against a champion team, right? So KK handling himself well against Monto in the farm lane. And this is where the rest of Gen.G needs to step up, right? Can we cover our gaps in the weaknesses?
It will be an interesting way to really look at the game, right? Because if Monto isn't able to cover that gap, it will be a breaking point coming in from FEHK to really push against Gen.G during that spot that they really need to be dominant with here. So towards the ball lane, we're already seeing like a 200-300 gold lead in favor of KK for that long.
Okay, so farm lane obviously is an advantage to Fearless Esports. We will take a look at the jungle as well. Rock actually has a slight EXP advantage against Miku. Let's see if that's going to make a difference, right? I think 3.5-minute mark, that is where we see. Is there any big plays coming up from both teams? That will really set the stage for the 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, 3.5 or 4 minutes during the Tyrant here. I'm looking whether there will be a setup against TL on this Nua because he still doesn't have flash for the next upcoming 15 seconds per se here. So more engage here coming in from Rock to steal away, but Dream Roam.
Yeah, we're gonna hit on 3, but the damage is coming in from this side of Rock. They will start the chase, and Miku, this is not the time to fall, and he will go to side Gen.G, but here comes the punish. The TP coming in as well, Emergence, and it's all turning around. Fearless, you can start the fight, but we will end it, and it's looking like Inoue is the next one to fall. Actually makes it out at this point, but Monto, even though he has a disadvantage, it's a 4-for-1, and Gen.G take a huge lead, 1,000 gold ahead.
Big team fight win coming in from the Game Changers itself. Gen.G Esports, they take that win with ease here. 4-1 exchange, and Inoue, my goodness, he survived the entirety of that team fight. So many damage dealt towards him, but he make it out alive. What a miracle play.
Yeah, we're talking about the value that Clue gives, right? That time flux, it really gives you too much rebate. If you're on the side of Fearless Esports, this is very uncomfortable. Now, Gen.G, they have a good start. They want to take a look at the Tyrant right now, right? 4.5 minutes. They still have to contest for their own buffs. Fearless Esports, I don't think they'll take a risk here.
It will be difficult, especially right now the tempo is so in favor of the side of Gen.G, whereby Rock right now on this Ukutachibana, he's so down strong, you will not want to mess with him, especially when you have late game heroes like the Nua, like the Low on the side of FE. You need time to farm.
Okay, and we'll take a look at the value, right? So while he didn't actually go in, the information that he bought for the team, for Gen.G now is so important because now they have a visual counter with regards to the timing, and KK, they want to force it out. Oh, right at the edge of it, the right to win saves his life. KK gets the knockback, gets the Dragon Form, but he goes back in again. What is happening? The heals come through, the Destiny encounter as the combination to make sure they clear the wave and alleviate the pressure that Gen.G was looking to apply.
But Gen.G, although they do bail out the kill on towards the side of Monto, that top side Wawa got punished by the backline here, and Inoue here might be caught out.
Yep, a little bit risky. He might not want to stay too far ahead here. This T1 in the mid is important though. They will use it. Unending Sorrow, the backup comes as well. Silence comes in from the side of Clue just to push them back. Is there an ultimate available for TL? No, there is not. Annihilation will not be available, but here we go. Rock forces the flash. Job done. He's gonna get out.
He's gonna get out, and he does get out safely here with the help of a flash common spell here. So that's 2 minutes down coming in from Snow here. Not the best scenario coming in for FE because Inoue holding strong towards that mid side here, denying that turret take here. And that leaves top side first turret for the side of Gen.G's free to take.
And Gen.G have made a smart play here, right? They gave away their own Azure buff, knowing that they can take it away from Fearless's jungle. Let's take a look at the replay of what happened at the top here. Wawa himself, 2v1, that was one of the main reasons why he got caught out. But for now, this is the true contest. They want to steal this away. If not, all that pressure will not be worth it for the side of Gen.G.
We can start seeing the poke here coming in from FE. It's starting to do a lot of damage. And look at Rock almost going down.
Exactly. Inoue going to be saved by the time Labs as well, forced to use the unending sorrow as a deterrent. Meanwhile, Miku looking for an opening. He does have the Dream Roam. I don't think they really want to commit now. Okay, here comes that opening. KK gets the burst down. Gen.G suffer at the hands of Fearless Esports in this exchange.
Fearless Esports, like the name, they are fearless. They know, okay, if we play passive, Gen.G is just gonna eat up our space and take control of our jungle here. But they play towards a very good micro team fight, and look at these pokes here coming in from TL. He's doing so much job forcing the side of Gen.G to back off in these attempts.
You have to take the calculated risk, right? Because you're still 1k behind Gen.G. So this is right now recovery period for the side of Fearless Esports, and you can take a look at the goal that KK has. He still has a slight lead. Already has the Eternity Blade. Now has the Master Sword as well. So the burst damage, pulse spike coming in from the side of Fearless. KK is here.
KK is here as we see Miku backing off your TL. No flash already here. Wow, looking for an engager, but a beautiful disengager coming in from FE, backing everybody towards safety here.
Yep, it's a risk here. Gen.G might want to back off. This is Fearless Esports looking to fight. They have the resources as well. Wawa did commit the flash, and there was no return on that investment.
Yeah, still an exchange of spells here. In the end, they still got TL's flash, so that's a bit of good news coming in from Gen.G. But they definitely need to amp up the tempo here, because you're playing into FE's tempo, whereby sure, we can play chill towards the mid game here, but look at mid lane.
Yep, Inwa has the force to use that ultimate Dream Roll on the backlines. Miku making it work for the team, gets rid of Inwa. The heals will not be available, but at the same time, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and nobody's watching Monto handling the rest of the team. But here comes the return. Snow gets that return fire. It's a 3-for-3, but still massively in favor of Gen.G.
It's a 50-50, right? And eventually Snow coming in for that pickup kill. Your carries are down here, and once again, who's not down? KK is still up and available in this farming tempo here. Monto, from here on out, he's gonna be falling even behind in these exchanges.
Yes, it's really important, right? You need to create the space for your farm laners. And Fearless Esports, they're very adept at doing that. But for now, in exchange, Rock knows where to apply the pressure, will take away the Azure buff. This big movement coming in from this side of Fearless Esports to try and get their hands onto the backline. That was the major difference, because Miku was actually put in a position where he had instant access into both Inua and Monto. Did not get Monto, but did get rid of Inua.
Yeah, it was like a mechanical prowess play here coming in from Rock, capitalizing on KK and TL, and Miku overdiving and resulting his life in exchange for the side of Inua here. For the side of KK, he managed to pull off the Infinite Vastness escape before the final burst were to come into Rock, and at that point, all damage has been laid down. Snow just had to come in, pick up a few quick kills to equalize that team fight.
I don't think that was the best trade, worst trade ever, right? Miku actually giving his life, but building space. Oh, nice catch onto 2. The stun is coming from the side of Rock, and here comes the damage from Monto as well. But the life bars are dropping low, and another catch. Snow! This is why he's such a scary clash leader. They don't lose anyone on the side of Fearless Esports, but they take 2. Inua as well as Clue taken down. Monto now, holy, that burst comes in. Even if you have the Purify, it does not matter.
Beautiful 1-1 combo knock-up here. Multiple attempts here coming in from Snow. The first one to catch him off guard, force out the spells here. The second one to seal the deal here. And right now, it's 10 minutes. It's Shadow Tyrant here, going into favor of FE with no contention coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, and if there is a time that you're looking for a swing, it has to be the 10-minute mark, right? The Shadow variants give you additional movement speed, additional damage in your Chain Lightnings. For the Tyrant buff, we'll see Gen.G maybe calling out again. A double 2-man stun here coming in. Maybe they get the kill on the Miku. The silence does come down, but the heals are coming through as well. Destined Encounter gonna force back 2, and Snow! Another godlike play. Here comes the Emergence to try and make life even more difficult. They do get the latch on, and all the members are dropping like flies. Gen.G cannot sustain against the damage.
It cannot sustain against the damage here. KK with the long here has scaled into an incredible marker here. He has the core 3 critical items here. The Eternity Blade, the Master Sword, and also the Daybreak here. He's hitting like a truck on all these flaming palms.
Yes, and there's no one to contest against KK now. He does have the Downpour, the Right to Win, Dream Roam as a deterrence for the defense, and it looks like they will be able to secure this T3. So Gen.G, at the 11.5-minute mark, they are bleeding already.
They are indeed bleeding already here, and this goes back to the discussion that we had here. If KK is unbothered in all these team fights, it leads to a situation whereby look at the goal between the marksmen. 9,000 for the Long, 6.8 for the Marco Polo here. In terms of the gap, that is so huge here.
And that nice knockout. Snow responsible for the catch, but this time Gen.G does have the life bar to work around with. And here comes that creation. The Matrix is going to be let down. And what a big snipe. The Annihilation takes the life of Monto. TL responsible for the save. Gen.G now has to be content with the Shadow Overlord. Is it a big win? It is a win, but they wanted more on the side of Gen.G.
A win is a win here coming in from Gen.G in that position to be able to force a team fight win into a Shadow Overlord objective. We take those any days here. That puts them back into an equalized state in this game.
Okay, so it buys a lifeline, right? So this decision, where do you want to put this Shadow Overlord? Which lane do you want to clear? It's going to be very important for Gen.G because if they choose wrongly, Fearless Esports has an open door in the top side of the base of Gen.G.
I think this Shadow Overlord, they will be using it defensively to really buy time for Inua and also Monto to catch up in terms of the gold department here, because all that gold for the side of Gen.G is on the hands of Rock on this Ukkyo Tachibana here. So for Gen.G, farm and find those late game deciding team fights. That's what they need to do.
There's 2 openings available, or 3 maybe, on the side of Gen.G, right? You want the multi-man stun coming in from Inua, or you want the flash storm strike combination from Wawa. All the stun comes in from the side of Rock, and Annihilation, it destroys the lineup of Gen.G. And even with the emergence, just to remind them that, hey, you're playing against Fearless here.
That is a late game Nua's damage. No one was there. It was one Annihilation combo here coming in from TL. Immediately evaporating Monto, evaporating the health bars coming in from multiple members of Gen.G. This is looking so dangerous for the side of Gen.G.
Yep, this is a deep dagger into the heart of Gen.G here. At the same time, KK already just got the Siege Breaker. We're 15 seconds away from the next Shadow Tyrant.
15 seconds for Shadow Tyrant here, 3 seconds coming in for Monto here. They still can make it towards this river here, but what do they need to really face check this dark river here? Because look at the damage here. That was just one creation block coming in from TL, and that was almost 30% of Inua's health.
Yes, and they have gotten their hands onto Wawa. The rotations are coming in. They need to protect this Tyrant butt from going to the hands of Fears. Gen.G needs to be really careful. They need the setups, but look at the way that they're rotating. And once again, a fight Annihilation just destroys the life bars on the side of Gen.G.
Well, fortunately, they still have the healing here coming in from Rock here. What do they need to do to enter this river here? Because pokes are laying hard.
Yep, they need to get the snipe. They will be pushed back. The Dream Roam just as a defensive measure, secured by the side of Fearless Esports. But the damage coming in from Gen.G is not going to be enough. They're trying to hold on. It's not going to be there. Wawa gets caught off. Monto gets caught secondly. And Inua as well as Rock now running for their lives. Fearless Esports have hit their marker.
Such a one-sided fight here coming in for the side of FEHK here. They dictate the fight, they take the Tyrant, and they take 3 kills and potentially 4 on towards Clue here. Looking towards the front side here. 4 members here going in strong against the Gen.G base. Is this the final pusher? Because it is only Rock and 15 seconds death timer on all the remaining members.
It has to be. I don't think Rock defends this alone. They will start working on him. Miku looking at his prey. Fearless Esports already opening up the door. This could very well be game number 1, and the price is Rock's head as well as the crystal. Game number 1, Fearless Esports.
They take it without a sweat drop here. It was a well-controlled game coming in from Fearless Esports Hong Kong, China here. What an amazing comeback from that early game that they really suffered with.
TL, I think he really is that big win condition, right? The Annihilations pre-fight, that's the craziest thing, because you would normally save Annihilations for the end of the fight, just trying to snipe down the lower members. But TL was like, no, the Annihilation is for us to start the fight, and then you guys go for the catch.
Exactly the case here. I think towards the late game, that's why we keep talking about the same thing about the side of FEHK's draft. It's never about the early game. It's about how they survived the level 4 invade coming in from Rock. It's about how they scaled themselves towards the late game, and then they really did. That's when the Annihilation, holy, that hit extremely hard.
Yes, and this one is a difference of mindsets, right? Because most of the time when you are fighting against a Mankey, you're looking for the Mankey to look at an opening for the Dream Roam, which is why they were kind of trying to spread out. But they were not waiting for the Dream Roam as the setup. They were waiting for the Annihilation as a setup, which is something you don't expect on the side of Gen.G.
It's very interesting, right? Because, like you mentioned, usually the annihilation comes in the form of a collection kill whereby you do the final blow, but TL using a different style whereby, okay, let's not do that. Let's just chunk you out, use the annihilation to actively look for all these health bars on the side of Gen.G, and then you see Gen.G is like, oh god, where did all my HP go? I have to back up, I have to recuperate, which gives them the entire river control back towards the hands of the likes of FEHK in those exchanges.
The most impressive thing about the Annihilation is the fact that they actually called Monto in it, right? Monto actually was one of the turnaround conditions. Once you get the silence time-lapse in from the side of Clue, Monto can jump in, get his Fever Barrage, and maybe turn the fight. But at the same time, there's so many factors that work in favor of the side of Fearless as well. Like Snow, this guy. I think MVP has to be Snow.
It's a bit of a contention between Snow and TL. I think without the likes of Snow finding those key moments in the mid game, there wouldn't be TL's late game Nua to be even happening, right? So it's a contention between both. They all had their moments here, and KK, he's so solid on that long. He always dealt the damage on towards the backline coming in for the side of Gen.G, which really caused a lot of stress coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports.
In fact, I might even add KK in that MVP.
Exactly
pool,
right.
It's so crazy. So this is game number 1. Now, bear in mind, reminder again, this is a best of 2. So if you win 2-0, you actually get 3 points. I think we will have a stat bar for that later to help you guys understand how the point system is going to go, so that we will be able to finalize our 2 teams that will go up in the grand finals. But Fearless, what a game in game number 1.
Like I want to go back to your point, like you talk about, right, the point system and everything, just for the viewers to understand even more specifically. Out of 3 teams, Twisted Minds from KMW second place, Gen.G from KME second place, and WKS champions FEHK, only 2 teams can make it to that BO7 here. So every game that they play in this BO2 setup is so darn important for that point system.
Oh, look at the damage by TL, 160.9 thousand worth of hero damage. The burst is insane on this guy.
Yeah, the burst is insane, and then you can see that he took the least damage out of his entire team. That just goes to show he had superior positioning and also superior DPS on top of Gen.G for the entire game. He was kept safe, and he was doing a heck of a damage here, and this is the gold chart that we keep talking about. You just need to make sure that FEHK, they don't fall behind that much in the 10th minute mark, and then once they hit that late game, that's their goal button here towards that late game end stage.
Yes, the start of the game was a little bit dicey for them, right? Gen.G were hitting the markers, they were taking camps, they were getting kills, but Fearless Esports, they knew exactly when they needed to get that turnaround, and here we go. TL is that big turnaround, 4-2-11, dealing close to 40%, 39% of the team's hero damage dealt by this guy. Annihilations, creations, emergence, coalescence, everything in the kit of Nua delivered.
He was throwing everything in the kitchen sink just on the faces of Gen.G, and so happily Monto was the primary target for all those exchanges here. But let's check out the replay here. Early in the game, it was really this play coming in from Inwa, surviving all these burst damage, laying down onto him. That's where you see Time Flux coming in. Such a big value here. All the members here just diving onto him, but he's still coming out alive in all these exchanges.
And one little trait you will notice is that Inua's Unending Sorrow was never allowed to be put to maximum efficiency, right? It was never used to heal the team. It was mostly used as a escape mechanism for himself, which kind of lowered down the efficiency of the side of Gen.G's lineup.
I have to agree with you. That just goes to show how well FE does in all these situations. But look at that first damage there coming in for the side of TL on that Nua. And this is post that snipe that he actually did before this fight, which lead to FE just casually picking up all these kills across the board, resulting in that game-winning push.
So, I mean, there's a good reason why Snow is in the lineup of Fearless, and I think there's also a good reason why they are the champions on the side of the wildcard region. So, we'll take a look at game number 2. We'll go for a short break first.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I've been lying down when I no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bout it, fuck this one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've treated my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
That was a dominating game coming in from FEHK in that game 1. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a BO2 here. Can Gen.G make it back for this game number 2? My name is Sagi. Alongside with me is your Dofu here, Ken Dofu. What do you think?
It is very important to secure points because we're using the points to decide who goes into the grand finals of last call. So if you really want to make it work, Gen.G, you have to step up now. There is no other time.
Yeah, especially in this very harsh format, you have to play a lot of games in a day setting here. Even though you make yourself into that playoff spot, you still have to make it through a BO7 before bagging that KIC slot here. So everything is on the line here for both of these two teams to secure whatever games they have in today's schedule.
We'll take a look at how this game is going to go. So Gen.G now backs against the wall. It's not as dire as we think. I think Gen.G still has a chance, right? They still have to go up against Twisted Minds. But for now, once again, Arnie will never see the light of day. If I'm Gen.G, I'm never giving it.
I'm never giving it, especially to someone like KK. He's such a marksman-centric player, whereby he's an egoist that we're talking about, right? So that's for the side of KK. Ali's never seen the daylight here, but potentially we might see the Maestro come into play, or potentially the Dharma combination here coming in from Gen.G.
Yes, and I think in terms of farm laners, I think Chana will be prior now because the remainder of farm laners don't really do well against multi-targets unless you're talking about the Hoi.
Well, for Gen.G, they don't have to immediately lock the Long per se because they still have it due to the fact of global ban pick that KK has already used it. For FE, they can consider the likes of Channel like you mentioned, or if you want to amp up the tempo, they can always play the Gen.G Zhangfei combination to really speed up the game into their favor.
I'm curious whether Fearless will then, now that they have picked up this burst composition in the form of the Mai, right? Do you go for the Dharma coming in? And yes, Chana, it has to be the pick, right? There's no other farm laner available.
Yeah, and it does traditionally super well against all these picks that Gen.G might plan for Monto, potentially like the Long per se or the Gen.G to equalize the lane. So you can see for some of Gen.G, they're like, okay, They picked the channel here. We're gonna chill. We're gonna see what we can really last pick for Monto in that farm lane to really maximize the value here. But if you are KK on this channel, you're gonna be wondering as well, man, that's a lot of engagement coming in from Gen.G against a channel.
I mean, you can play from afar, right? And I think if you keep yourself safe from the unbridled outburst, it's definitely going to be what Clue is looking for to try and, make the situation a little bit easier on the side of Gen.G. I think this could be a very straightforward game for the side of KK. There's a lot of critters. They have a lot of turret pressure as well.
They might potentially have to consider banning the Hano as well, but sorry, Hano is not an option to come for Gen.G unless they really put it towards the jungle, because they have already locked the Mind Shiranui already here. So for Gen.G, they need to be really thinking here is like, okay, Mind Shiranui lock, but there's a lot of critters here blocking the likes of the Spirit Wolves and also the Agudo critters here. So that may be a bit of a headache here coming in from Inuwa.
Yes, and Fearless have done that homework, right? No Nerza for Rock. Rock is famous for his Nerza. This is one of his signature heroes that he himself has also requested as his hero of choice during his introductions. So we'll see what does Gen.G want to try and play this game with, because the Agudo, the channel, this is turret pressure 101, and then we're waiting for Snow to get that awesome truth mantra down.
And if you look at the side of Gen.G's roster, right, for the side of the pick and ban as of this stage, you're kind of wondering here, oh, they have a very early game-centric picks, like the Mind Shiranui, like the Mayin. So if they don't really back it up with like a late game pick for the side of Rock or also Monto, they're in for a one or nothing sort of draft, whereby if they lose out that early to mid, they're done for.
Yes, and Fearless Esports going even tankier to make sure that life is easy for the side of KK, life is easy for the side of Miku as well. This was looking a bit spicy. I mean, if you have the gold deficit, there's no way you burst down a Lianpo.
Oh yeah, there's no way burst down on Lianpo. He can always go for the upfront here, finding those positionings to spot out those multiple members here. Nah, Clue, you're joking about us. You have already a Zhangfei here. There's no way that Guiguzi will be locked in this case. It will be Hanxing that was banned out in game 1 for the side FE.
The win condition here is, can he find KK, right? And even if he does, I'm very sure the rest of the team will be ready to back him up, Snow as well. And it's a risk, because if Gen.G, if we take a look at Rock, he dives on the backline. Even if he gets rid of KK, his own backline is at risk.
His own backline is indeed a risk here. So for side of Gen.G, as of this point, if we were to look at both of these two drafts, it's giving us one thing.
No!
Whoever engages first wins the game, if they can find the backline.
And this is going to be tough because the board is available, the Wei-Chi board. The world is my board and the world is their oyster. Fearless are looking very strong.
But one thing that is a good news coming in from Gen.G fans, if they can always mark down KK, Channel is their only carry here coming in from Fearless Esports here. So if that channel is removed in towards the draft, I gotta say Gen.G, they will have a much smoother late game team fight here compared to FE that always have to play around KK's tempo.
Maybe, playing around the big ultimates might be a weakness for the side of Fearless, right? Because like you said, it's all on the setups. If the board misses, the Tremor Smash misses, the Truth Mantra misses, it's going to be a hard game for them. But let's be realistic about it. It's not that difficult to get those big ultis down.
We'll have to see, right? Because all these setups here, they aim for one thing: to aim to delete the backline marksman here. Both marksmen, they do not have solid mobility. On the side of Monto, you're on the flowball marksman, no traditional movement spell on active. On the side of Channel here, only a small leap here. So they are very prone and vulnerable to all these engages here. So it goes back to basics. Whoever's positioning and macro sense is better, they will win out the game for their team.
2.5 minutes. That is the time that I'm looking for. If they manage to burn the flash of Monto at 2.5 minutes, you can be super sure during that first Tyrant engage, if they choose to fight, Gen.G will lose.
This really have to be going on all these engage factors here coming in for both of these two teams. Who can capitalize it harder, who rotates faster for those engages, because wombo combo, both of these two teams, they have it, but who pulls it off better won't back the game for them.
Yes, and Burst Ram plus Taking Liberties, a level 1 combination from Woodwind as well as TL, that clears up your first wave. So they will make that fast rotation. Inua as a mine, great knockup, great burst in the early parts of the game, but you struggle with wave clear. That's one of the weaknesses on the side of the Mai Shiranui that hopefully Clue will be able to balance out.
I mean, when we talk about balancing out, right? Look who's towards the mid lane here. It's Rock here just casually spotting out all these attempts, delaying the clear here coming in from Woodwind and also TL in towards the mid lane here, securing a bit more space for this duo.
Yes, and I think that decision by Woodwind has kind of costed the side of Fearless Esports, which means this initial ball camp will go into their hands. No, actually secured, and this is not looking good for the side of Gen.G. There is the backup coming in from Wawa. He needs to run away. The knockup, actually, who is running? Passive, already taken out. First blood goes into the hands of Wawa. Can they find more on the side of Gen.G? Stun going to be used as well. They have the backup. The rolling of the furball will be used, but Fearless, once again, not the best start to the game.
The best start towards the game here, but they do get punished heavily coming in from Gen.G. They capitalize the fact that you mentioned here, Woodwind and TL, the superior wave clear, but they gave it over to Inua and also Clue, resulting in that invade, resulting in that kill on towards TL here, because 1v1 between Wawa and Snow, Wawa's early game is much better compared to Adama.
This is the price you pay for those minor decisions, right? So Woodwind just wanting to check on a little bit longer on the side of Rock meant that TL could not clear his lane fast enough, which opened up the balls for the side of Gen.G, after which, you know, it just became a spiral, downward spiral, and here we go. They want to burn out the common spell on the side of Monto.
Or just use Agudo here, spawn a creators here, put on pressure against those turrets here. KK having superior macro sense here, smells out Rock's attempts here, but the burst strand does come true, allowing Woodwind to escape towards safety here. Very good sense of map pressure.
But that's the strength. Fearless Esports have a lot of mobility as well. And here comes the board landed down. Rock is caught in the middle. The flash comes in. This is where value is going to be found. But for now, there is no follow-up damage. And Fearless Esports, they have to walk away. Perhaps limp away as well. No finishing blow from either side. But here we have that one-on-one. Wawa wants to win against Snow. Flash committed by Snow as well. Wawa has the back off. They walk off with no trades.
Close combat in all quarters here. They brawl it off, but no kills on towards the board here as we see Clue almost countering out that wild board camp here. But Miku here might be in danger as Rock's coming in.
Yep, this is a moment that they are looking to try and steal the Crimson Golem, right? If they can, it'll be great, but here comes Snow. Snow's a little low though, for my case. They will manage to secure their own Crimson Golem, which is great, but Monto in trouble now against KK. That's a lot of wolves. They are tanking for the tower as well. We're talking about him not trying to burn out his flash, and he does manage to save it.
That is a very painful laning phase here. This is the superior power of Chano's laning phase that makes him such a strong marksman to be feared about. Look at the wave here. Perfectly frozen in front of the turret here. The next rotation here coming in for the side of Miku and also Woodwind. That puts so much pressure on towards Monto's global marksman.
So I'm going to ask you about KME, right? Did Monto have such difficulties during the period of KME?
I think only against Siri. Aside from other marksmen, I think it was always a 50-50, but against world-class marksmen such as the likes of KK, the likes of Siri, and maybe potentially the other regions, that's where Monto's weakness in some of these exchanges start to really amplify or like magnify by these teams.
Which makes this decision very curious, right? As a team. Oh, hang on, nice knockup as well. Combination galore coming in from the side of Gen.G. They just need to finish the job, but no, they have been disrupted. They have been stopped, and the chase comes in from Woodwind as well. They push each other off. No kills once again, but the timer is very important. Still looking pretty healthy on the side of Fearless Esports, which means they get to step into the Tyrant's pit.
And talking about sustain, that is FE's game here to play because they are so strong in the sustain game. And look at that, just kiting away Rock, getting that second kill here along with the red buff, along with the Tyrant. FE wins out in all these exchanges.
Oh, the losses are deep for the side of Gen.G here. They not only lost the life of Rock, they also lost that Crimson buff. Yes, it went into the hands of TL, but look at the price they have to pay. The T1 at the bottom, completely open. And Gen.G have no other comebacks available at this time.
Ooh, my goodness here. Out of 1 minute, the entire minute, it went straight over to FE's hand. Fortunately, the Azure Golem is still for the side of Gen.G's to take, but man, losing Tyrant, losing Rock, losing buff, losing bot tower, things are starting to look pretty bad for Gen.G.
Yeah, they're testing our match at this point, right? How many losses do you have? And here comes the board as well. T1 in the mid, open for the taking. A lot of pressure. They get the knockup. They don't really need the kills. It's a
Red team has destroyed a tower.
are successful. There is a potential for turnaround for the side of Gen.G. They're searching for an opening, but no gaps found just yet.
And no gaps found just yet as we see more of these engages coming in for side of FE, but it's only to engage and to pull away towards safety here.
Yep, Snow does have his ulti. He wants to get it down. Truth Mantra going to be laid down. The save comes in from this side of Inua, but he might have to pay with his life. And once again, pressure on another T1. Fearless Esports. This is the draft and composition we are talking about.
This is the combination here, the superior laning phase, the superior jungle pressure here coming in for the side of Miku, securing them that early tempo here. Yes, every fight wins, but hang on, and right offers.
Nice setup. This could be the turnaround they've been looking for. And they get the rewards. KK would win and Miku. 3 different members taken down from the side of Fearless. And Gen.G, they breathe some life here.
That is a big engager coming in from Clue to catch out multiple members here coming in for the side of FE here. And to add insult to injury, all those lead that FE found in towards the early game was relieved by Gen.G thanks to that one play.
Yes, Clue, this is the rotation you're looking for, right? As a Zhangfei, you want to get into the backlines, especially with a nice setup available. Take a look at the way he knew they were moving back. Yeah, exactly. That was the setup that you want. And this is one of the things that is really scary because they have insane chase potential as well on the side of Gen.G.
I think this goes back to the same conversation that we had during pick and bans. Whoever gets that initial engage will win out all these team fights here, and that just goes to show how dangerous is these two teams on their lineup. That trigger pulling, who pulls it first, who pulls it correctly, is so darn important.
Yes, and here comes the catch by the side of Snow. He uses the flash to go in. Everything misses on the side of Fearless Esports, so this is not a great position to be in. They are planning Gen.G. They're waiting for the open. You can see the rotations coming in. Rock and Inua, this could be a big moment for them. Woodwind gonna check the brush. Gets knocked up, gets pushed back for a while. It's really about KK. Just keep him safe as Rock tries to put some pressure on the T2.
This is just evolving into a game whereby we don't know who it will go towards to as of this point here, because one moment it was FE controlling mid turret, controlling side lane turrets, having a smooth early game, but they overstayed their welcome here. Clue capitalizing on that beautiful unbridled outburst, breathing life back to Gen.G's roster.
Really puts into perspective the recovery on the side of Gen.G, right? This is great. Now they have close to it's more than a 1,000 goal lead. But the important marker for both teams here is that 10-minute mark, right? Fearless Esports game 1, they turned the whole game around based off of that Shadow Tyrant win.
We'll have to see, right? Because when we talk about those moments, it is during the big team fights here. Yet to have a very big team fight, it's just small brawls on left and right for both of these two teams here. I want to see that scenario that you talk about, whereby we see a 5v5 full blown out team fight. Whoever's team's execution is much better will get them that big lead that they're sorting out for.
Do we really want a team fight? If I'm on Gen.G, I wouldn't want a team fight. I just want to pull the attention, let Rock get the split push in, and because Fearless Esports composition is a wombo combo. You let it go down, you will be taken out.
That seems to be the case, right? But if you look back towards Forza Gen.G, it's the same approach as well, right? They want to make sure that KK doesn't get that free flow farm that he is allowed to do so. For the side of Gen.G, it's on Rock and Monto, right? So it's a combination on whoever stalls out that farm. But look towards the mid lane here as we see a bright outburst go through again.
Yeah, ball gonna be laid down as well, but this time it's Inua that gets caught out. They have to start running tails between their legs here. Gen.G cannot afford any more losses. Thankfully for them, there are no buffs to kind of steal from the side of Fearless, but they do get the T2 at the bottom. So once again, map control galore.
Map control galore, good reaction coming in from KK to flash away from the unbridled outburst, causing Inua to be out of position and punishing him for that death. And then we see 2 towers being traded for 1 in this exchange that goes in favor of FE going into the 10th minute mark.
And this, I think now that it has happened, you also see Fearless Esports also has that strength, right? They can play that split push game as well. In fact, the split push game is much stronger in comparison to Gen.G. They have the Wild Growth, they have KK with the Soul of the Wolves as well. So much free damage, even with backdoor protection.
The protection, yeah, that seems to be the case, right? Spirit Wolves, creatures coming in from Miku here, just casually putting out all these turrets here, but 10-minute mark, this is what we talked about here, but look at Rock's position here. He's so far away from this river.
Yep, and he has been caught. Rock, that is, and they're looking for the setup. The wombo combo available from the side of Fearless Esports. They do manage to get Snow down quite low. That free hit for the side of Monto. Beautiful move work from the side of Gen.G. They also have found Miku as well. If they can win this team fight, this is a guarantee into the neutral objectives. For now, you can see they're also looking at Rock to make the lives miserable for the side of Fearless Esports.
Also on this 4-ball marksman, the value is starting to show, outranging TL, outranging KK. Those arrow storms here are putting in damage on towards the backline of FEHK.
And Fearless are going to have a very unpleasant surprise. They're going to realize that the Crimson buff has been taken, as well as the Tyrant Gen.G playing the map a little bit better this time.
Beautiful tempo here coming in from Gen.G, capitalizing Snow's over eagerness in slowing out in 1v1ing that 1v1 matchup against Rock here, and they got punished hard, and they, for the side of Gen.G, was rewarded fruitfully with buffs with the Shadow Tyrant, and right now they are in so much control.
You know what, I like that Trigger Discipline did not go for that knockup now.
So low.
Yep, he is, and that's what Gen.G are waiting for. They know that there is a risk. Fearless Esports, they did not know that there was no available catch from the side of Gen.G at that point, but they don't want to take a risk.
No risk should be taken as of this point. Enemy has Shadow Tyrant here coming in from Gen.G. If you're FEHK, the good thing to do, the smart thing to do, avoid teamfight, stall out the Shadow Tyrant, potentially find the next Shadow Overlord teamfight as your basis here, because right now, teamfight looks more in favor of Gen.G as of this point.
Smart check, right? This is exactly what you need to do if you're unsure if there's any other members on the side. You go for a lot of free damage, but no, he is out of position. Monto gets taken down, and Fearless Esports, this is the trigger to start, but Rock is looking for the backline. Huge catch, but he does manage to catch the life of KK as well. It's a farm lane for farm lane. The Radiance comes through. He needs to start running away. Is he actually running away? No, Rock, he might be available to take the T2 at the bottom as well. Meanwhile, there is a little threat on that T3 in the mid. Gen.G should be able to survive that one, and Fearless, they take a L with this one.
Heroic play here coming in from the side of Rock here, just making sure that the trade was equal and fair for the side of Gen.G here. And right now, they are looking at a fair contestant here as we look at towards bottom lane here. Rock goes in for the kill on the TL, and that is an exposed bottom tier tree.
Yep, that's an off-cam takedown, and Rock did not have to expend the Pure Sky as well. He does have the 30% damage reduction available for the next engagement. So Gen.G have found themselves in a pretty good spot, but right now it really comes down, can Wawa make the same catches that Snow was doing in game number 1?
But this is a 4v5 scenario here coming in for Gen.G. They don't need to go in for the exchange because Unbridled Albus goes through.
Oh no, Miku, he gets taken down as well. That's a huge Unbridled Albus. Nice catch, and Wawa did do the insanity. That is the catch from the Mayan as well. Fearless Esports have to run, and it's looking like a huge win for the side of Gen.G.
Not huge. That was a complete win coming in for Gen.G, taking the win, taking the team fight, taking the Shadow Overlord here. And right now, they have total control over the map as their engages are just so darn beautiful.
So we take a look at the timer, right? This is a countdown. How much can you take away from the map of Fearless Esports before the timers respawn? And here we go. That is a lot. T3 on the top open. This is the exact same situation that they found themselves in game number 1. Ball laid down. Who do they catch? They catch Wawa. It is going to be his life. Given in trade. Wait, no, he does survive. They get the T3 in the middle. It's a barren base for the side of Fearless. All they have to do now is to back off Gen.G. Stay patient.
Stay patient here, take away the buffs, revisit that Shadow Tyrant that's just gonna be spawning in that 15 seconds timer here. This is your game to be winning, Gen.G. You are in so much control here, and right now, this goes back to the pick and bans in game 1. This is why the Hanshin was banned.
Exactly. I mean, Fearless Esports, I think they allowed that pick because they also have great split pushing pressure. But now the map is so much in their disadvantage because it's a barren base. They have so little work around with. And Monto has hit his mark. Another Radiance laid down. That's a lot of poke damage. Unless they get the perfect wombo combo on the side of Fearless, there is no fight.
There is no fight, and you can see they are lacking in gold. They're lacking in the side of map pressure here. They're forced to go back towards their base here because if you come in for this fight and you lose that fight, it could just be over for the side of FE in this game number 2.
So Monto does secure that Shadow of Tyrant, and Gen.G fans, they have to be rejoicing right now because this is the best position available. They do get a setup, board be laid down, forces the flash from the side of Monto, which is great. This is 2 minutes without the flash. Fearless Esports, if there's any time to turn that tide, it has to be within this 2 minutes.
They're waiting for the minions to come. Clear the minions, find that perfect flank here. Snow has splash, has the truth mantra here. But they know they're playing so slow here coming in from Gen.G.
But TL, I mean, his ultimate will come up pretty soon. There is a very short cooldown. Radiance, and with the Unbridled Outburst, they push them back. They want the backdoor protection taken out. At the same time, they're pushing all the different members on the side of Fearless. Who cares about the fight? We want the crystal. Gen.G tied things up. It's 1 point each for both of these teams.
Engage, win games, and that is what exactly Gen.G pulled off with. Even though they had such a pressured early game, it was coming down to these key engages, especially Clue with that Zhangfei. He was finding so many of these comeback plays. That top one was the best one I've seen so far.
Wawa as well. Wawa has really improved in this particular season throughout the year. I think he has been playing fantastic, but the decision making this time was a lot cleaner. I have watched a couple of KME games. Rock did make some very big blunders during the season, right? But this game, he made so many bright ones.
So many bright ones here, and then for the South Rock, it's always about a team whereby the storyline about Gen.G is like, okay, we were playing with Rock. Rock is our main carry here. But over the course of the year of 2025, you're starting to see Wawa step up, Inwa step up, Monto step up, and Clue finding these miraculous engages, beautiful team fight flanks. And then that's when the entire Gen.G start to elevate into this level whereby they can stand tall against all these major regions here. And Gen.G today, in the series, they came up huge and they pulled the series to a 1-1 score.
So we have a day on our hands here. Take a look at the gold accumulation. 13,000 for the side of Rock. But I think one of the big win conditions was the fact that Gen.G was able to buy space for Monto, right? We know about this. We talked about this as well. If Monto fails, then kind of Gen.G kind of crumbles apart.
They crumble apart here, but thankfully this game Monto played extremely well, even though there were moments that he was caught up by the board and being overzealous in the mid lane. But you have to give him credit because he played that flowable marksman ultimate to a perfection here, zoning out TL, zoning out KK, forcing him to back away in assisting their teammates.
And it's also about the vision score, right? If you notice the way that Fearless Esports was trying to get the setups, they needed the vision onto the heroes of Gen.G, and no one showed. The only person that showed probably was Clue or Monto. Monto did fall once, but that, takedown was well worth it because it allowed Gen.G to explore the rest of the map, and still no information given to the side of Fearless.
And you can see the value that Monto was providing, right? 94,000 damage on that flowable marksman here. This is the curve we're talking about. It was really into FEHK's mid game, whereby they're just plucking mid, outer turrets everywhere on towards the map. And that key moment that we see the graph go towards the blue side was when that Unbridled Outburst coming in from Clue secured the deal for them in that comeback play.
Yes, and right before that, the Tyrant fight was also something that was really big for the side of Gen.G, right? They snuck away the Crimson buff into the hands of Rock. They then got the Tyrant, and, Fearless was, wait, hang on, what happened to our map?
Yeah, what happened to our map? I thought you guys were doing Tyrant. At the very least, give me this Crimson Golem that I need. But then Rock was like, nope, I am a Hansen, I have superior mobility. Just gonna pick this up on the side of a driveway here and then revisit my Shadow Tyrant here. But Wawa will be your MVP of game number 2 for the side of Gen.G on that Majin. 4-0-2 in terms of KDA. Even though damage and taken not the best, but he was there in every single moment, following up Clue, starting up team fights. He was the man.
His catches were insane, right? He was also one of the big reasons why they managed to get so much value in the team fights, the get serious, the whatevers, the pullbacks. It really gathered the lineup of the side of Fearless Esports, and the important heroes were really key to opening up that composition that was Fearless Esports.
This is the MVP play that we talk about as well, right? He was early to the team fight towards the early game here, and this was a beautiful Unbridled Outburst, and immediately, Wow initiated that follow-up, and that is all she wrote.
Exactly, so hard to play against, and you could see the value. They were looking for the bots, did not find it. And this situation, to be honest, that was the solo kill. it always looked like Rock was in danger, right? There was a 1v1 that Rock was going up against Snow, got caught, got slammed against the wall, and it looked so beautiful for the side of Fearless Esports. But then you realize, hey, there's no more follow-up damage.
Yeah, there's no more follow-up damage because Rock, if he just hides in the shadow, that puts so much pressure against KK and TL for him to just like stop from the follow-up here. So a very good draft here coming in for the side of Gen.G. Superior execution. That's why they backed this game number 2 win with a relative easy approach.
Quite straightforward, right? I did not expect this against the competition that Fearless actually composed for himself. It looked like a pretty difficult game in my POV, but well done to Gen.G. This is the mark of a champion team, and a champion team is what we're looking for because we want to send the best out of the best of these 3 teams. Only one will make it to KIC.
Hey, that is the structure of our tournament here. 3 teams in this last chance, only 1 team makes it out. But before we even go to that 1 team, we have to see who out of these 3 teams, only 2 can make it to the playoffs, right? So it's a battle for every game here. So for Gen.G, for FEHK, they tie this series here. Who can take more points or even defeat TM will be the main question here that they have to answer.
So the biggest thing we're looking at is going to be who is going to be responsible for the first 2-0 in the best of 2, because that immediately puts you ahead. That puts you in the first slot in the grand finals.
It puts you ahead and it also puts you behind if you got 0-2 by the opponent here. So no one can afford that. No one wants that to happen because that is the most terrible situation if you are on the 0-2 receiving end here. But yeah, we have to see, right? Because next series, we might just see Twisted Minds take on another opponent, and that is the debut game for today after losing to KMW champion OG Esports in a 0-4 fashion.
That's right. And it is a kind of a scary situation because now you have a team, either one, Gen.G or Fearless, they're now warmed up, right? It's a 1-1, it's an even score, they have gotten the combinations off, but TM are coming in fresh. Is it going to be a state of momentum that brings a win against TM? Or does Twisted Minds have something else cooking in their pot that is ready to scout their opponents?
It's 2 sides, right? Because you're TM, you're just sitting in the waiting room like, oh, they picked this pick, oh, they picked that pick. Okay, coach, pull up the notebook and then, okay, these are what we gotta ban, these are what we need to look out for, and then that may potentially give them an edge in that game. But on the flip side, it also applies the same thing whereby they have the pre-game jitters, they have cold hands because they're not warmed up compared to some of these teams. So it's a 50-50 that we can really expect, right?
Okay, so if you're in the chat on the 4 different platforms you are on, the big question I would like you to answer today is, will we get to see the early at all? Because no team has let the early out. I believe we will not let an early out.
I believe so as well. We got the likes of the Maestro Nui, we haven't got the likes of a Pei or Luna, and I think out of the 3 junglers here so far, most of them like to play the Luna and Jing here, so potentially we might just see 1 game of early, especially in the BO7 setting.
BO7 definitely, I think the early will come out, especially if you go to Ultimate Battle. There's no way you don't pick an early, right? And at the same time, I think it's also about maybe my risk level is my taste in risk is not as high. I would not want to use a Luna or a Jing because these are high risk, high reward heroes, right? If you don't get the start that you want, it's kind of hard to come back.
Hey, that's the beauty of global ban pick, right? You don't get to choose, you're forced to do so because once that hero pool is up, it's time to bring out the big guns like the Luna and the Jing here. You can't say no because of global ban pick here. So that is the cool and exciting format that we have in HOK Esports.
That's right. So once again, if you're new, you just arrived, we are at the Major League Last Call, where we are looking at the best of the 3 teams. We are looking for 2 of them to go into the grand finals later today, but they have to go through a round robin, best of 2. So each one of them plays against each other in a best of 2. We will accumulate points. Whoever gets the most points, top 2, will go for the grand finals. It's a best of 7.
And the last place of the BO2 round robin, they will have to bid goodbye to their chance towards the last chance qualifiers playoff because we can only fit 2 teams in that BO7 setting, and then the victor of that BO7 will qualify to KIC 2025. And then if you're a winner or top 3 of KIC 2025, you proceed to that Challengers Cup in China for that Grand Slam of a tournament here. So it's like two spectrums, right? You lose out in this qualifier, you bid goodbye to the entire 2025 HOK Esports year. You win this one, you get more chances in that international stage.
I mean, this is why you have to prove your strength right here, right now, right? Okay, there is another option. I think we also have the Phoenix Reborn qualifier, right? Two of the most voted teams will get to go head-to-head against each other and also qualify for KIC. Let's see who that is going to be. But for now, we have to take a look at what's going on. The next VO2, I'm not sure, but Twisted Minds is definitely in the pool here.
It will be, let me check for everybody in the chat here. It will be FEHK against Twisted Minds for the upcoming game. And then for the last one of the day, it will be Gen.G versus Twisted Minds here. So every game comes in a very important fashion. Like Kim mentioned just now, it's points after points after points. In the end, top 2 goes, and then top 3, we have to bid goodbye to them. So that's the reality and cruelty of this format.
That's true. So we'll work through a little bit. I think any highlight moments that you think is going to be a game changer in the next few BO2s.
But yeah, that's it for this series here. We'll go into a short break before we jump into our next series, which will be FEHK against Twisted Minds. Let's go for a break.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get it with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve it with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try
from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell him.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Major League Last Call, where we will be finding out who out of the last 3 teams will be qualifying to the KIC 2025. My name is Sagi. Alongside me is Mr. Kin Dofu. Dofu, what do you have for us?
I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup because we definitely seen the growth of Gen.G. Now the question is, how much more have Twisted Minds grown? Because we've seen the growth in KMW. Do they match up well against Gen.G, this new Gen.G that has with the new addition of Monto as well?
For me, let's talk about both, right? So for the side of Twisted Minds, 90 was missing for the entire season just for him to play against 9Z Globan and also OG in that playoffs here. So with the addition of 90 back into the roster, it's definitely much better here. But let's check out their roster that they have today in just a short moment.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Italy, here are your masterminds in the form of Twisted Minds, represented by 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, High lane in the mid, Shanks in the farm lane, and ACC in the roam. 90 has been back. He is back into the roster, and they have been performing so well so far.
I'm loving the re-addition back of 90 towards the Clash lane, and Clean, he's back towards the jungle here. We know the Twisted Mind that we've seen back in spring, back in KWC, it was always Highland and also Clean finding those active moments to bring their team to a higher level, right? But so far, without the likes of the 90 in the roster, it has been looking kind of bad, but fortunately, they are back here. But on the opposite team, it will be their opponents, Gen.G Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, the game changers in the Clash lane we've seen before in game number 1. Wawa, Rock, Jungle, Inwo in the mid lane, Monto, and Clue, comprising of that dual lane farm and roamer here. So far, they did pretty darn well in that first series. They brought the series back to a 1-1, but can they reciprocate that same success that they found against FE in the series against Twisted Minds?
I'll be honest, it's gonna be hard. I mean, no shade to the KME side. I think you guys have done pretty well in the season so far, but KMW is pretty hard as well.
Yeah, KMW is a very difficult region, especially you have the likes of 9Z Globan, OG, who is the champion of that series, and then right now, Twisted Minds, with the re-addition back of 90 that we just talked about at the start of the show, I think things will start looking even better for them, but they can't really underestimate Gen.G because Gen.G, they have had a heck of a growth coming into this series.
I like that you say don't underestimate them because yes, Twisted Minds, they pay respects, they will take out the and Gen.G once again going for that 100% ban so far on the early.
Yeah, Arlie is never seeing that broad daylight here for any of these teams, especially in the BO2 settings here. For Twisted Minds, they are banning out those heavy engages here coming in for Gen.G's roster here. The Maestro Nui, the Dharma has been locked away.
But then this leaves the Mayin open, right? One of the specialties that Wawa has already shown us. Same thing for the other side, which is the side of WKS champions Fearless. But we'll talk about the way that Gen.G is going to right away ban out the Byron because they know that they're allowing the pay pick to come through.
Ooh, Clean with that pay has been pretty dominant during the spring in KWC here, so it is a refreshing and remindful start here coming in from Twisted Minds draft here. For the side of Gen.G, they do put their priority over to all these top tier picks of the likes of Yuhuan and also loan in that potential flex pick towards the mid, roam, or also jungle.
This opens up quite a few doors, right? So Twisted Minds now, they can explore what they want for the Clash lane. They will leave it open for contention right now. They're going with the traditional response to a lone pick, which is a tank marksman in the form of the Gen.G, right? And this is going to be aided with the Leaping Savior, the shields, and the saves from the Zhang Fei.
I'm loving the draft here coming in from Twisted Minds because they want to play the game fast. They draft the pay, they draft the Gen.G. It is a super strong draft whereby they start damaging your turrets at 2-minute start, and it really limits the farm tempo here coming in from Monto. So the big question is, can Monto survive the laning phase against Shanks and Clean continuously damaging his turret?
True, there's two different ways they can take a look at this, right? So normally when you have a pay, one of the main concerns you have is, okay, the Clash lane needs to be very wary because there is a possibility of a very early rotation coming in from the side of Clean, right? At the same time, when that happens, you kind of buy space for your farm laners because all the action's on the top side.
And once again, Ukyo Tachibana has been hover and potentially lock in for his side of rock in towards their jungle here. This is one of the main counters towards the pay here. It is a battle between the junglers to protect or attack on towards the map here. But so far, Twisted Minds draft, if they don't pick something of a late game mage towards the mid lane, I gotta say they are not looking too good in that late game department.
That's true, but you know what? Maybe you double down and just go ham with your bets at this point, right? Charlotte now is considered, I think hasn't been locked in just yet, but I think that's a good answer, right? You don't have to expend too much to kind of force out the unending sorrow, force out the infinite fastness, dragon form. I think that's a great pick. And Twisted Minds, they're looking for that heavy dive engage. Ukyo, you want to come in? Sure, the Shi will invite you in.
This really covers up what they really need, right? You talk about late game. You need Charlotte to really man up that late game. You need the early game CC along with Zhang Fei. You have Shi to pull you in towards position, right? Because when Ukyo casts the ultimate, he's standing still here. So he's very vulnerable to all these Sulk imprints here coming in from high length pull.
Stop it, Clue. Stop it. Like,
he's always showing it.
Yeah, he's always showing it. And maybe they might. I think it's not bad of a idea, but of course Gen.G will be locking in the Yuhuan in the mid, and we get that same formula, right? It seems like they're testing every team. Do you fall for the same strategy again?
Same strategy, same Sunbin, lock in for Gen.G. This is almost the exact same lineup that they had back in game number 1 against FBHK, but just a few changes left and right towards the roster here. Can they repeat that failure, or can they remake it into a success? That is what we need to find out in this game, especially against Twisted Minds.
So, I mean, we get that Zhang Fei pick coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. Does that spoil the composition of Gen.G? Because that essentially equalizes your time lapse.
Well, it comes down to a scenario whereby if the Zhang Fei doesn't find a key engage, and the engage is very minor, then the time lapse, that time flux, can really elevate the side of Twisted Minds and Gen.G back to a original state whereby all the spells has been expended here. So what? We still have time flux, is on an 8-second cooldown. We're just going to be kiting you with our sustain and movement speed.
Right, so to put it into layman terms, Sagi is saying if ACC misses, and then Gen.G is just, Gen.G is gonna run wild.
Exactly, very well said here, Dofu. And coming in, this is game number 1 between Twisted Mind and Gen.G's draft. We're looking at Twisted Minds playing towards Shanks lane with the Gen.G and also clean pace tempo here, where they're just going for a push early game. That is their game strat here coming in for Twisted Minds.
Okay, so let's lay the foundations once again. Welcome into the Major League's last call. Both these teams will be playing a best of 2, the winner of which will be getting points. We are looking for the top 2 to go for the grand finals later today.
Yeah, top 2 goes towards the grand finals here. Top 3 bids goodbye of the entire HOK Esports 2025 year in the official tournaments here. So everything is on the line for both of these two teams. Every game counts.
Yes, and you can see the lane prowess that they have on the side of Gen.G, right? So there wasn't much value for ACC. He needs to make that quick rotation. He does not want to give Shanks that uncomfortable position playing against Monto.
And you can see the Zhang Fei with the smite, he's already actively invading the jungle against Monto here. Same can be said for South Gen.G here. They want to make sure that any possible jungle will go in towards their pockets here, but this jungle camp does go over to Gen.G.
Nice attempt on the pull, and it's looking a little bit steady for the side of Twisted Minds, and they have managed to protect their jungle camp, so that's a huge win for the side of Gen.G. Right now, Twisted Minds, the benefits of them is they have secured this Firehawk positioning, right? So they will be able to secure this, plus there is a smite available, but ACC doesn't seem to need it to help his farm laner at this point.
And so far, in terms of the early game tempo for the jungle monsters, for the jungle creeps, it's going in favor of Twisted Knight here. So for the side of Gen.G, that's a flash force from the side of 90 Charlotte here.
Yeah, because they know Rock is coming. They need to get the catch here. The stun comes in as well. Ino with the backup. This could be first blood. One more hit, and they do get it. And that's going to be Clue getting the first blood. Not the ideal target if you're looking from the side and POV of Gen.G, but a first blood is extra gold nonetheless.
Yeah, extra gold nonetheless, you are always happy to get that first blood here. It elevates so much pressure against Wawa in that clash lane here. Beautiful punish here coming in for the game changers from Algeria.
Yes, and it's very clear, right? Twisted Minds, they were expecting to be able to get the first blood off of that engage from the catches. Wawa actually committed quite a lot as well. He burned out his flash. 90 correspondingly responded with his flash, and that made Twist be in a position where they were caught out.
It's the consequences of your actions, right? Whereby you burn the flash, you get caught out by the reinforcements coming in with the form of Rock and also Inoa. That really costs you your laning phase here. The kills does go over to Clue, so not the best target that you want to actually have money funneling to for the side of Gen.G, but still a win is a win.
I mean, if you're on the side of Twisted Minds, do you really care about that first blood? Because to me, it looks like that farm lane matchup is still a 100% win. Twisted Minds, they have managed to steal those bottom camp stacks, the Horntail Beast, and right away they need more. That's what Gen.G are looking for. They will contest for this Azure buff. The jungle will come in. It was smited. Not sure who that went into. It should have gone into the hands of Clean. So that is security for the side of Twisted Minds.
Security for South Twisted Minds. Clean does smite it away here, and they regain control towards the middle lane river here. So it is still a very decent early game from both of these two teams so far. Brawl tactics here, just casual brawling here for both of these two teams.
And you can see Monto now in danger. If they can burn his ultimate before the 4-minute mark, that would be great. Yep, it's going to be a backup coming in. There is too much to have. Clue will be taken down. And Highlang responsible for the takedown. There is a backup coming in from the side of Inoa. They want to get Shanks. In fact, this could be huge. But the Leaping Saber, not enough to save them. They will have to get the life of Inoa. But that's a big trade. We don't care how you get it. The fact that we got that takedown onto Shanks, that's a big win for the side of Gen.G. And having not lost Monto as well.
That's still a 1-for-1 exchange so far. 2 kills go over to the pocket of Twisted Minds. They got Clue, they got Inoa here, but the match state goes back to a reset here where all of these teams, they need to revisit this Tyrant here. What is the call here? Is it to contest? Is it to fight? As we see, multiple members from both of these two teams, they are looking to contest for this.
Oh no, the Unbridled Outburst does not hit the mark. Time lapse going to be laid down as well. It's not looking good for the side of Twisted Minds. But here comes the damage. Wawa looking for the catch onto Shanks. Gets his life. He has done the setup. Can they get the kill? They do get it. But Twisted Minds secure that Tyrant for themselves. They have to back off now because they're so low. Highlang especially. And Gen.G, was that worth the trade?
Explosive team fights all around here, but is it worth the trade? It is slightly in favor of Twisted Minds, whereby they actually secured that Tyrant buff here. So if you're Gen.G, it's still okay because you're open upping this tower for your ticket, especially Monto, someone that needs so much farm on this lane.
If they did not get this T1, then yes, it would have been a better trade for the side of Twisted Minds, which is why you see Monto as well as Clue, they're working hard on this. At the same time, Wawa and Rock, very smart choice to even out and balance the pressure on the top side.
But this goes to show that Gen.G is actually matching the tempo coming in from Twisted Minds. We keep talking about, okay, Twisted Minds, they do exceptionally well in the early game with their draft gear here. So Rock, on this Ukyo Tachibana, he's doing a splendid job in marking Clean and Shank's rotation thus far.
But Clean does have the EXP advantage, right? I think the only thing that is really scary on the side of Gen.G is the fact that Rock can get a multi-man damage front, right, with his slashes, and that's slightly different from Clean. Clean, does he have AoE damage? A little bit, but not as much as compared to Rock.
It's not as much as compared, and he does need more of these defensive items to start dueling Rock in towards the jungle here. But so far, in terms of tempo here, Gen.G's Rock is one-upping Clean in that jungle department here, which is very interesting thus far. Especially, we keep talking about these two junglers. This is the head-to-head that we want to be looking at.
Yep, ACC getting spotted out by the side of Gen.G as they start to look at this overload. I don't think they really want to commit for this point. It's really about finding the kills. 90 gets pushed back, has to commit the flash. Very uncomfortable situation as Gen.G try to secure this 1,000 goal lead across the map.
1,000 goal lead right now. It's going into a 5-600 here. It's a 50-50 game between these two teams here. They are looking for that one potential engager that can potentially pull the game wide open here. High along here, camping in the bush, wanting to see if he can fish for a lone for himself.
True. We were kind of asking about, hey, this time-lapse ultimate by Clue, right? What value was that going to be? And I think that's the reason why he took Purify as well. The moment ACC drops the Unbridled Outburst, Clue is there with the save as well. Rock, forces another flash. This could be it. The damage comes in. They get rid of Highline right before the actual fight starts. And here comes the wraparound. Wawa on the backline. They have caught Shanks as well. Cleanse coming in. They do get the knockdown onto Rock, and this means Gen.G has to start running away. Unbridled Outburst laid down. Clue did not have to commit his Purify at this point, but they have forced out the infinite fastness, and this means trouble for Gen.G. The save attempted by the side of Monto does manage to push them back, but for now the T1 is open for the side of Twisted Minds.
Overcommit here coming in from Rock, too deep into his territory here coming in for Twisted Minds here. That golden token sealed the deal of this Ukyo Tachibana pick in the enemy jungle. That cost them 1 kill with 1 mid turret, the most important turret of the game in that early phase.
Yep, now is the time to get rid of ACC. He does not have his passive open. The save attempted by Highline will not be in time. The T1 is still there. They get the knockdown onto the side of ACC, but that's a roam. That's a trade that Twisted Minds don't mind giving. At the same time, another catch happens again. Who are they pulling? They're pulling into the save does come in on the backlines. Clean 1 against 4. What is he doing? He is winning. He has to give his life though. It's a 1-for-1 trade, 2-for-1 in fact. And at this point, Twisted Minds, they have made some damage, but Gen.G survived.
These two teams, they are relentless. They do not want to give any inch towards their enemies here. Any form of lead is elite for these two teams, and you can see they are just fighting, brawling for any parts of the map right now. 6 to 7 kills. Goalie is dead even.
With the amusement part, guys, this is a horror ride. It's swinging from left to right on both sides, and right now it is almost dead even. About what? Once again, 500, 600 gold that sets these two teams apart.
And they do find 90 here. 90 forces to use a splash gradation to back off towards safety here as Gen.G take control of this Tyrant towards the bottom side river here. Still not 10 minutes here. Still okay to give it up here. So next upcoming major objective will be that 10th minute mark where both of these two teams want to fight for their Shadow Tyrant.
Gen.G is looking for a fight now, right? Tyrant buff, you have everything. Yes, the buff timers are coming up, but Gen.G now definitely has a stronger fighting prowess. If they can catch up a member now, I think it will be great. In fact, if they can get a catch at the 9.5 minute mark, it almost soft guarantees the Tyrant. But that is the same for the side of Twisted Minds as well.
All eyes on Highline, right? If you can find those Silken Prints, land onto key members here, that could lead to a potential flash or kill that could be very detrimental going into the 10th minute mark, right? For the side of Gen.G, you're looking at Inua and Clue combination here. Speed up into the ring stun here coming in for Yuhuan, looking for those engages to recheck the bushes.
Yes, I mean, if you take a look at the side of Twisted Minds, right? I think if you're on Twisted Minds, it's all about Clean, but for now, they're trying to force... Highline is so uncomfortable, he's not able to get into positions that he wants.
It's the case here as both of these two teams look at their positioning here as 90 here might be caught out.
Oh no, 90, he does force out the Infinite Bastards, but he's in the middle of 4. And with that, the silence comes through. The save from ACC, this is a great fight for the side of Twisted Minds. They have to go all in right now. The turning tails, Gen.G on the run, but Clean looking for a target. Gets caught out by Wawa for now. But this is a great situation because the 10-minute mark means the Shadow variants are here and they get the clear as well. Twisted Minds, they cannot overstay the welcome here. There is a lot of damage, but a dive comes in. 90 wants to change the game. Too much for them to handle. There is a T3, guys. You have to back off.
So aggressive here coming in for South Twisted Minds here. They don't double down on the Rock Death here. They want for a team fight win. Right now, objectives are still up for grabs here coming in from both of these two teams here. With the low health bars here of Twisted Minds, I think this goes over to Gen.G because they have to recall from Twisted Minds.
Yes, and in fact, if they give away the Shadow Tyrant now, I think that would be really unfortunate for them. You can see them actually making a beeline for it, but it's dropping down to half its health. Shanks gives them a little bit of vision. They are looking for the engage as well, secured by the side of Gen.G. And this is great for them, but the map is not in their favor at the moment. There are waves crashing in on the top side of the map.
They will have to attend towards it, and that gives room for Twisted Minds to really rotate towards the Shadow Overlord here. So overall, still a 50-50 change in a 50-50 game. Same in kills, same in goals, same in everything.
I mean, how tight do you want this game to be? And the answer is yes, Rock. Oh, that was close. Almost got the catch there onto the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, it was ACC. So once again, Howling Wind gonna be used. They're looking for an opening. I don't think they will get anything here.
This is very worrying coming in from Twisted Minds because in terms of late game scenario, Gen.G does have a upper advantage towards them because Monto is utilizing the late game hero here, and look at 90 here going in.
Yeah, oh, that was a little bit too close, but the setup here is for Clean. The Crimson Golem is available for the taking. Rock does secure it. Another attempt to catch. Oh no, this is horrible. Nice catch from the side of Wawa. He might have to give his life for the cause here. ACC sacrifices himself for the likes of Twisted Minds because it's a 1-for-1 trade. Wawa for Highline as well as ACC. Actually, Gen.G wins this one out if they can manage to secure the defense against the Shadow variants of the Overlord and the Vanguards.
I feel like Twisted Minds, they are not respecting the 4v5 numbers game here, but Inua, you're almost getting caught out, but still, they do have the time flux here, saving Inua's health to a safe minimum here. But back to the topic here. 90 was really out of the fight here. They were taking a 4v5 up front at the moment.
Okay, but he is getting a little bit tankier now, right? And I think Shanks has been well protected so far. So if you're a Twisted Minds fan, I think this is still okay for you. In fact, the map, I would argue, is very much in favor of Twisted Minds because take a look at the T1s they've taken on the side of Gen.G. They've only taken the top and the bottom T1s, but their entire base, this map is looking very blue.
This map is looking very blue, but one team fight will break that apart here. And look at Rock here. He's actively hunting with the time flux here. The extra mobility here will push everybody coming in from Twisted Minds away from that river.
You have to take deep breaths, right? Every time the Howling Wind is used, or that time flux is used, it's so scary for the side of Twisted Minds. But here we go. This is a nice setup. Twisted Minds opening up for the side of Clean, but he unfortunately cannot show here. If he goes a little bit too early, he will get bursted down.
He will get bursted down. That is a very painful flaming palm towards his face here. Jungle control goes over to Twisted Minds here as we see both of these two teams. They are playing super safe before that Shadow Tyrant on that bottom river is about to spawn here. Look at Rocket. He might be finding out Danky here.
Oh, they have taken rid and gotten rid of 90, but it's a 1-for-1 trade for Inua. He did expand his ultimate, and here we go. Clean, looking for the cleanup. This is very uncomfortable for the side of Gen.G. They are caught in a tight spot. They have to clear the lanes, but they have to risk taking a team fight as well. And right now, Twisted Minds, will they oblige? They do. They get the catch, and that's Wawa out of the fight for the next 40 seconds. T3 guaranteed. Now it's all about that mid T3. Can they do more structural damage? Burst comes in, but the save from ACC, the silence does not matter. Twisted Minds will get out.
The sure Silk imprint coming in from Haya is making plays after plays here. One play onto Inua, one play onto Wawa, and Monto's ultimate was forced away. I did sure as well here. He's the lowest goal in the game, but he's doing so much work for Twisted Minds.
You don't need go on the Shi. I mean, that's the whole point, right? The Shi pick is a very inexpensive pick. You get to just be that free catch for the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, Gen.G, they need to figure something out because that's the Shadow Tyrant in the hands of TM.
TM is in such a commanding position right now. Just 2-3 minutes before, it was still a 50-50 game. You can see Twisted Minds 90. He's playing so relentlessly, wanting to always force out these positionings here coming in from Gen.G.
I mean, they were looking at Rock, right? They actually managed to spot him out for a little bit. And now, this is complete map control. Yes, it is 10-10 in terms of the kill score, but the map is definitely in favor of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds here under the influence of this Overlord here. They want to take this, they want to utilize the double objective to really punish the map, especially right now. They want to look for a Baron base here, clear out all the tier 3s in Gen.G space. That's when they can potentially look for the game-winning push.
And this is where they play with the vision, right? So 90 nowhere to be seen. Gen.G had to be really careful. At the same time, Clean does have the Sage's Sanctuary just bought. He's gonna have a second life. They managed to scout him out for a bit, but taking him down is not gonna be easy anymore.
It's not going to be easy. He's went for that tank jungle item, the Hunter's Grip, and then he's building all these defensive items such as the Pure Sky here. So he's an assassin with defensive items here to really chunk out the likes of Monto, Inuwa, or to survive burst against Rock and Wawa here. So that is a very good itemization here. But look at the tier 3 here, getting hit by the tokens here, going about half health.
And to make things even more difficult, you have the Leaping Savior coming out from ACC. You also have Redemption coming out from ACC. That's the roam item that gives you extra shield. So essentially, it's like fighting 5v6 here.
5v6 here for the side of Twisted Minds. Extra shield. Look at that shield coming in from Clean here. That's just from skill 2 human form here. And then you can see they're starting to mark down the final turrets towards the mid lane here. Passive attack coming in from Queen. Passive attack coming in from Shanks here. Will take down this potential final turret.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the catch. Rock is falling a little low with the T3. It is a Baron base. Inward, the first one to fall from Gen.G. The save is not going to be enough. Unbridled Albers by ACC pushing all of them back. And right now, Gen.G, there is a little bit of life, but the crystal might not hold. And Twisted Minds take game number 1.
What a competitive game 1 between Twisted Minds and Gen.G. But in those final few moments, in those final few minutes, it was Twisted Minds with the superior gameplay coming in from Hailang, finding picks after picks after picks to seal the lead for the Twisted Minds lineup.
That's right. It's important marker of success, and that's to be able to get the game number 1. Every point matters in this qualifier. And of course, this is KIC last call qualifiers, not just the Major League, because we have WKS in here.
Yeah, WKS is one of the best teams so far as well in the entire region, that we always see them being this repeat force, right? That they always visit in all these global tournaments here. So not having WKS, that's a big no-no here. But we have to see whether they can back that qualifier slot to that top 2 for that BO7.
This game was so hard, man. Gen.G, I think, we can definitely see the viability of the lineup, but Twisted Minds, the way that they played with the vision across the map, as well as the setups by Highline, as well as the saves from ACC, made it so difficult because there were very little gaps, and it was a couple of seconds of a small opening, which Gen.G could never catch because there was no setup available.
It was very 50-50 for the entire duration of the game, but coming down to those key moments here, I think we really need to give props towards Hailang. He was finding those holes in a masterclass way where Inuwa was always being pulled towards the team without even burning that ultimate, and he was the first to fall in these team fights, whereby you need the Yuan to keep on pumping heals, pumping stuns, but without the Yuan, things just got so easy for Twisted Minds to break the line of Gen.G.
Exactly, and the AoE stuns, AoE damage was definitely not enough, right? And there were multiple angles of entry. That is one of the scary things about the Twisted Minds lineup, which is you have 90 coming in from your left, and then you have Highland catching you from the middle, and if things go awry, ACC has the Unbridled Outburst to knock you all back.
I think in terms of teamfight, definitely Twisted Minds in this game number 1 performed in a much better fashion compared to Gen.G, but it was really down to those final few moments here. But MVP does belong to Hailang here. You gotta praise him, you gotta prize him for having this MVP, because without his pulls on those final few targets, it would have been anyone's game.
I actually feel like Hailang fell quite a few more times than just 2 deaths, but yeah, beautiful gameplay, 228. Like, it doesn't really matter the amount of damage that you do with a utility mage, right? It's really about setting up the team fight for your team members, and Hailang did that wonderfully.
did that wonderfully, and I think we will be having some replays here on moments that we can actually show you. But this is the early game catch on towards 90 here. He did burn the flash here. The cavalry came for the side of Gen.G to really capitalize on 90 in these exchanges here. And this is one of those polls that really got the first blood here for the side of Twisted Mind's lineup.
Exactly. The golden token as well is really what makes this composition so scary on the side of Twisted Minds, right? And one of the things you'll notice as you take a look at the replays of this game is that the big win conditions come from Rock and Monto. If they're not in sync with each other, even if you get the stun from Rock, it's not going to be enough. The rebate on the health, the silence, it doesn't really help that much.
It doesn't really help that much. That's why if anyone continuously falls in these team fights, they can't really provide the amount of healing that they're expecting with the time flux and with the likes of Inua's healing on that Yuan, right? But that's game one between Twisted Minds and also Gen.G Esports. I gotta say, it's looking very, very close between these three teams.
Yes, very close, very tight. And I think right now, to fix that problem, Gen.G needs a little bit more damage. But for that, we'll give them a little bit of time. Let's go for a break. When we're back, we come back with game number 2.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Takiki, takiki, takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine.
We're back from a break, and that was game one between Twisted Minds and Gen.G Esports. It was so competitive until the final few moments, whereby Hailang found those key picks to secure the victory for his team.
So will they be the first team to get a 2-0 scoreline? Because I think that kind of soft guarantees you to be in that grand final slot.
That's the interesting thing, right? If they 2-0 Gen.G, that puts Gen.G in a horrible spot whereby it allows Gen.G to be in this spot whereby they rely on FEHK or Twisted Minds to lose 0-2 to each other. So it's a very not the best spot you want to be in for Gen.G. So they have to put in whatever they have in this game, number 2.
For sure. I mean, Gen.G's dream is now that they are able to tie the series. If not, they are placing their tournament lives in the hands of Fearless Esports. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Gen.G will pick the blue side. They will be banning out the Guan Yu as well as the Arlie, which means there is a chance of the Princess Frost Liang combination maybe?
That seems to be the case, and especially when you ban out Guan Yu, it opens up a lot of these picks from the farm lane pool, like the Channel, like the Floorball Marksman, that does traditionally pretty bad against all these setups here. So for Gen.G, their potential first picks here will be the Liang that you talk about. The Princess Frost Liang may be a combination here.
Actually, I think Twisted Minds, if the pick does not come out, right, there is a potential of number 1 Agan and Mo for the side of Gen.G. There's also the traditional Princess Frost combination that goes really well with it. But Twisted Minds, they pick up the Long. This is a great counter strategy against the suppression lineup.
And this is the same 1-2 that we saw so far coming in for Gen.G in that first game here, but it is being hovered on towards the Mozi instead, potentially going to that roamer role. So for Twisted Minds, they are trying to prioritize the best lane matchup for ACC and Shanks.
There we go. Gen.G double down on the risk. They will pick up the Princess Frost and Liang combination, and this is going to be the Jing coming in for the side of Rock, who is going to try and make life as difficult as possible for the side of Shanks.
It's a good thing coming in from Gen.G, right? Because this is a standard combination that they always love to play because of the Liang, because of the Princess Frost, whereby you allow the Liang and Jing to go for that farm tempo, get that level 4 fast ASAP for Liang, whereby Princess Frost, she's just like another roamer going to the side lane, helping you win out that lane here, right? But Liu Bang, I love this pick. It somewhat counters the Liang ultimate here.
It also negates the catch by Jing, right? Especially, you know, with that big heal coming in from the Battlefield Command. It really negates the damage that you do to that member on the side of Twisted Minds, and I feel like this is a fantastic pick.
A fantastic pick here, and it really counteracts what Gen.G is trying to deliver here. But at the end of the day, it comes down to execution here. Where the 90 can play this Liu Bang to a perfection will be his test here to really counteract this Liang-Jing combination.
I think the bigger question is then, like, who you put on Wawa, man? Because they have taken out Fatih. Fatih is a great answer towards the Liu Bang because you can kind of destroy his Dominator shield before it comes to the full effect with your own slashes as well. But now that that big burst potential is taken away, what is the next answer for the side of Gen.G?
What is the next answer here coming in from the Gen.G? They picked Mayin already. There is no Fatih, there's no Dharma here. He can always revisit the Charlotte per se, or something like the... what is there to pick coming in for the side of Wawa? Byron maybe? There's still the
Byron, I think. Byron's great. I mean, you can get a knockup onto the Xiao Xiao as well as a Long. In fact, Moritz is also a risk. But the thing is, it's a very one-dimensional pick here. So we'll see. Do they lock this in?
I am loving the Sun Tzu here. It provides the crowd control that Gen.G really lacks onto multiple targets here. Or Byron as well. It is one of those strong lane counters in against the Liu Bang or even Charlotte, right? It really matches that side lane tempo against the likes of 90 here. So they're just playing with me. Every time I say a hero, they're just gonna skip towards it. And right now, they lock in the Fuzi here. So Fuzi, he's one of the traditional counters towards Long because his spell 2, the Intuition, can block percentage damage like Pure Sky here. So for Long to land a spell onto him, he pressed the spell 2, it's gonna be scratching his back.
At the same time, he can interrupt the Battlefield Command. Right, Battlefield Command, if you get stunned during that animation, you cancel the ultimate, essentially. I mean, you can use the instant TP, but you don't get the heal values, and that really, really lowers the efficiency of the Battlefield Command. Now, Twisted Minds, they're gonna wrap this up with the potential Fate pick. We'll see whether that's locked in. That is gonna be locked in. Now, it is a squishy lineup on the side of Gen.G. Do you agree with this? Do you like this?
If it's late game, when the Fuzi comes online, it will be pretty darn good coming in from Gen.G, which relies and puts a lot of pressure onto Clue on this Liang to find those early game engages with the likes of Jing and also Princess Frost for Gen.G. So your Twisted Minds, right? You want to be dominating the map because that's a heck of a lot of damage you're coming in from Twisted Minds draft.
True, but they're very squishy as well. So it's a double-edged sword, right? I love this because it's so exciting. Things can go south really quickly for either one of these teams, and you know it it will be down to one singular decision.
One single decision defers these two teams here, and one single game also sets their tempo in this entire final qualifier towards that KIC 2025 here. If Gen.G fails to bring this series back to a 1-1 in this BO2, it will look terrible for their hopes for that KIC slot.
Yes, it definitely does mean then Twisted Minds have sort of soft secured their slot into the grand finals later today. So we'll see how this one goes. Gen.G against Twisted Minds, backs against the wall. Who's gonna win this series?
I don't know, but I definitely want to say Gen.G, Twisted Minds, one of them have to perform spectacularly for that micro rotation here, because once we see Clue on this Liang and also Rock on this Jing, you're starting to see this tempo whereby Clue, he will man mark this mid lane, he will leash the jungle, he will allow Rock to take the most gold as much as possible.
Interesting. Inua going for the steal instead, allowing for the shared farm for Clue. So they really want to rush this level 4 potential. But here we go. This is going to open up doors for the first bits of damage coming in, of which Wawa is the victim.
So how this works is actually very simple because of the jungle item and also the roamer item. But if both of them is present in the same lane, the full gold goes to whoever last hits the minion here. So Inua, he knows he's a secondary support. His level 4 is not as important as Clue's level 4 here. So as long as Clue and Rock hit level 4 first, that's more important in this combination.
That's true. Here we go. Potential freeze coming in 90. Sidesteps that attempt. And Twisted Minds, they survive for now, but there is a little bit of pressure coming in. Clean is looking for an opening. Will not be able to find it. Just gets the opportunity to extend and amplify his farm.
I think towards the late game, Wawa and 90, this matchup will be pretty interesting to see. 90 will be in this position whereby, okay, you go for the split push, then Wawa is just going to terrorize your entire side lane here. So timing of ultimate here from 90 will be very key in this matchup.
And also catching Clean, right? Like, if Clue gets a catch on the Clean, I think this team fight essentially is over because they can actually burst him down really quickly. And then we will take a look at the reaction speeds of Hailang and Shanks and ACC.
And one more thing that we failed to really identify here is Monto is getting super pressured out by Shanks and ACC in that farm lane here. Not the best situation here, but Rock here getting punched out a bit on the health bars.
Very uncomfortable. Nice stun from ACC. And I feel like every single stun is a huge worry to the side of Gen.G, right? Like, every stun is a potential kill waiting to happen from the side of Twisted Minds.
And I think that's like a mistake of an ultimate here coming in from 90. He thought Clean wanted to go for the all-in here. He came down with the battlefield command here. So that's a 40 to 50 second spell on cooldown coming in from Twisted Minds here. That leaves Clue with this power control up and available for those potential catches.
So Gen.G have, what, 40 seconds to really make the best out of this situation before Twisted Minds come back to full power in terms of winning potential team fights. And Wawa is going to get to work to secure that space, right? This is the second one of the game, I believe. And Monto, for now, very rare, but he gets to have a little bit of safety in the farm lane.
This is the pressure being generated because of Liu Bang's ultimate being on cooldown, and also Clue and Inua completely disappearing from the map here. So you see both of the side lanes here coming in from 90 and also Shanks. They are not walking out at all because they know the moment they walk out, they will be in risk of that flash ultimate here. So it's a very good discipline practice coming in from both Twisted Mind side laners.
It's not just about getting the big wins for yourself, it's also understanding what the win conditions are on your opponent's side, right? So at this point, I like the way that they're playing on the side of Twisted Minds, right? They're disallowing that potential from both Clue and Inua. And this one really puts you in a very irritating situation because as Gen.G, you know you're desperate now. You need the win. And here we go. That desperation might become your weakness.
Clue here going for the ultimate here, does catch out the Queen.
Yep, the huge knockup as well, and it's not looking good for Gen.G. Here comes the save from ACC, Tejas Mike as well. They get ACC instead, and that's gonna be first blood going to the hands of Gen.G. Now, it's actually first blood happened to Rock first, so it's a return kill. Twisted Minds, they actually have the advantage here because they have access into the jungle.
Access into the jungle, but look at the big increase coming in from fighting, and also Hyla immediately eliminating Inua and Clue from that exchange.
Hailang, he knew they were desperate, and that was a nice knockup, as well as a beautiful blossoming fan from the side of Twisted Minds. And the rewards are deep with this one. Gen.G will start to trail. This is a 2,000 goal lead. They do get the return kill onto the side of Hailang, but it's Hailang. It does not matter because Clean is on the hunt, as well as Shanks. He's gonna get the flash. They get the kill, and it's gonna be followed up. Clean makes it out with no punishment.
Now he's in. He is so clean on towards this fate here. Multiple kills go in favor for the side of Twisted Minds. Make it all the buffs as well and the mid turret here. Twisted Minds completely on top of here right now. We can see the engager. Beautiful 3-man stun flash on towards 90 here. Beautifully set up.
Crazy. This is exactly what you want, right? So Twisted Minds, it's early, yes, it's 5 minutes in the game, but it's a 3,000 gold lead, 4 buffs in the hands on the side of Twisted Minds. Crimson buff on Shanks, Crimson buff on Clean, as well as Azure buff on Clean. So this is a very scary situation.
And it puts Gen.G in such a difficult position, right? Because they are a team composition whereby they excel with every ultimate here coming in from Cruz Liang, right? But so far, not a single one has converted it into a lead here. That's why we see 5 to 6 minutes, 3,000 gold lead in the hands of Twisted Minds.
And you know what sucks is the fact that they're having a level deficit. So even if they get the combination off, they might not have enough damage. And here we go once again. This is going to be secured. No, by this side of Clean. And they lose that Azure Golem again. Gen.G, there is nothing on the map for them.
This is the pressure here coming in from Clean, especially when you're winning on a Fate. That ultimate execution really costs you a lot here. And Monto here might be caught out.
Oh no, they do get the finishing blow. Rock is the first one to get taken down. Monto as well. Inuo will follow shortly. Clue, the last one left, as Wawa left to fend for himself. He makes himself seen, and now 3-on-1. There is no way he survives this.
Ace here coming in from Twisted Minds. Quadra kill here coming in from Fate on such a clean Fate. He is definitely dominating the map.
It's not even pretty at this point. It's pre-7 minutes, and Twisted Minds are now knocking on the doors of the T3s against Gen.G.
This is reminding me of glimpse of Twisted Minds back in KWC, where they had such dominating performances, and right now, almost a 10,000 goal lead at 7 minutes for Twisted Minds. This is crazy performance.
That's crazy, right? Normally we're looking at teams getting like 1k GPM. This is more than 1,000. This is scarily, I mean, this is greed from the side of Twisted Minds, but it's a deserved greed because the way they have been playing is so wonderful.
So wonderful, so well disciplined. You can see how 90 and Shanks dodge out all these gank opportunities here, but look at Clue here, flashing, wanting to find the opportunity, does get the ultimate.
Yeah, but it's them who get caught, and a beautiful double kill coming in, as well as a third one, and this one is going to seal the deal for them. Clean might have to give his life. No, he doesn't even need to. And now we're just left with the sole member, Inua, as he watches on, as Twisted Minds look to lay waste to the structures on the side of Gen.G. They get the flash in as well. He is the last one, and Ace once again, as Twisted Minds, this is game point. There's no way to come back. 10 seconds, no, 1 second. It might be 1 second too long because the backdoor protection is going to be off. Twisted Mind looking for the final blow. Do they survive this? No, they do not. They actually do. There is no more waits for the side of Twisted Minds just now.
Indeed, do fall multiple members here as even more members fall for the side of Twisted Minds. Inua respawning back towards the base here, but no members of Gen.G is here to defend this crystal that is so low in health and make it an ace, make it a clean 2-0, 8 minutes 30 seconds is the timer of this game. Number 2 for Twisted Minds.
That's our fastest game today, and this is a 2-0 Twisted Minds. They have stamped their chalk. This is team number 1 that has a soft guarantee of going into KIC.
I think this is the KWC version of the Twisted Minds that we want to see, and they are showing very good results in game number 2. Game 1, it was still very close, 50-50, but game 2, I gotta say, that Liu Bang pick here coming in from 90 really was the biggest counter against the Princess Frost and Liang. Whoever the Liang ulted, the 90 ultimate will come down as the Liu Bang and cancel off the power control immediately here. So it was so difficult here coming in for the side of Gen.G.
Yes, super smooth, very smart, and understanding the win conditions, right? So one of the weaknesses of this Princess Frost and Liang combination is actually the level deficit. Because if you have a level deficit, you will not be able to kill off the targets, even if you get the catch. And with a, at this point you were saying, 12,000? Was it 12,000 gold ahead?
11 to 12 at the end of the game.
Yeah, like Twisted Minds was 10 to 12,000 ahead of their competition. There was no way this game was going to come back unless they bought themselves another, 10 minutes or so on the side of Gen.G.
And it was very difficult. Every fight that Gen.G was on the proactive side, the Twisted Mind reaction was so darn fast, the damage was so damn heavy that caused the Twisted Minds to rethink like, oh, are they coming at us because they can win, or are they forced to come at us because they know there's no other chance to do so?
I mean, everything just went in the way of Twisted Minds, right? Let's take a look at the damage. Okay, it might not seem like a lot, but if you take a look, the timing of the game, this is 50,000 worth of damage, plus, from the side of Clean, the jungler on the Fade. That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage for 8 minutes games as well, and you can even put into consideration that you add Monto, you add Inua, the damage will be about the same, but this is the gold chart we're talking about. This is not a 12-minute game. This is a 8-minute, 32 seconds game with a 13,000 gold lead for Twisted Minds.
Oh, it's not even 12, it's 13. Like, okay, normally the number in the middle is like 10-minute mark. This is like 4 minutes, the first carrier of the game, and Twisted Minds just went sprinting. No marathon, this is a sprint.
No Marathon, no Shadow Tyrant, no Overlord, no Shadow Overlord. It was one good team fight coming in from Twisted Minds, collecting multiple jungle camps coming in for the side of Gen.G, leading to Clean with this beautiful Fate performance, 905 in KDA, 30% damage dealt, and a total goal of 26%, leading his team with the charge to victory.
This is why Jades are so valuable, right? And Clean is showing you why Jades are of certain values in the market. 905, a beautiful scoreline, and this was aided on by the team, right? Like, we have to give the shoutouts to ACC. His mortar was on point. The Cannon Blast hitting majority of the targets most of the time. You also have the Highland Burst in the form of the Xiao Xiao. Beautiful teamwork coming in from the side of Twisted Minds.
And this is the team fight that we talk about, right? Trading Rock for ACC. I'll take that over any day here coming in with Twisted Minds. But look at 90 split here. Boom, flash into 3 members here. That is a Zero Golem here. And then coming back to life here, you see Rock falling in favor towards Clean here. And then Clean getting another kill onto Monto here. At this point, things are looking super duper rough for the Game Changers.
Yeah, and this was looking like in normal situations, this would be like, okay, you know what, they lost the fight, there is a chance to come back. But this is 6.5 minutes, and they were getting ace after ace on a sort of Twisted Minds, and this one was a beautiful one. Like you said, the save coming in from 90 made the world's difference.
It really made world's difference, especially your bread and butter of this composition is Clu's ultimate on towards the Liang here, but every attempt that you do was cancelled off by 90 on the Liu Bang. That just goes to show maybe the potential engager coming in from Gen.G was not on the other members. It should have been on the Liu Bang.
That's true. I mean, Twisted Minds, if you take a look at what they are going through, this is the Twisted Minds of every end season, right? KMW last season, they came in swinging, won the grand finals. Now, yes, a stumble nonetheless, but now take a look at where they're at. This is a monstrous way to win the game and to win the series. Best of 2, 2-0, clean.
That's why they have Clean on their team, and this is the last call standing as we mentioned. Leading the chart is a 2-0 victory of Twisted Minds with that 3-pointer and FE. Because of that 0-1, they got 2 points instead. And Gen.G, they're bottom of the barrel, only having 2 points here. So if you're FE, if you just get one game against Twisted Minds, that could really secure you for that playoffs later on.
Exactly, and this one will be a bit tough because, like you said, Gen.G's lifeline now is in the hands of Fearless Esports. If Fearless, wait, does it really matter? If Fearless Esports wins 2-0, it's still the same score. They still
the same score.
Yeah, so I think it's bye-bye Gen.G.
Well, this one really, the only scenario that we're looking at is if FE loses 0-2 against Twisted Minds, that may potentially put them in a same points, whereby they are all stuck at 0-2. So that may force a potential tiebreaker, which then we have to revisit back their goal, their scores, or potentially even an extra game, but that we'll explain later on towards the tournament here. But that is all the series here coming in from Gen.G and also Twisted Minds here. But moving on, after the break, we have the next series here. Do stay tuned.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, Find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and try can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grim energy, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will build them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to go.
on my grind. In disguise, we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a show fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's on the fight, calling out for the game.
This series is the most important one so far for all these teams. If FEHK does lose a 0-2, that may give Gen.G a bit of hope into the upcoming playoffs here. But my name is Sangi alongside Kindofu. We will be bringing you the final BO2 of this single round robin before we head into that BO7.
Yes, so right now Gen.G are hoping that Twisted Minds win 2-0 against the likes of Fearless Esports. If Fearless Esports wins just one game, Gen.G are out. But let's take a look at Twisted Minds as they step forward.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Once again, we welcome the masterminds in the form of Twisted Mind, represented by 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Highling in the mid, Shanks in the farm lane, and of course ACC once again in the roam and support. So Twisted Minds now, they also hold the cards of Gen.G's lifeline.
They indeed do here, and with another 2-0 or even 1-1 in terms of the scoreline, that could eliminate Gen.G's hope in this entire qualifier to the KIC for the last chance here. So tournament hopes here for all these teams here, for Twisted Minds and also FEHK. If it's a 1-1, then both of them will advance to that playoffs.
Yes. But nonetheless, I think Twisted Minds have already taken a step forward, right? So they will be in charge of the Grand Finals here, going up against Fearless Esports.
And Fearless Esports in the Clash lane will be Snow, Miku, Ya Jungle, TL in the mid lane, KK, Farm, and Woodwind for the roamer role. And so far, FEHK has displayed pretty decent gameplay so far. They did drop a game against Gen.G, but it will be interesting for them going up against Twisted Minds, one of the best teams in the global landscape.
And once again, I think it's all about the Clash lane, right? We're taking a look at 90 and Snow, and I think this will be a very fantastic matchup between the two Clash laners. They will really make the world's difference.
I think it's also, like you mentioned, right, Clash lane, and then we also have mid lane, whereby Highlang was the equilibrium breaker with that shirt. And for the side of FEHK, it was TL on that Nua, who really put a stomp towards Gen.G in that game number 1 here. So for these two teams, it will be interesting because for FE, they need to force that one win, and that one win will push them to that playoffs. Where they can do it, it will have to be proven now.
And I feel like it's so difficult because you can't ban out the heroes. Like, you can't ban out all the heroes on Snow and 90 as well. So it's max, I give you 4 heroes of the Clash lane out of the picture. There's still plenty more to pick.
Yeah, plenty more to pick, but priority in our pick and bans will be given over to the top priority picks, right? Like the Maestro Nui, Arlie, Dharma, Luna, Jingpei, all these top tier heroes, right? That's why all these pick and bans in a BO2 setting, you will want to draft the strongest possible draft as much as possible.
Wow, they banned out the TL Nua. They know that's a big threat. So Fearless, they are going to be taking one mage down here, but there's so many big picks still available for the side of Fearless.
There's still the Arlie, there's still the Dharma here. That's the Arlie that you were talking about. Did we get to see an Arlie in the entire BO2? That's your answer here, Kin. We do in fact see the daylight for this Arlie on towards hands of Shanks.
Okay, so what? Xiao Xiao straight away? TL?
maybe it's one of the counters here. There's still the Dharma up for grabs. They can do like a Dharma into an assassin here for the counter against the Arlie here. But Yuan here and Shoyu already up for the picks here for the side FE.
Whoa. In fact, okay, let me double down. I feel like a Musashi is going to be a great pick here. Twisted Minds are looking at the Guan Yu and the Zhang Fei, both very big difference makers in the teamfight department as well. One responsible for catching, the other responsible for pushing away. It can go both ways for both these heroes.
And if on the side of FE, you can still flex the Yu Huan towards the mid roam or potentially the jungle, right? So there's still a lot of options here coming in from FE. Maybe they can play the Yu Huan Dolia combination. They can potentially put the Yu Huan into the roamer role. There's still a lot up for grabs for FEHK in this draft here. For Twisted Minds, you are starting to see this double engage composition here that's looking to zone out the likes of KK on the Shoyu.
Yes, and they are also taking out the Jing that's available for the side of Clean here. There are still some pretty big picks available. I think, is Faye something you look for in Twisted Minds lineup?
I mean, it's still up for grabs, one of the picks up there, but for Twisted Minds right now, potentially they will need a secondary carry, maybe something like the Hanshin, maybe something like the Fate that you just mentioned, which has been banned away from the side of Twisted Minds. Because if you look at the Twisted Minds composition, yes, Shanks on Arlie, great, but if it gets outscaled, it's a single damage source that can be out damaged by KK's Shoyu in that late game.
Yes, and huge burst, right? You don't want to allow that growth. And Fearless Esports have shown us the Soyot before. Very strong pick on their players' hands. KK very well-rounded with that as well. And they're looking to pair that up with the Agudo. So there's a lot of long-range initiations. But we'll see. Okay, they settle on the Dune. So they want that massive shield also to stop the Guan Yu.
It opens up the Musashi pick here for the side of Clean here. Musashi can counter against the likes of Adun, can handle against the Yu Huan, can man mark the Shoyu here. So it's a very decent pick so far coming in from Twisted Mind. It covers up that thing that we mentioned about that secondary carry that they really need in these late game team fights.
Yes, the Musashi actually does quite a bit of damage against the Dune because with the Imperil state, he does not get get his health back, and that's going to be a big concern because if they manage to get the burst down onto the Dune, then the backline is completely opened up. And with the addition of the Princess Frost, if they land that significant frigid prison onto important members like even the Ma Yin on the side of Fearless, it could spoil the entire game plan.
But definitely do damage like you mentioned here. I'm very curious what FE's plans are for this Yu Huan. Is it going for the roam? Is it coming in with a different mid pick? What is the plan here coming in from FE? They have already removed themselves from the equation of being able to pair with double healing like the Diadem or the double ultimate here with the Dolia here. So for FE, what is the option here? Ooh, Zhuangzi being the last pick here. It does make a lot of sense.
But the butterfly effect only lasts for a couple of seconds. Is it long enough to deal with the Guan Yu Razor Cavalry?
We will have to find out, right? Because Zhuangzi in this fifth pick here, at least it gives comfort for Shoyu on the hands of KK and Yu Huan on the hands of TL to play these team fights to a much better caliber here. But it does prove one thing, FE is on a much more reactive role compared to Twisted Minds with so much proactive spells.
True. KK's difference maker now is the amount of stacks he has for his getaway, right? His ultimate. So if he runs out of the getaway stacks, then it's going to be a very scary situation for the side of Fearless. Yes, you have to save in the form of Woodwind in the form of the butterfly effect. Yes, but if you get caught out even after the Purify and the Cleanse, then you're in for a horrid time on the side of KK.
You will be in for a treat here, especially like you mentioned, right? Zhuangzi's ultimate, once it's down, you better be sure what kind of ultimate will be thrown onto your face. But that leads to a question, right? This Zhuangzi, what is he going to purify with that butterfly effect, right? There's so much things that's going to be thrown onto you. There's the Musashi ultimate, there's the Guan Yu push, there's the bridal offers coming in from Zhang Fei here. So much options, but so little ultimates here coming in from Woodwind.
Exactly. Twisted Minds just has to stagger their skill usage, and then you're left in a very confusing time for the side of Fearless, right? What do you choose? What do you decide? And that one decision will change the outcome, the plane of the fight for sure.
It will indeed, but this will be game number 1 between Twisted Minds and FEHK in a best of 2. This is the final BO2 of our round robin before we decide who goes on to that playoffs BO7.
Yes, the monster matchup between the farm laners. Who is going to get the initial growth they're looking for? Is it going to be Shanks? Is it going to be KK? Their lives are in the hands of their other team members. Let's see game number 1.
And starting off the game, we have already seen a mid lane start for the Arlie here. This pushed up the tempo, farming tempo for the Arlie to get that Doomsday as early as possible here. You can see rotations here, but top lane 1v1.
I think, okay, Snow actually gets out. So 90 does not even want to waste time, right? He wants to make sure that he gets the lane freeze and also make sure that he gets a level advantage against Snow.
I mean, that's a very good 1v1 here coming to the top side. 90 burns the sprint. Snow burns the flash onto the Mayin here. And towards the bottom side here, you can see domination already being arranged for the side of Twisted Mind Shanks, as he's got a lot of resource in towards his pockets.
And KK in a little bit of a risk here. And you can see, right, Twisted Minds, I like this lineup. And it's going to be like that all the way until that balance swings. And Fearless Esports needs to find that balance swing either in the clash lane or the mid lane. They need something here.
And the interesting matchup between Arlie and also the Shouyue. Early game, it goes in favor of the Arlie. But if KK, he gets to scale towards that mid game with no disturbance coming in from Twisted Minds, he can 3-tap the Arlie in that late game scenario.
For sure. I mean, at this point, is how long can he stay alive without being taken down, right? That probably is the true win condition here. As 90, once again, just being a nuisance to the side of Fearless Esports, which is exactly what he needs to be, and he is going to be, because the rotations are coming in. Twisted Minds, they're looking for the target. They get the Shattered Ice, and they do get a catch. It is going to be on Snow, and Snow should be first blood, giving it into the hands of 90 here, as Fearless Esports unable to handle that first rotation.
And this goes back to that 1v1 towards that level 1 here. Snow, no flash, unable to escape from that Razor Cavalry, gets sent to the depths of Twisted Minds' warm embrace here. First blood goes over to Twisted Minds as they have a 1000 goldie already on top of the board.
Yes, and they get the high lane rotation down as well, which means KK will not get enough space to farm. Shank should be able to secure this Horn-tail beast once again, and it's not looking good. KK, he's just bleeding resources right now.
Bleeding resources, losing gold, but that is what a Shouyue has to face against an Arlie in towards that early game, right? So for this Shouyue, if he can farm until that Daybreaker mark, which is about 10th minute, 3 items, that could be huge here. And those wild rounds, those are hitting hard.
Yes, it is. The snipe is super important, right? KK so far has been pretty accurate with this, and you can see Shanks just want to make sure that he puts a little bit more pressure. The longer they can keep a cap on KK, the better chance they have in winning this late game.
Do agree with you, and that is very well said here. The timer is on the side of Twisted Minds. Every little engage, every little lead will have to be played to a top level perfection here. If not, you cannot afford for KK here, but look at engage coming in from Miku.
Yep, the setup, but Highlang with the Winders here as well. This is not looking good. It's a secondary kill for the side of Twisted Minds, and Fearless Esports cannot find a breathing space.
The beautiful combination of the Princess Frost and Guan Yu combination here. The push into the Frigid Prison into the absolute doom for Miku on this Dune here. And that is a 2-level lead for Clean in that jungle against the Dune.
And still they're pressuring this Spike Tail Beast, which is so hard to deal with. There's no options, no answers. And now with 4 different members on the Tyrant at this 4-minute mark, it is really hard to contest. Unless a surprise steal comes in, not going to be happening on the side of Fearless Esports as they're looking to catch Miku. But he should have that wind slash. Will be able to make it out for now. No, butterfly effect, that's not enough. And with that, he falls. And this opens up the Zio Golem taken. And here comes the duel to the death. They get the flash onto the side of KK. Clean now has to be really careful. They did try for the Maple Dance, did not manage to save, but Clean, because he's too far away, there is no cleanup.
No cleanup. Kills go over to the side of Twisted Minds. Buff goes over as well, plus the Tyrant here. And right now, so much pressure on towards Clean, towards the bottom side here as we see. KK is forced to back off from this turret.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting so much free damage here, and this is no longer the case, but they do get a return kill onto 90, a nice consolation prize in a trade for the T1 at the bottom. So Fearless Esports, they need more of this, but they need a lot more still.
They indeed lead a lot more still. They need to buy as much time as possible for KK Shoryue to really find that 3-item power spike into the late game scenario here. Then they have a shot to really play these team fights. But so far, at 5 minutes mark, we're starting to see 2,000 gold lead go in favor of Twisted Minds already.
That's a lot, and 1,000 in that is actually in the hands of Shanks. He has a 1.1k lead against KK, and that's a very hard position to be in because the Doomsday is already available for Shanks, which means he does a ton of damage against Miku and Snow.
He will do a lot of damage. This is the early power spike that we keep praising about. You give her a good early game, but that's a snipe towards Hylang here. Hylang gets eliminated towards the mid lane here as we get a replay on how 90 actually falls towards the hands of both TL and also Snow.
So that's the value of the Snow, right? The Snow pick, the grab, and with that ACC now placed in a very uncomfortable situation. Will he make it out? The heals come through. It might not be enough. He actually jumps to his safety, and now it is his counterpart, Clean in the jungle, sacrificing himself. That was not the trade they were looking for.
Good catches so far for the side of FEHK, forces out ACC, gets a kill on towards Clean, and Hylang was nowhere to be seen defending that mid lane turret because of the snipe coming in from KK here. So good stuff. FEHK back onto the board.
Okay, but they have a lot more work to do. So they have recovered the gold, but right now they need to recover across the map. T1 in the mid, that's great. They get a little bit of fog of war onto the side of Twisted Minds. What more can they acquire from the map so far?
I think for FEHK, as long as they can stall the game, like we keep mentioning time and time again, it's already good for them. As long as it's not an avalanche of the lead coming in for Twisted Minds. If you're FEHK, fine. Let's just take that and let's play the late game scenario that we are so good at.
Yes, KK right now, I think the next big item is probably the Shadow Reaper, right? The moment he gets the attack speed, he's going to be a true menace to the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, they're chasing onto 90, and he's not going to make it out. The catch comes in. Snow, beautiful work. At the same time, Miku buying attention for the team, and this opens up the space for the damage. KK landing the shots, as well as Snow cleaning up for the side of Fearless Esports, and suddenly this lead is non-existent.
Non-existent is the keyword here, and KK getting engaged by the Musashi here, going dangerously low.
Yeah, we talked about the stacks. He gets the getaway as well, and now Clean is in the middle of 3. There is no escape. He gets taken down. Woodwind responsible for this one, and the T1 is wide open at the bottom.
So many W's for FEHK out of the last 3 minutes here. Mid tower, multiple kills here, and multiple defeats on towards Clean here right now. I gotta say, Snow has been so key in all these comeback plays.
And they're making the model come true, right? This is Fearless, and they are truly peerless at this point. A couple of plays, 3 extra kills, and now they have evened out that deficit that was huge moments ago.
You gotta be worried for the side of Twisted Minds here. The Shoryue threat that we keep talking about is starting to come online. If he can make that Daybreaker before 10 minutes, this Shoryue will go absolutely out of control under the protection of this Zhuangzi.
Yes, you're talking about it, right? 3 shots from KK, he will be able to just take out Shanks, right? So we'll wait for that to happen. For now, Twisted Minds, the true worry here is how do you make sure that Fearless Esports stay put? Because that butterfly effect now is actually kind of a difficult situation to deal with.
It indeed is, but we have to see here, what is the call here coming in from Twisted Minds? Is it to stall the game out? Is it to look for that big engage here? But there is a turning point that we can talk about. Potentially the Shadow Tyrant that's going to be spawned in the upcoming minute. That could be a turning point for both of these two teams, especially for Twisted Minds. They love to fight, they love to brawl. That could be a big gamble.
Okay, I know like I sound like a nagging mom, but at this point, look, Clean has tried to go onto KK many a times, has failed all the time. So what's the call here? Does he still continue on the KK?
I think it has to be, right? You have to allow ACC, Clean, and 90 to simultaneously threaten the backline, which is KK. Then we might see the big engage on towards the backline, especially onto KK. Once KK falls, you will see FE not have sufficient damage to take down the likes of 90 and ACC.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to burn out the ultimate from Woodwind, right? The moment you don't have the butterfly effect, then you really can put 90 at the peak of his strength. For now, Twisted Minds have not found the position to do so yet.
It's the stagger of the spells, right? First ultimate to bait out the butterfly effect from the Zhuangzi. Second ultimate or flank coming in from other members to really cover the gap on the cooldown, right? But talking about gaps, Clean is nowhere near the Shadow Tyrant here. I don't think he can make it in time.
Yep, challenge has been issued. They don't get the freeze onto the side of Snow. This should be an easy engage for the side of Fearless Esports. Unless there is a stun coming in, they will not be able to get it. Oh, shutdown coming in. Beautiful, but they do get the Tyrant. Oh, double man knockup with the duo to the death. That is a big marker of success. And all the space they bought for Shanks has now come into true value because TL is left to his own devices and KK cannot defend against the 4 remaining members on the side of Twisted Minds.
This is the exact situation we talked about that will go in favor of Twisted Minds. The unbridled outburst baiting out the butterfly effect coming in from Woodwind, allowing 90 to sabotage that backline, single out Snow in the midst of the fight here, allowing Shanks to be untouched for the entire reason. But Shanks is killed down.
Yep, they get the shutdown, which is great. Snow trying to go for the catch, but Clean is back here. He does have his duel to the depth. This could be very uncanny for the side of Fearless Esports. They just need to make sure that they escape on the side of Twisted Minds. That freeze as the deterrents will make the job work.
But that's the problem here coming in for FBHK. That Shadow Tyrant, even though it went towards their pockets, the team fight just went in total favor of FEHK. And right now, they're looking over to this Shadow Overlord under the presence of Primal Bond here. But I think they can get it because Clean is nowhere near this objective.
And I think it is to their benefit. They can get the T2. I don't think it's a huge issue, right? 10 more seconds before the Primal Bond is going to be taken out. And with the with the Shadow Overlord, they can also clear that bottom wave, which means they can put additional pressure on this top side.
But this also explains one thing, right? You can see how far Twisted Mind was actually ahead. They lose Tyrant, they lose Overlord, and they're still ahead in the goal. That's how ahead Twisted Mind is for the entirety of the game thus far.
Hello, police. I would like to make a report for the gold, and here we go. Miku actually gets a nice knockup. They're pushing the members away. They want to force that early unbridled outburst from the side of ACC. Unsuccessful in doing so, and you get a couple of pokes coming from Shanks.
So far the game, I gotta say, is looking it could go to anyone's favor. It just comes down to that one team fight. And whoever gets that lead will really ride on the momentum for those late game pushes here. But with the Shadow Overlord, more of these tier 2s are going in favor of FBHK here. We need to see what's the call here coming in.
Yep, Miku falling a little bit low. He is caught in the middle of 4 now. He's going to be the first one to fall. Shanks has a lot of room on the back lines. Clean has found an opening. KK has been caught out, and Clean makes trouble for the back lines as it's a 3-on-1. Snow has to handle 3. It's not enough time because TL now is going to be the remaining member on the side of FE because Snow has been taken down. And now Twisted Minds, they have full control of the map.
How are they getting away with this? Twisted Minds are winning multiple team fights even under the pressure of all these overlords here. Their team fight power is top notch right now. And with this wave towards the bottom lane, they could potentially get this tier 3 for their taking.
I think it's a guarantee, right? Okay, Miku does arrive on time. Can they get the clear? There is backdoor protection, but TL might have to give his life. Thankfully, there is a save coming in from this side of his jungler. Miku manages to push them back away. T3 not secured, but this is a risky amount of health on the side of the bottom T3 for Fearless.
And 10 seconds will be the next refresh of this Shadow Tyrant here. I think both of these two teams, they would want to be able to contest for this. Whoever gets this has more damage power, has more team fight power, and that is what you need to win out these team fights. And once again, look towards Clean here. He's so far away from this objective. It will take time before he even reaches here.
Yep, they do give it a try. Not going to be enough. They have handled Miku on the backline. She's not going to survive this one for sure. It's a rampage for the side of Shanks. They have bought him space. And Clean on the backline. He's looking for the appropriate target, but KK is so far away. He gets that duo to the depth. Onto the side of Snow. All of the defenses are dropping low. KK falling low as well. They have taken 2 members out from the side of Fearless. The map is not working in their favor just yet, but they're able to restore it. Once the dust has settled, it is still Twisted Minds in the lead.
This is severe deja vu that has been happening multiple times in this game. Objectives goes to FEHK, the fight goes to Twisted Minds, and it has happened 3 or 4 times already in this one game.
Yes, and once again, the pressure is going to start building upon the base of Fearless Esports. T3s, no waves are staggered at this point. The 3 waves will hit at the same time.
Fortunately, at the very least, they still have the Shadow Tyrant here, and without Overlords, it will be hard for Twisted Minds to really go for the high ground push here. So, next objective is 10 seconds onto the Shadow Overlord here, and positioning-wise, is looking pretty decent for Twisted Minds here, but they do not spot the flank here, potentially coming in from Clean.
Okay, they get Hai Lang, that's a great start, but Clean, where is he? He is actually approaching from the backlines, and Fearless Esports say they don't care. They have spotted out where Clean is, and they might be going on the hunt. Snow's the first one to make that arrangement. They just want to push him back because the Shadow Overlord, like you mentioned, is the true objective here. But 90 on the backlines has been spotted out by the scouting device. Fearless Esports, can they get and secure this? Very important, they do get it. KK is the one at risk here. 90 looking for the opening, gets the pushback, gets the Razor Cavalry as well, but get away on the side of KK. All the space open up in the world. Anyone has to do the job. KK is still alive, gets a shutdown, but he himself has been taken out. Shanks is still alive. A god life for the side of Shanks, but he gets a second life, and this could very well be the turnaround they've been looking for. Shadow Overlord has been summoned on the bot side. Fearless, they survive, and there is a little bit of pressure alleviated.
Was still a very good backline flank here coming in from 90. He single-handedly forced out the butterfly effect from Woodwind, allowing Shanks to find that 1v1 angle on towards KK here. Without that flank, I gotta say, it could have been dangerous for Twisted Minds. That was a 4v5 from TM.
They also got Hai Lang right at the start. I think this is something that's really important, right? The fact that there is no counterplay available and the winner is here is going to be a big, massive win. And here they do secure that Crimson buff. But here comes 90. He is going to try and look for the pullback onto Miku, but it's not going to be available at this point of time. In fact, it is 90 who gets caught out. Can they lay the damage in? Where is KK? He is shooting, gets the life of 90 down. And here we go. This could be that moment that Fearless Esports have been waiting for. There is a map pressure on all three lanes. All they have to do is to play safe and start rushing down the map.
They can definitely plan for something right now. Another 4v5. No backline access here coming in for the side of 90 here. But look at Clean. He's still looking at the real angles here, finding potentially KK here. Umbrella Outpost goes through.
Yep, Clean looking for an opening. That's the one we're waiting for. Clean has arrived. In the meantime, they have taken down Miku. This is opening for the side of Twisted Minds. They're very exposed on the side of Fearless Esports. KK, he needs to be safe. Gets taken, takes quite a bit of damage. And with that, duel to the death. Going to be committed onto Snow. They survive at this point. Twisted Minds, they don't have to over-aggress. The map needs to be fixed. The T3 at the top has been taken down. And Fearless, amidst all that chaos, they have gotten a small win for themselves.
All for themselves, but this does open up the Shadow Tyrant for Twisted Minds taken here. So much fighting around the objectives for both of these two teams. None of them want to back off for any possible spaces that they have already conquered for their team.
Okay, this is what, 80 seconds of map advantage for the side of Twisted Minds only, because once you reset, there is a bleeding wound on the top side, right? Which means if FE plays this slowly, they naturally win the lanes.
I have to agree with you, especially if Tempest spawns towards the bottom side. That's the flip side here. And what are the stories that we see if Tempest Dragon is across the lane with Super Minions? Super Minions are super strong in that backdoor after 20 minutes here. So that is an added advantage here coming in from FE for that late game.
Okay, I'll tell you two groups of people that are clutching their chest right now. The first group is Twisted Minds, but the second group is Gen.G because they don't want FE to win this one. And FE, they're holding on. This is a very stable movement across the map because there is about less than 90 seconds before the Tempest Dragon is going to spawn.
For FEHK, this is their potential chance, right? It is going into the late game favor of KK right now. Although it's 13k versus 18k, but look at Engage coming in from 90 here. Okay, it's pulled away, but you can see the goal discrepancy, right? KK is 13,000, Shanks is 18,000.
What? That's crazy. I mean, at this point, it really is about the amount of lives you can buy, right? The Sage's Sanctuary, already one has been burnt, and they do get that vision onto Miku right now. If Miku falls, then Fearless Esports are in a very vulnerable spot.
A Shadow Overlord does get secured for the side of Twisted Minds here. So, at the bare minimum, even if it's cross-side, as long as you have the Overlords, you still can settle the minion issue on towards the cross-match here. So, good pickup here coming in for side of Twisted Minds. But we need to see what is the further setup here from both of these two teams, because Snow is going for that side lane attack.
because they want to make it uneven, right? This is the benefit you were talking about. Now with that summoning of the Shadow Overlord, this is going to be a big important marker. Now the other thing is 90. 90 has been very good at making sure that his presence is known. He gets the catch, they get the T3 at the bottom as well. The save is not going to be enough. The knockup does come true so far from ACC. They need a little bit more, but Snow is on the back line, caught out by 90 as well. Can they lay the damage in? All the space in the world is available for Shanks. All he has to do is to lay the damage in. They have taken out Hailang in the midst of the chaos as well. Clean gets his first life, but it's not enough hit points for the side of Twisted Minds. The base is open, but FE have won the team fight.
The late game potential that we're talking about, but look at Shanks, he single-handedly take down TL, making it a 3-4-2 exchange here. But for FE, they have the Clash name, they have the jungle, they have the marksman here. They can farm and walk towards this Tempest Dragon here. What can Shanks do in this exchange?
I mean, it's just Shanks and KK, right? Right now, this one is so difficult because Clean, he is not here for the next 16 seconds. It will take him at least 5 more seconds to get here as well. And this means FE wants to rush. The only save that was available would have been ACC, but he does not have his passive. He does not have the ultimate. Can they get the steal? That would be a miraculous steal. Not going to happen. And FE now, this is their best chance of winning the game. It is now corresponding bleeds. Top side for the side of Twisted Minds and bottom for the side of Fearless Esports.
Fearless Esports, they're definitely in the driver's seat right now. They have Tempest, they have a late game Shoryuan, they have everything that they need to put an end, to punch that ticket to that playoff spot right now. This is up to the grabs for FEHK.
Okay, so Shanks has changed his item into the Sun Chaser. This is going to give him extra range. KK is still holding on to the Sun Pool, which is the tier 1 of the item itself. So we'll see. The farm laners will be responsible for dealing the damage. It really is about positioning.
And KK, as of this point, he has to wait for the second round of his Sage Sanctuary to be back up. For Clean, he has already expended 2 Sage Sanctuary here. And for those who don't know, once you use 2 Sage Sanctuary, which is a resurrection item, it is completely gone from the game here. So that is a bad news for Twisted Minds fans.
Alright, pressure is building. Fearless Esports, this time the aggressors. Can they get the damage in? Disruption coming in. At the same time, KK is just laying down a couple of shots onto ACC. Is he going to use his ultimate? Yes, he will finally get to use it, but the turrets are under pressure. T3 in the mid taken down as well. Fearless Esports, they will start grouping up. They're looking for the Baron base, and they have achieved it.
Tier 3s are all down as of this point right now. What can Twisted Minds do to defend this?
Oh, Snow, nice catch. Miku as well in the middle of 4. They want to buy some time. Miku has to give his life at the same point of time. KK is just laying the pain. ACC, no more ultimate to save the game. Fearless Esports, this is it. They will win game number 1.
Despite the avalanche of a goal lead coming in from Twisted Mind, they make sure it worked, and with that win, they potentially, or has confirmed, to punch themselves a slot to that playoffs.
Oh, this one meant a lot. You can see Wood when he was cheering for that win itself. This means Gen.G is out.
Gen.G is unfortunately out due to the tournament standings and scores. Right now, we congratulate FEHK for moving a step closer to that KIC spot, but we still have a series in hand, ladies and gentlemen. This is still a BO2. It is so competitive between these two teams, and we talk about the exact scenario here. If TM cannot end the game in that early to mid game, that late game Shoryuan being babysitted by that lead, by that Zhuangzi, will come into effect, and it did prove dividend for the side of FEHK.
Yes, at the start of the game, start to mid, it was really Clean and ACC buying so much room for the side of Shanks to be able to get the damage in, right? That's why they won so many team fights. But at the later stages of the game, even though they caught their hands onto KK a couple of times, KK actually learned really quickly. He was never available.
And if you're Shanks, you're gonna be like, man, I had an almost perfect game. I got like triple kills left, right, and center, but due to the fact that the game went into a late game scenario coming in from FEHK, it really allowed them to just push the game to a tempo here. Miku was the front line of all this exchanges. He was 0-7-6 and still won the game.
Yeah, KDA does not matter. I love the performance by Miku. He sacrificed himself in that last fight itself. I thought it was Snow that went in, but it was actually Miku that went into the middle of 4 different players on the side of Twisted Minds, which means you cannot ignore him. He split the fight, allowing much more space created for KK. And look at the damage that both KK and TL dealt with the split position made available by Miku.
And if you were to look onto the top side, Shanks did 274k damage here. But this is the exact goal chart that we're looking at. It was all in control of Twisted Minds in the entire game. But fortunately for FE, they could always pick out all of these few members of Twisted Minds and convert it into Shadow Tyrant, convert it into Shadow Overlords that really secured them that late game push that they really need for KK.
And for anyone asking, why do you get Snow from Pros? This is why. This guy is the MVP 5-3-3. He is one of the rare people that have kept 90 in check.
90 was really doing so darn well in all these exchanges here, but Snow, he was man-marking him in all these moments, allowing KK to really play accordingly in all these team fights. That's why it's not an individual effort. It is a team effort here for FEHK in bagging this win against TM.
Really just the space bot. And let's be honest, there were a couple of situations where it was looking so scary for the side of Fearless Esports. Twisted Minds had the ability to be able to dive into the heart of Fearless Esports multiple times, and it looked really scary. Clean got onto the correct members as well. They got rid of Miku and KK a couple of times, but they could not convert it because of the movements of Snow. He did give his life for the cause.
And it was all because of the fact that Twisted Minds, when they die at a very awkward timing, which really caused them to lose out all these shadow objectives, the Overlord, the Vanguards, that they really had advantage for the entire game. And looking at the last few fights, you can see KK unbothered, untouched, and he was just auto-attacking his way towards the Crystal. And as of this point, once the Tyrant, once the Tempest Dragon has entered, it was too darn late for Twisted Minds.
It was so close. They actually got the freeze, the Frigid Prison, onto KK as well at the last moment, and he would have been taken out. But I think he does have access into Sage's Sanctuary, if I'm not wrong. But nonetheless, it is a beautiful game. This is just game number 1. This is a deciding result, of course. So this next game for the best of 2 will be more of like a scrim before our actual grand finals. With that being said, we'll go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you the final game of this best of 2, and then we'll hit into grand finals.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
A to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch 'em with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Throw up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last call, the last qualifiers for our 3 teams. One from the WKS champions, one for the second place KMW, and one for the KME here. My name is Sagi, alongside me is Kin Dofu. And Dofu, my goodness, that was a comeback game here coming in from FEHK.
For sure, that one was a little bit tighter than I was expecting. But then once again, I'm reminded because you said they are number 1 in the wildcard series. So I think this is an expected result. The true challenge here is what kind of research do both teams get out of this second game?
It will be interesting, right? Because right now they're both locked for that playoff spot. So this game, like you mentioned before the break, is much more like a practice match, a scrim match before they go into that BO7. That's where it really matters down the line here, because this match, win or lose, you're still bounded for playoffs here. And that being said, Gen.G unfortunately has been eliminated from this KIC contention run.
That's right. Right now, Fearless Esports will be in the blue side, Prio side, Twisted Minds on the red side, counter pick side. So if you were to choose for practice, what would you like to practice? Because right off the bat, you can see, right, Fearless, they're not going for the traditional bans anymore. Let's start off with the Jing.
I think maybe you can learn like the interesting matchups or combinations like the Hoi Ganemo or the Liu Bang that Twisted Mind really showcase, or just play standard and not show too many of the trump cards going into the BO7 that you're going to be playing later, right? So both of these 2 teams, you know, they're just chilling, they're just planning their trump cards for the BO7 later.
True, and I think for now, Fearless Esports still paying huge amounts of respects to Clean, right? His performance on the Musashi was actually kind of scary. Yeah, like it's watching a horror movie, right? KK being the person that walks into the haunted house.
It was exactly the case here, and FE, they lock in the pay here against Twisted Minds here. Maybe Twisted Minds here, they're looking like, oh, does Clean want to play the Ukkyo Tachibana here? But both of these 2 teams, they're just playing standard. They're just picking whatever is on the table from the side of FE and also Twisted Minds. All these prior picks are up for grabs for both teams.
That's right. I think at this point it's really about, hey, let's take a look at the rotations of the team. What can we learn from this initial rotations? Because the true battle is going to come in the grand finals later, which is a best of 7. You cannot make a misstep there.
That is exactly true here, Kin. And moving on towards this draft, you're looking at Allgram versus Pei. You're looking at Byron, Zhangfei, and Pei. This 3 combination, if you were to look back at like the last few months, this is what exactly dominated the tournament field. If you can draft these 3, your early game is so darn commanding coming in for FE.
I'm just curious whether Twisted Minds will go for the sustenance role, right? Either the Diadea or the Sakia coming in. I think Sakia will not be as prior, but Diadea definitely is something they can explore on the side of Twisted Minds.
Or even they can double down on that engage department, pick that Lianpo, play it with the Maestro Nui in all these exchanges here. It would be pretty interesting as well, but for Twisted Minds, they're banning out much more of these mid laners, be it in the form of the Nuwa and also the Yixing. For FE, they're starting to target down more on these 90 picks, the Mayin, for example, and also the Fatih.
Because he truly is a big problem. In a good way, right? Like Twisted Minds, 90 is definitely one of the very strong players. I mean, they're all stars, so you definitely want to put them at a disadvantage. And I think Twisted Minds have really paid a lot of respects to TL. Like, they have consistently banned out the Nuwa for these 2 games.
It goes to show how well TL played that Nuwa in that game 1 against Gen.G, right? Because those ultimates that's being sniped out by him, it was really darn good here. And Twisted Minds, they do follow your script that you mentioned just now. They go for that sustained role of a roamer here to really pair up with that Ogren and Long in these exchanges. Diadea will be locked in along with the Ogren.
All right, I'm accepting applications. I can be a coach. I don't guarantee wins.
That's what a coach do, right? You drop the best scenario for your players here. Don't let them play Smite Roam like you always love to. Aside from the Zhangfei here, we know Kindofu likes the Smite Roam here, but let's hold it a bit up for the pro players here. As we see FEHK, they have 15 seconds to decide their final few picks here. Ooh, the whole being hover.
Ganemo. It has to be Ganemo here, right? There is, I mean, there's always flexibility, but I would love a Ganemo in this. Wow, Dr. Bien? Okay, yeah, I want to see that.
Hey, I'm loving these creational picks here coming from FBHK. You can see the grins on their face because One thing that's good about Dr. Bien, let me explain. One thing that's good about Dr. Bien, he's a snowball machine. So he provides so much sustain against the likes of Twisted Minds, whereby you look at Twisted Minds draft, there's one key problem here. My Shiranui is not the best in applying healing reduction here, and Yang Jin pre-rework is being locked in for 90 as well. What are we cooking, boys?
Insane. Yeah, this one is just practice, right? And I want to see. So one of the benefits of having a Dr. Bien, which I absolutely love, is the fact that if you cannot burst the Dr. Bien, you instantly lose the team fight. Because you are in range, he gets the anti-heal on you, he gets the stacks on you, at 5 stacks, uses his ultimate, and boom, maybe 1/3, half of your health gone.
That will be really important coming in from Highline also 90 to find those burst potential on the backline of FE, especially on Dr. Bien and Ho Yi, and potentially maybe even the jungle clean on those attempts, right? So coming into this game, it will be interesting because it's sustain versus sustain, but the initial initiation comes more from Highline's My Shiranui.
That's true. I mean, the real engine is going to be very useful, right? Because it's a possible multi-man knockup at the same time. The thing here, I think the difference maker definitely will be their goal differential. If either of these teams have a huge gold advantage, nearing more than maybe 1 to 2,000 in the early stages of the game, then it can destroy and really just dismantle the entire lineup of the opponent team.
I have to agree with you because once we look at all these 5 picks here from both these two teams, it spells one thing. Win equals snowball. Snowball equals to win, but this is game 2, ladies and gentlemen. FEHK takes the first win, comes into game number 2 with a Dr. Bien special against Twisted Minds.
And I like this rotation. So Highline actually goes straight for the check on that Azure Golem. He knows that, hey, no one is here. And this means, Twisted Minds, they get to make their own rotational plays here. 2v1 at the top, they want to make life a little bit difficult for Snow. As we know, Snow is someone, even with a deficit, he plays so well.
But that is a very good cheese you're coming with Twisted Minds here. Not spotting ACC, and immediately 90 also took the spell 2 stun as his first spell. So it forces Snow to immediately flash away if he even wants to stay alive in this exchange. But look at Highland though.
This is a potential first blood. Luckily for KIC, he was just a little bit ahead in terms of the health bars. Will be able to sustain for a little bit now, but he has to be really scared because Shanks does have the flash. Do they really want to commit? One more hit will do it. Highland, does not hit the Kachosen there. And that's going to be saved coming in from Woodwind. So Twisted Minds, they will not be able to get that kill.
Very on-time rotation here coming from Woodwind to save his roamer from danger here, but Woodwind here might be caught out.
Oh, the leaping savior. Once again, everyone playing to the exact limit, and Clean here does get the smite down, but it is a risk for the side of Fearless Esports. They need to get out. They need to get out now, and Dr. Bien, TL gives the first blood. Miku caught in no man's land as well. 4 different members on the side of Twisted Minds come for the punish, and they have whipped them to shape.
That is a painful fail of an invade here coming in from FEHK. They lose their mid lane. They lose their jungler. That is so tempo heavy here. And right now, you are starting to see rotations here coming in from FE and also Twisted Minds towards his bottom side.
He's done for. There's no way. There's no way. KK, he is in the middle of 4. No flash to work with. No ultimate to be saved. And even with the help of Woodwind, they get him down, but they get the trade. Clean gives his life.
I think Clean was standing still for that brief moment and took 2 extra turret shots, which could be pretty huge coming in from FE's success in taking down the likes of Clean. But 1-for-1 exchange, jungle for marksman here. It goes in favor of FE once again because once your jungle is down, that farming tempo, not the best.
That's true. And right now, if you take a look at the timings of the common spells as well, it actually is in benefit to the side of Twisted Minds, I would say. Like most of their flashes will be available at the 4-minute mark. The only one that does not have flash at the 4-minute mark probably is TL.
Yeah, TL on that Dr. Bien might not have the flash here, but Shanks taking a lot of arrow shots here, does get hit by the arrow, but he does get to walk away as there's no follow-up damage here. But look at the rotations here. Highland wants to find something.
he wants KK. He doesn't want the beast. So Woodwind is safe for now. I mean, they get the little bit of damage coming in from the side of ACC with the bit of farewell. But for now, it's really just about information scouting, right? Can you burn out the resources? And here is that first engagement. They're trying to push them back, force out any skills available. And here are the stacks of poison coming from TL, making life a little bit more difficult for the side of Clean.
I'm very excited to see Dr. Bien in that mid game. And look at the bot side though, Shanks does get knocked up by Snow here. Still holds on to the infinite vastness for dear safety here. As you see towards the mid side here, Clean does get a camp away from Miku's jungle and towards safety.
Yeah, cheeky smite, right? It's kind of like a little bit of a BM over there. Like, okay, you do the work, I'm going to claim the credit for it. And this is going to lead them to have a slight level advantage for the side of Clean versus Miku. Now, we're heading into that 4-minute mark. Smite not yet available for Clean, so this is a little bit dicey for the side of Twisted Minds.
For FE, they have double smite here. ACC goes in for the bit of barrel here for a little bit of poke here. 90 already arriving on the battlefield up front here. Looks like a 5v5 scenario here as both these two teams, they are looking hot.
Yeah, but the sun comes in and Snow is on the backlines as well. They do get a Tyrant, but at what cost? Is it going to be a big win? They get the heals, but it's not enough. TL unable to make the difference in the team fight. So Twisted Minds, they walk away as the victors. And maybe even 90 wants to go for a cheeky snipe, will not do so, just wants to get the wave clear. And this means T1 at the bottom can be secured.
It may be the case here as they are looking hungry for this T1 after that Tyrant take care. But Miku here, already arriving here, but does get a Kachusen towards his face as the Minds, they bail out towards safety here. But it's heals galore between these two teams thus far.
Yes, it definitely is, right? The sustain is just insane. Now you have the Yang Jian, obviously with his ultimate, you get the massive heals. You have the Death's Precipice coming from Clean, so you also get heals. And then you have ACC with his ultimate, so you also get heals. It's just a game of sustenance on both sides.
And I'm waiting to see, oh, that's already a venomous stuff being picked up from Hai Lang here. So that is a very good counter item towards the likes of TL heal with that Dr. Bien here. So good pickup here so far coming in from Hai Lang here. And big pressure here. Arrow doesn't land.
Yep, it doesn't. But the life of Hai Lang is at risk. He is going to be low, but they take out Miku first. And this is looking like a great fight for the side of Twisted Minds. They're going in for more. Clean gets all the lifesteal in the world. And they clean house TL, the last member left alive. But they're pretty low the side of Twisted Minds. And they really get it an ace at the price of the life of Clean. And I will take that trade any day.
And it was a pentakill here coming in from Clean in a 4v5 exchange. Twisted Minds are twisted in this exchange.
I love this game. I mean, this is, yes, a very fun composition that both teams have drafted for us. And it is a practice matchup before the actual, hammer in the form of the grand finals. But this engage was looking pretty good. But the save coming from Woodwind was one thing that I thought would have changed the entire fight.
As of this point, you have no healing reduction, you have no anti-heal against an Ogren. You are in his playing field here. This was a 4v5 here. 90 was nowhere near here, and that was a pentakill here being secured by Clean. And that is one of the king's moment that we have.
Yes, this is a beautiful moment. Imagine Clean didn't get that and he gave his life for that. That would have been really funny. But at this point, now it's all about the pressure, right? Azure Golem for the opening on the side of Twisted Minds. They want to steal that. Not going to be available. Miku gets a smite down. And now Hai Lang looking for a gap. A chink in the armor. Not going to be able to find one. So Twisted Minds, they will just lay back a little bit and apply a little bit more map pressure.
Hey man, if it's like all these scenarios here, you will always take it as Twisted Minds because getting a pentakill is like a mood booster before the tournament here. But look at Miku though, potentially getting caught out.
Yeah, 90 surviving against the likes of the heals coming in. Clean gets his ultimate down as well. They get the revive as with that 90 gets the kill. Clean cleans up a secondary one. KK and Miku, the main damage dealers coming in from the side of Fearless Esports, taken out. And Snow can't do much, which means the Team 2 will be taken for free. Twisted Minds looking for another big win.
This is such a Twisted Minds thing to do. Remember that game 1 against Gen.G? It was 50-50, and game 2, with a pick of a finger, they immediately activate, and right now they're looking for even more kills under this tower.
Yep, the heals. This Dr. Bien was supposed to work much better than this. They do get the return on the form of 90 as well, but nobody can handle Clean. Not even KK. He has not hit that power spike yet. He's 3 levels behind Clean.
Wow, and 8 minutes with a 7,000 almost goal lead for Twisted Minds. They are in such dominant control in this game number 2. You can tell the game 1, game 2 difference is very big here, especially for side FE. They're like, okay, it's a practice match, we get it, but can you chill?
Yeah, exactly. And it's close to a 2,000 goal lead going in the farm lane, right? Shanks is way ahead of the side of KK, so this one's a very difficult position to be in. Master Sword, you have the Eternity Blade. Shanks, that's what I'm talking about. At the same time, he is really close towards the Daybreaker, so Armor Pierce is on the menu in a very short amount of time.
And if you look towards the FE team composition, they're once again getting jumped on by the side of Twisted Minds here. Twisted Minds are relentless in these exchanges. They're gonna be like, okay, you're out of your base. We're gonna be definitely jumping on you with every chance we can take.
Yeah, this is where Hailang has so much value, right? The knockups are really just beautiful setups for the side of Twisted Minds. At the same time, the Kachosans hurt because this flurry of flaming punches is definitely whittling down the life bars on the side of Fearless Esports.
And Fearless Esports, they're getting pressure super duper hard right now. Those flaming palms, like you mentioned, are hitting hard on towards even the members of FE Snow. But fortunately, it's still not 10 minutes yet. No Shadow Overlord, no Shadow Vanguard. That is still a good news coming in from FE.
I mean, that's good news for, what, the next 30 seconds? We'll see if they can actually hold on, right? T3s, right now, the true targets on the side of Twisted Minds as they look to enter into this mid T3. A lot of free hits coming in from the side of Shanks as well. The Flaming Palms, this is where the difference maker will be, even with backdoor protection.
Yeah, you can start to see Miku. He knows in the front end he can't really do much here, but I don't think he can recall in time here as Hailang has already arrived.
Oh, he's gonna try, but the backup is here, 90 is here as well. Can they get the latch? They will have it, and Miku has to give his life, which means the 10-minute neutral objectives, there is no contest because he's out for 25 seconds at least, and it's a double objective take coming in from Twisted Minds.
He's out cold for the next 20 seconds, and this double objective will speed up Twisted Minds' attempts even further in closing off the game potentially at that 12-minute mark here. Twisted Minds in this game in total control.
Yeah, and right now we're just counting numbers, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. There's one team we really appreciate, and that's Twisted Minds. They are 8,000 ahead of their competition here as they secure both objectives.
It's the Twisted Minds Game 2 special here. It's like Game 2, the Fade coming in from the side of Clean, and Game 2 for the side of Clean again on this Augur, which he just got a pentakill.
Insane, right? So far, okay, I'm not sure whether you have had pentakills in your side. For the east side, we have one in the KMW. And for this KIC last call, this is a beautiful time to hit that marker for the pentakill. And looks like Twisted Minds, they will not be denied. The mid T3 going to be taken up. Snow in a very vulnerable spot. They go in for the knockup as well. But a nice stun coming in. The save not available. But the backup does come in. Woodwind gets a very nice unbridled outburst. But unfortunately for them, too little gold. 2 little items, 2 little damage, and the crystal completely exposed as Twisted Minds will tie this series up 1-1 as we head into the grand finals later on.
And Twisted Minds and also FEHK will go into that grand finals to duke it out for that last slot to the KIC 2025. These are your 2 teams that will be playing in just about a short moment.
That's right. We'll take a look at the stats. Yes, this game isn't as serious as it needs to be, right? But nonetheless, I love the strategies coming out. I don't think we'll get a Dr. Bien in the best of 7 for sure.
Hey, Dr. Bien has been playing towards the farm lane in the KPL region. In other regions, it has come into a play for all these long series here. Maybe it's a sign of a hint coming in for FEHK, showing some of their trump cards here. But nonetheless, it's a game whereby the seedings has already been decided here. So these 2 teams will be your grand finalists for their last spot.
That's right. So let's quickly run through the stats itself. This one really was just the biggest difference in terms of gold accumulation. Only 3 deaths for the side of Twisted Minds, and it all came onto the members that needed to take the hits. So Clean falling twice, 90 falling once, but they were tanking it up.
And Highland actually has a very good My Shiranui game whereby he didn't die a single time while being the front man in finding all those beautiful engages here. So very good game coming in from Highland and the rest of Twisted Mind members to really put a stop to this game before the 12-minute mark hit.
Yes, the biggest difference maker was that Venomous Staff you were talking about, right? So TL did manage to get it, not as quickly as Thailand did, of course, but by the time he got it, it was too little too late as Twisted Minds. Look at the damage output from majority. Even the support has close to 40,000 worth of hero damage dealt.
That's the idea we're talking about. You earn gold, you get the gold, you steal the gold, and all that gold funnel to your ultimate damage. That's normal for the idea.
Yeah, nonetheless, a beautiful game between the two hopefuls in the grand finals. The prize they're playing for, of course, is that final slot into KIC happening in Philippines later part of this year in November.
And that is the bread and butter, the final destination that all these teams wants to be playing towards to. It is the entire year's effort. The first half playing towards that KWC and HOKS3. The later half you're playing for that KIC here. And look at the goal chart here for Twisted Minds in their game 2. A repeat of what they did towards Gen.G, but in a slower fashion. But the MVP does belong to, once again, Clean on that Ogren. He got a pentakill.
That's right. Imagine he doesn't get MVP with the pentakill and you're asking yourself like, okay, so what do I have to do to get MVP? But that question doesn't need to be answered. Clean 11, 2, and 5. Both the sword and the shield for the team of Twisted Minds.
This is the power of the Ogren here. If he's allowed to farm, allowed to win all these early skirmishes, you best believe he's gonna be running down your base here. And let's take a look at the replay here. This was the 1-for-1 exchange towards the mid lane here, and Clean, he had a bit of a moment where he just stood there and accepted his fate here, and this was the Ogren pentakill.
Exactly, very huge situation. He was in the middle, and you know, the Death's Precipice, as the more targets there are, the more healing factors you get. So TL was a complete non-factor in that particular situation itself. And Clean, the only reason why he took a fall was because he was the one handling the turret hits. And with that, they just marched on forward. There was really very little chance of a comeback from the side of Fearless Esports.
It was too much of a goal lead being in the hands of Twisted Minds. As of this point, it was too darn difficult to take out Clean and 90. This double frontline setup coming in from Twisted Minds here. But this is the last call standings here. Unfortunately, we bid goodbye to Gen.G in the HOK Esports 2025 year. They made major improvements, making it to top 2, taking games away from the KME Spring Champions Noxian Red Force. This is where they bid goodbye. And for number 1 and number 2, these are your 2 finalists that will be playing out that best of 7 for that 1 slot to the KIC 2025.
They have all their dreams in front of them, and it is the only thing standing in their way is a best of 7. So we really need to give them some time to prep. I'm really curious how these teams will play it, right? Do you really want to come in with guns blazing, take the series off game number 1 right off that momentum, hopefully get a 4-0? I don't think we'll get a 4-0 today. Let's be honest, it is going to be a very tight series.
One could only hope for a tight series for a 7-game banger here, but definitely these two teams in today's fashion, they have shown what they can do in their respective fields. So far, FEHK is a master of late game, and they are always in control of those late game scenarios. For Twisted Minds, their early game power, their ability to snowball has seen so much dominance in all these games today.
And you can see the flexibility of both teams, right? So Fearless Esports, I think they are very adept at playing Dragon and Game as much as they can, right? The moment they have a Soulyer pick, they like to play super late game or at least funnel all the farm to KK. At the same time, it's the same story for Shanks on the side of Twisted Minds. But let's see, it's a team of superstars on both ends. And to have it end with a best of 7, we will have it no other way. So we'll take a short break. It's going to be about 30 minutes long. So get your dinner. When we're back, it's time to find out who our grand finals champion will be.
Wong, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time! Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Donghong. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is was unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Ambrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding, my old friend. Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest,
gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! world can't be without Spritlets!
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Mom, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time! Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrian.
Austrian? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes. But it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrian of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Ambrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
That was quite a long break that we had, but 30 minutes is up and we are back to the main business here. My name is Sagi. Alongside me is your favorite kind of tofu, Mr. Ken Tofu. Let's tell the audience, what do we have for the series?
We are about to get down to business to defeat the... No, not defeat the Huns, but we're going to be looking at the grand finals here. Best of 7. Twisted Minds and Fearless Esports. Both of them have fought tooth and nail to come here. And now this is the true test because only one team makes it to KIC. We're talking about the Honor of Kings Championships, where there is a much bigger prize pool and much stronger teams.
Like we keep mentioning, right, the first half, all these teams are playing for the Seasons Invitational. They're playing for the KWC at Riyadh. And then the latest stages of the year, you're playing for the KIC, which is happening this year at Philippines. Last year, it was at Indonesia. This year, it's at Philippines. And if you top 3 that tournament, you get amazing prize pool. And then you qualify yourself to the year-end event Challengers Cup in China, where you face off KPL level teams, streamer teams, university teams. This is the roadmap that we have for Honor of Kings Esports.
It's just a big learning journey, right? So this was very important. You have to bring your best. And I think if I'm looking at the coach's perspective, I really want to win this ASAP, 4-0 if I can, and then we really just start working towards winning the entire KIC.
But nah, that's not what the viewer wants. Our viewers want an action-packed series between Twisted Minds and also FEHK. These two teams, they are your top-tier top dogs. FEHK, they are the champions of WKS. Clean record thus far, making it to the last call. For Twisted Minds, aside from dropping those two series against 9Z Global and also OG Esports, they make a very good recuperation. They got back 90, they got back clean into the jungle, and right now, they are standing before you, that final ticket to the KIC 2025.
And I truly believe that we will get what we want, right, on the audiences end. This is going to be a very tight series. And I think looking at the gameplay of Fearless Esports, there will come a time as the coach's role itself. You know when Fearless wants to pull out the Soyue, it's time to ban that guy out.
I feel like this is a best of 7 series. The first 2 games, it will be extra interesting in terms of the priority, in terms of the top bans, top picks like the Yuhuan, like the Long, Arlie, Maishuni, or even Dharma. As you go into 3, 4, 5, 6 games, that's when the bans, the picks start to differ from your original picks.
For sure. And I think Clash Lane is also something that we'll play very, very close attention to. We have seen the Dharmas, the Guan Yus, the Charlottes, the Mayins. These have come into play massively throughout the entire year itself. And of course, with the new addition of the Fatih, I want to see which team brings out the best result by picking up these heroes that are available.
It is the long run that we're talking about, right? Because just now we were playing best of 2s. Best of 2s, it's a very simple pick and ban game whereby you pick the best draft heroes, you counter your enemy. But going to a best of 7, however, you're going to be planning for the long game. Imagine going to game 6, you use all your heroes. That's when the coaches are so important in making all these heroes that are scattered across the entire HOK's Gorge into a feasible and viable team composition that also simultaneously counters the enemy's one.
It's like a mix of science and art, right? So obviously the science of it is you don't want that fizzle to really die out too quickly. You want to maintain that very nice simmer and hopefully boil your way through your opponents into the grand finals, into KIC. At the same time, the way that you execute the composition is something that is like of an art because it can go many different ways. It really depends on that particular situation itself.
Oh, only time could tell, right? This is the exact phrase that we keep telling our audience here. We are not in the minds of coaches. We can only tell you the potential of, oh, my Shrono is definitely coming out. Arlie is definitely coming out. But how does it draft accordingly? When is it coming out? We don't know. But what we know is that our first team of today will be Twisted Minds.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And for the final time today, the masterminds in the form of Twisted Mind will make their appearance. 90 in the Clash Lane, Clean in the jungle, Highline in the mid, Shanks in the farm, and ACC in the roam. Can they make the dream come true?
With the return of 90 towards the Clash Lane, with the return of Clean towards the jungle as one of the best junglers they have in the global scene, that may be a storyline that they really want to happen because look at KMW Fall. They did not have a very good run outside of KWC run, but standing before them will be Fearless Esports, the Fearless and Peerless. In the Clash Lane, we have Snow, Miku, their jungle, TL, the mage mid, KK, their farm, and finally, the strong roamer, Woodwind.
So this one is so interesting because I think like Snow is one of the rare few people that actually bring the game across to 90, and that's what's so exciting about this particular series, right? Because they're so close in terms of power levels. It really comes down to the most minute of differences, and I feel like that is going to be amplified today.
And both of these two teams, they have very distinct playstyles as well, right? On the side of Twisted Minds, you see aggression, mini team fights that brings them the lead, especially on towards Clean and Highline's execution, whereby you see FE, they like to play the late game team fights, they like to give KK room to farm into that late game monster, and also key moments, flanks coming in from Snow that makes them such a strong contender coming in from the WKS region.
Okay, no more opinions, it is all facts right now, and the fact of the matter is Fearless take out the Mai first. No Highline specialty, Arlie gonna be taken out for the side of Twisted Minds as well. Do we get the Luna ban? Do we get the Pay ban?
I feel so like coming into game 1, exactly the case. Luna has been banned away here for Twisted Minds. You're trying to think like, okay, are we looking at the Pay here? Are we looking at the likes of a Dharma or potentially even the Long here? What is the setup here coming in from Twisted Minds' second ban?
Yeah, and you know what? This might be opening up the Yuhuan pick as well. So no, they offer up the Tiger, and Fearless say, okay, we will snap him Tiger's first pick, the Byron. Does it make it true?
But there's still all these counters here coming in from the South Twisted Minds pool. When you fight a Pei, there's the likes of a Musashi, there's the like of a Ukitachibana that Clean can really pick it towards the jungle. For Twisted Minds, there's no rush towards that. They pick up Yuhuan and also Dharma, one of the top 2 highest priority picks aside from Ali and Maestro that we have in KME and KMW.
Yes, because they have initiation from range, right? That's the scariest thing. And this opens up the doors for Fearless Esports to be able to pick up the Byron. But at the same time, the TL specialty that is in the form the Nua being teased, we might see, no, there's no way you pick an Allgren Clash. So we'll take a look at what Fearless is. It is, but this is your lifeline. This is KIC, man. I don't think you want to play around with that.
That's true, especially when you burn the Allgren. That is going to be a very big pick that's going to be removed from your pool in the coming drafts in a best of 7 settings here. So for Twisted Minds, this is not something that we've seen them pick in any of the BO2s. This is Yuhuan Dolia, one of the strongest setups in this patch currently, that's being extremely played to a high level, even by the MKL teams like BSE, like Nova Esports.
And this is a huge counter towards the Pei because you want to be able to burst down your targets, right? And one of the answers you can have in terms of burst is either you return the favor, have very strong firepower, or you just sustain through it. Now, Twisted Minds, they take away the Guan Yu. Fearless Esports, they take away the Jing. So all the instant access, the backline catching will not be available.
It is a good counter here coming in for Twisted Minds. They know their main win condition falls onto Highlang and also ACC's combination of the Yuhuan Dolia. So they remove picks that can really threaten this backline here. So Guan Yu, Fatih, they're known to really go towards that backline, look for those backline engages. So good removal from Twisted Minds.
Yes, the Flash Ultimates and, you know, even this huge Fade Hardened Jade Mark is going to be a big difference maker. Twisted Minds, they come in the form of the Flowborn Marksman. So they want to play from range and hopefully get the initiation before the actual fight starts. So burn them down with the Arrow Shower and hopefully you get the cleanup from the Dharma, which is going to be piloted by 90.
And I love the Global Marksman coming into this contention, right? Because in a form of your ultimate, you somewhat threaten the backline, especially on the Nua. So it could be interesting to see how they really play towards this pick here. But for the side of FBHK, they are going in for that lane counters here in all 2 lanes. Lady Sun into Flowborn Marksman goes in favor of the Lady Sun on KK. Byron into Dharma, it goes in favor of the Byron here. But for Twisted Minds, that last pick is safe for the jungle here. It could be Musashi, it could be Ukudachibana being hovered by the side of Clean in that jungle.
Would it be a mistake though to really just take the Musashi now? Isn't it a better save for the Allgren or even when there is a potential early pick?
I mean, it's worth it because it's a Pei we're talking about. If you can really limit that tempo, be it with the Pei, be it with the Musashi, or even the Allgren, that could be huge, especially in game number 1, whereby both of these 2 teams, they are drafting super heavy for that game 1.
So, you know, KK needs to be really safe, and KK has shown that he knows how to position himself really well against a Musashi pick. So this really is, I would say, a hunting grounds for the side of Twisted Minds as well as Fearless Esports. But the way that TL plays this Noir, you know, no finishing Annihilation. It is an opening Annihilation. I wonder if that's going to be the difference maker for Fearless.
It comes down to that one question that we always ask, right? Is it the Yuhuan getting that double ultimate, or is it the Yuhuan being sniped down by the Annihilation here? Always we see Annihilations being shot through even before the ultimate of Yuhuan comes into the rescue to really bail them out here. So it comes down to these 2 teams, these 2 mid laners, how they execute themselves as a carry role in this game.
That's right, and it's also very scary because actually if Twisted Minds, they get the perfect positioning in their games where, look, the health bars are not that threatened, then there is a potential of a double duel to the death, which I guarantee you KK cannot make his way out of.
It is very difficult, especially this time. There is no Zhuangzi to really bail you out from crowd control. So this time it is double duel to the death. or even a Truth Mantra coming in from 90 from different or shady angles here. And finally, you have the Yuhuan with the double ending sorrow pushing front against you here. But good news is for FE, they have strong lanes, they have Byron, they have Pei. That is a super duper good early game coming in from FE HK. But this is game number 1, best of 7, last slot to the KIC for these two teams.
You set the tone and you make sure you have the lead. This is not just in the physical sense, but the emotional sense as well. And as it looks like Fearless, they will be able to check the pressures, get some eyes and vision onto ACC and Highlang. And this is going to disallow them from having that super hard engage into the jungle.
And without this, all this that is being set up for us, we have our tournament official sponsor. Realme is the official gaming phone. The Realme 15 Pro, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
And the demands are pretty high at this point of the game because you want to be able to secure that Firehawk. And right now, TL, just being a nuisance, right, gets the full stack of the first and second skills, allowing for that Mega Matrix to be shown up. And at this point, it did not have too much advantage because Twisted Minds, there is still that Firehawk for contention here.
It will be very difficult, especially coming in from Twisted Minds, because FE, they have a smite setup on the Zhang phase, so it wouldn't be a smart choice to really contest something that is so 80-20 in that exchange. So the smart move is just play safe, because you know in that late game, in that mid game, Highlang, Shanks, Queen, they will come out exceptionally strong.
That's right. And Fearless, I like the way they have rotated and made the plays with regards to the resource management, right? So they get that Firehawk at the bottom. They also don't lose prior on the space sprite. And this is going to be a very slight goal lead, but a goal lead nonetheless.
Goal lead is always favored in these attempts here, especially in towards the early game here. But this goes to show how strong FEHK has drafted for themselves in their early game, right? Because you have KK on the lane, so that does traditionally well against the Flowborn Marksman. You have Snow on the Dharma, that also does really well against Dharma in the laning phase here. So their early to mid game tempo revolves around these two strong side lanes with the Pei to find these active map resources.
I really want to see how Miku plays this, right? Because they're actually aiding him. TL actually, knowing that he does not have the best early start to the game, he will actually be assisting Miku to really ramp up the jungling speed. At the same time, Twisted Minds has a different idea. It's really about making sure that Shanks has enough space to farm.
But Highlang here, game force out the first unending sorrow here. ACC still not level 4 here, so there will not be a refresh for that ultimate.
Yeah, but Fearless Esports, they're winning the map, right? And they're winning quite hard as well. They've been taking so many camps away from the side of Twisted Minds. And because of that, look, it's close to a 1,000 goal lead going in favor of Fearless.
But this is normal, right? Because you have to look. It's strong lanings thus far coming from FEHK. Their scaling is not to say worse than Twisted Minds, but once Twisted Mind goes for that 4 to 6 minute mark where the game is at an equal state within 1,000, that's where you see Twisted Minds start pushing forward with that double unending sorrow, double due to the death. That's where they excel in the game. But for now, early game, it's in the pockets of FEHK.
Agree. I think, you know, Twisted Minds definitely can really squeeze out a lot of value from their composition itself. Like, having a potential of double anything is great. They force out the unending sorrow. This is not a nice position to be in. Miku very well could be first blood. TL gets it. And that's a huge burst. Now, TL, it may not be the prior target you want on the side of Fearless Esports, but that ramps up his damage potential.
And those were beautiful creation blocks being placed by TL. He knows Highlang has no flash, and the unending sorrow does not allow you to cross walls here. That punishes Highlang in this early game exchange. But we see a teleport here coming in from 90 here. Don't think they want to contest this buff at all, because this Tyrant seems to be in favor of FEHK in the early game.
There's no way, right? You don't want to risk losing your Crimson buff as well, so they will leave it for naught. And now, Twisted Minds, they have to find a trade of some sort, because right now, Fearless Esports, this is a pretty strong vice grip over a 1,000 goal lead.
It indeed is, and you can see that Clean is actually collecting a lot of resources here as Bright almost goes to bot lane.
Yeah, they're looking for the opening. It's really just to push them back. A lot of damage laid down. Annihilation as well. This is really showing you a preview of the damage that Fearless Esports can do. But here comes the turnaround with the duel to the death as well. Will not be able to find that finishing blow. But Twisted Minds just showing that there is some fight left in them in this early start of the game.
But fortunate news, right? Even though your bot side is on fire, Clean managed to steal a buff under broad daylight under Miku here. So that's good news at the very least for Twisted Mind in those exchanges here. But a bit of a communication mishap between Twisted Minds. It seems like Hyla and Clean were on the same page, but 90 didn't follow up for that flash mantra here. So that's a bit of a miscommunication coming in from TM.
Well, they definitely need to recover quick, right? Because they've just lost the T1 at the bottom. While they're able to tank, here comes the setup once again from Fearless Esports. The map, the space around the map is getting a little bit tight for the side of Twisted Minds. But the one person that can change this is already looking. They're lurking as well. But it is Shanks. Oh no, he has been taken down, and Twisted Minds suffer another kill taken from them as Fearless Esports. They were rounded up 2-0 at this point.
It's a big catch, especially onto a marksman here. That leaves the top side available for grabs coming in from FEHK here. They take the top turret for free. They take the kill on towards Shanks, and they are on the board with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yep, so double everything, right? Double the turret takes, double the gold lead as well. They are now comfortably at 2,000 gold ahead for the side of Fearless Esports.
2,000 gold in an early game setting with the pay with the Lady Sun, and Lady Sun is one of the best late game marksmen to really handle squishy heroes here. So that ultimate goes through on towards the side of Snow here, but it's so tanky.
Yep, who's catching who here? And it's not looking good for the side of Twisted Minds. The backup does come in, and Clean lost now in the middle of 4, and he will make it out. So Fearless Esports, they managed to deter him, but 90, what a catch with the True Mantra as well. The crucial initiation onto TL as well as Snow. There is no more damage to be offered, and another refresh comes in, the duo to the death, and Fearless Esports, they have to be fearing right now.
90 comes up clutch with that engage straight onto KK, eliminating TL as well on towards those exchanges. Beautiful stuff here coming in from 90's Dharma.
Yeah, and from a double, it is now double down. Twisted Minds, they have recovered. They've taken the T1 on the top, the mid, taken the T1 down at the bottom as well. So gold-wise, they are neck and neck. In fact, you would even say they're slightly ahead of Fearless.
This is good map tempo here coming in from Twisted Minds here. And this is the prize engage opportunity that we keep talking about in the pick and ban here. You have the double Musashi ultimate. You have 90 with those crazy flank angles here. And so far, he's doing such a good job on the Dharma.
And this is the value of the pick, right? The composition on the side of Twisted Minds, which is they offer you options. There's a lot of flexibility. If it needs to be defensive, you can have the double Unending Sorrow. If it needs to be aggressive, you have the double duel to the death. And that's a scary situation to be in. Right now, Highline is looking for the setup for the team. Unable to find something that they are looking for. 90 is going to be blocked off at the sidelines as well. In the meantime, this actually creates space for Shanks to get some free damage in the form of the arrow shower. At the same time, Clean, they're just pushing them around. They took that Azure Golem away.
Who is just further falling behind on that pay here. Level 13 against a level 11 pay. Clean is so dominant in that jungle lead as of this point here. Things are not looking good for this early game pay.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they're looking for the setup. The bait is real coming up from Highline. They want to make sure that they're over-committing, and that's a lot of damage onto Woodwind as well. Clean is still hiding in the brushes. No, he will hit down onto the T2, stopped by that TP on the side of Snow as well. But Woodwind is so low, he's going to use his Unbridled Outburst. Where is the ultimate? Did not hit the mark, and ACC walks away for free.
He limps away just a bit of health and towards safety here. He still has a bit of breathing room here, but that is a lot of spells being thrown on towards the side of ACC on this Dolia to just allow him to limp away here. And furthermore, all these objectives are still going in favor of Twisted Minds here. More jungle lead, more lead for Queen.
Yes, they have completely flipped the script. Now they have that 1,000 gold lead in their hands, and pretty much a lot of map pressure as well. 3 turrets in comparison to the 2 that Fearless Esports have not found, any extra room to work with.
And the painful part in this exchange, coming in the 10th minute, there is no flash for KK here. That is a big target that 90 and Clean can really engage on. So if you're FE, not a big fight that you should be taking. But there, creation blocks.
There is a lot of damage coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. Not getting any kills, but this is a deterrence, right? Because when that 10-minute mark hits, I think TL should have his Annihilation off of cooldown already.
I gotta tell you, TL's Lua is so darn strong. He's been hitting all these creation blocks into the controls here. And look at Hailong here, going so low, forced to use the Unending Sorrow.
Yes, so ACC now has to use his Celestial Melody. This is, it could be a pain point for the side of Twisted Minds, but they start working on that Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant at this point. It's going to be reset. Twisted Minds, they need to work around their positioning. And once again, the secondary Annihilation not going to hit the mark, but Woodwind is very low as well. They have to be really careful about this. The life bars are not an advantage for the side of FE. Woodwind will commit that Unbridled Outburst, and the value has dropped very steeply. Actually, Miku, this could be very risky for him. He needs to be very careful here.
FE has no more options. They have to back away from this Tyrant here. No Unbridled Outburst, no TL Ultimate here. They are giving away this for free as of this point here. Twisted Minds playing a beautiful poke and prod game, forcing the ultimate coming in, and almost a steal, but clean with a prime smite does secure it away.
How do they do this? They always make it such a nail biter, but Fearless Esports just unable to hit the mark, missed by a hair at that point. So Twisted Minds, they secure this Tyrant buff for the next 70 seconds. This means they have a little bit more map control if Fearless Esports make the wrong choice in a team fight.
Snoke here getting forced away from the bush here. And I'm starting to think that, oh, this game is like probably like 10 versus 10 kills. But look at the kill score, it's 2 versus 2. But there's so much action happening across the gorge as of this point. But with Shadow Tyrant, it does give Twisted Mind more room to play in these team fights. More damage, more movement speed. It is go time for the boys in red.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think really now it's about, can you force Fearless Esports to reposition into an ideal position for your team? That's what Nighty is waiting on, right? He wants to set up the Mega Truth Mantra. Right now, Snow on, there we go. Unable to hit the marker though, and the save does come in from the side of Woodwind. Is it going to be enough though? Annihilation onto Shanks. Oh, there's not enough damage. Shanks makes it out, and this can turn very sour and south for the side of Fearless Esports. They're looking for an opening on the side of Nighty. Manages to get some damage in. Shanks has a lot of protection, has to back off, and it's still looking good. Clean comes in with the cleanup as well. And it's 4 members down for the side of Fearless Esports with the minions marching in the mid lane as well. Woodwind will not be able to defend this, so there's an open wound in the middle.
10 seconds onto Snow here. Woodwind has to sell himself for this base, but the minions have gone through here, and another ultimate does slice him apart as the crystal is wide open. Game number 1 goes over to Twisted Minds.
What a big win. One shot, one opportunity they did not miss. And Twisted Minds, they are very focused today.
They are indeed very focused. The team fight execution towards that late game was just so darn critical, especially on towards Shanks here. He found the 1v1. He found the collective kills, and it really delivered for his team in that success moment, in that final push.
So we'll take a look at that last replay of the fight later on, right? I think it really came down to the Celestial Melody value and the fact that Shanks was able to get a lot of free hits in. Like, nobody was able to lock him down. Snow tried, but he did not make it work.
I mean, it was really decent, right? The defense was pretty decent, and especially when we talk about Nighty finding those key moments, it was just a bit too short towards the wall. He actually found TL and KK, but the execution just slightly mishap coming in from this Clash laner here. But overall, the cleanup crew was there. It was in the form of Clean, it was in the form of Shanks, and they made it happen at the very last moment.
Yes, I think the biggest pain point really came from Shanks, right? We are talking about their early game. Lady Sun, KK against Shanks. Like, KK definitely wins that laning stage because of the rolling raids and the frag grenades. But when you hit the level 4 onto Shanks, he has access into the arrow shower. That range is way ahead of the frag grenade as well as the rolling raid, right? Because then you're putting yourself in a very vulnerable position.
And you have to think about another thing as well. There's so much threats that's being put up against the likes of KK in that farm lane. You have Clean and Nighty constantly looking at this Lady Sun, whereby if he rolling raids up front, you best believe Nighty's gonna be coming in like, what's up? And he sends you towards the wall. Or Clean, there's like double due to the death coming in with the Dolia refresh, just challenging this Lady Sun's positioning. So it's not an easy game coming in for both TL and also KK to survive.
And one of the reasons why, you know, Shanks gets like over 100k worth of hero damage is the fact that he's also constantly poking at the tanks. The arrow shower would really put Woodwind in a awkward situation because that last fight prior to that, he was so low. He had to burn the unbridled outburst a little earlier than he would have liked, for sure.
I think that's the tough part, right? This goes into drafting and team composition, whereby FE was so ahead in that early game up until like a 6 to 8 minute point, where it just tumbled into Twisted Mind's favor due to the fact that in terms of team fighting, Twisted Mind's team composition just did so much better in all the departments.
Yes, and you know, we would argue that, hey, Shanks pick, the Flowborn Marksman, is a very late game hero pick. But at the 12th minute mark, especially when you're free to farm mostly in the entire game, you hit that late game status pretty quickly.
Exactly the case here, and our MVP of this game will be given over to Twisted Mind's Shanks on that Flowborn Marksman. 2-1-3 in terms of KDA, but 40% damage dealt on this Marksman hero. He was in it to win it.
Yep, and okay, I need to say this. Doesn't he look kind of like the Flowborn Marksman? I noticed this since the first time he used Flowborn Marksman and got the MVP. But yeah, the embodiment of the Flowborn Marksman, that is Shanks. They take game number 1. This is a great start in the best of 7. It's a long road to go, but always is better if you get the first win.
That is exactly the case here, but we do go into a replay where we see Shanks get caught out, but this is the play coming in from 90 here. Catching onto Snow, catching onto TL, getting those 2 kills in the pocket here, and this was also a setup from 90 here. Too bad it didn't get onto the wall, but as of this point, Twisted Minds were so dominant in this team fight, and this was the last few moments here. Look at Shanks' positioning. He was superior in these team fights, kiting away and flashing away from the rolling rate, allowing him to stay alive for this final push.
And they really burned a lot of resources to try and catch Shanks, right? Which was one of the pain points for the side of Fearless Esports. So I would like to say this was a very good risk calculation coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. Now, this does not mean the end for Fearless at all. This is just a stumble on a long journey ahead. It's a best of 7. But for now, we will take a break. When we're back, game number 2. Do they come back on the side of Fearless?
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
Calm, calculated are Twisted Minds. They take game 1 in a easy fashion with quick rotations and a good team fight here. But we're back from the break here, as this is only game number 1 in a best of 7 series. So best of 7 series, you need 4 points to allow yourself to win in a series here. So it's still game 1, it's still 1-0. There's still a lot of room for error for both teams.
That's right, and a lot to explore. All right, I don't think Fearless Esports will be kind of ruffled, have their feathers ruffled by this first game. I think this also might serve as a inspiration for the rest of the series. Right, you may stumble, but it's never how you start. It really is how you finish the series.
And also, an interesting point for some of these teams, maybe it doesn't apply to any of them, but some teams really excel in situations whereby in coming series, in like later stages of the series, they do exceptionally better compared to the start of the series here. Twisted Minds has shown that kind of success when they did against OG in that grand finals of KMW Spring. So for FE, maybe that's the case as well.
I mean, both these teams, some of them have had international experience. Actually, all of them have had international experience, right? Even from the following KIC in 2024. Now, Fearless Esports, they're going to open the doors with the Mai Shiranui. So we're looking for some very early game-centric burst potential and hopefully some early rotations. But Twisted Minds, they're going to shut this down.
They are looking hella hungry with these lineups here. Guan Yu and Liang, super proactive stuff here, being prepared for Twisted Mind in this game number 2 here. FEHK, they have already burned through the Zhang Fei as a counter towards the Liang here. Do they go for the counter that 90 showed us, which is the Liu Bang?
Ooh, that is kind of interesting. But we will see Twisted Minds pick up the Jing instead. Not locked in just yet. I'm curious whether they will want to go with the Princess Frost combination, or would you want to go for a Gun and Mo? Personally, I think a Gun and Mo works a little bit better here. You have the potential to snipe down the Long really quickly, and it can be aided on with the help of the Liang.
I think they don't get to choose here because they have to survive through the ban phase here, like 3-4 bans here. Maybe they remove the Princess Frost, maybe they remove the Ganemo combination. It's still up to FEHK what they want to ban through. There you have it. The Princess Frost has been banned away from the pool.
Yeah, but Ganemo works too. Like, they have to ban Ganemo, no? So Twisted Minds, we'll see what they have. Clash laners is definitely, no, not Clash laner. The farm laners where they will really want to put the focus here.
Maybe potentially ban on the Gen.G or even the likes of a Consort U if they do deem that as a counter towards alone. Those are available options that we talk about against the likes of the Long towards the farm lane here, but it does provide it as a food towards TL on this Mai Shiranui to really get things going against an immobile marksman here. So for Twisted Minds, they have options for marksman. Maybe they will put their marksman towards the last pick instead.
I think a Chana will be a beautiful pick at this point, right? And I also like the ban on the Mayin. We've seen how, the Guan Yu can kind of suffer against great Mayin plays. And it's really less of the players, just the kit in general. If the timing is right, it will be able to help you with it. But Twisted Minds, I like this. A very... What? Milady?
This is good. Milady,
I like it.
Milady counters Mai Shiranui in 2 ways, whereby the robots can really... Yeah, you're stuck in lane. Robots are just ramming towards your turret. Your Kachusen cannot clear the robots as quick. And Kongming is also a decent kill matchup into Mai Shiranui as well because of how much mobility he has. And then, if you look at Twisted Minds team composition, yes, if you do drop a channel, great, you have leaking damage, but once the channel dies, what's next? So bringing another carry towards the mid lane makes a lot of sense for Twisted Minds.
I like that train of thought. So right now, let's take a look at where Fearless Esports can really, build the strengths, right? How do we reinforce this lineup that number 1 has a lot of tank, number 2 that's very huge burst damage, right? So the Long and the Mai Shiranui, I doubt they will pick the Guiguzi here. I like the pick, but it makes sense if they really want to lock it in. You have the lowering of the defenses as well. Now, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Wood Window.
This is so much engage coming in from FE here. Twisted Minds will need to draft a very safe marksman that could react to 3 different types of engages plus a super beefy front line in terms of a Dun here. Potentially they may go for the likes of a Gen.G perhaps to go for that style whereby you're a hybrid marksman with tank items, but it will be a difficult situation because there's Dharma, there's Guiguzi, there's Mai Shiranui, but loving the Fang, your spell can dodge out flaming palms, can avoid ganks, so it's a very smart approach here coming in from Twisted Minds.
I like it, but is it going to have enough tenacity against the lineup of Fearless? Because I play a good amount of Guiguzi games. It takes about 8 seconds for the cooldown on the Animist. That's your second skill, right? The one where he kind of captures everyone in a small circle. So there is a lot of initiation potential from the Fearless Esports lineup. I just want to see whether they're allowed to make that happen.
I mean, good news is, at the very least, Fang's passive is like a detection spell where it serves similar to Marco Polo's spell too. It shows you vision of who's nearby, so it gives you a bit of comfort for the Fang in dodging out some of these assassin camps or the Guiguzi ultimate jumps, right? So at the very least, you have the role, you have the passive, so it may make sense coming in for this Fang pick.
I mean, only they're hiding in the brushes. And you know, yes, Woodwind, I think, is going to be a huge marker of success because with his ultimate out of sight, you also get vision on the nearest hero to your lineup, or your Guiguzi in this case. So then they can really make plays off of that information.
But hey, this is game number 2 whereby both drafts has been locked. FDHK drafting a hyper-aggressive try-engage team composition with Twisted Minds playing towards standards double carry, but look at the mid lane.
Oh, straight away, this could be first blood. They force out the flash from Woodwind. He's not gonna take a fall from this, but that is, I mean, that has to be a TP back to home, no?
TP back to home, but you see he's a roamer, he has the regeneration, he goes into a different approach, he helps his jungle speeding up that clear to really allow this dude to match the Ogren tempo that we need to see happen.
Yes, and this is what you need to do as a Guan Yu, right? Especially if you know that you have a very strong mobility, you are actually able to help catch potential first blood, still make it in time for your lane, and then balance out that 1v1.
And Guan Yu as well, he's not a very lane-centric kind of pick here. He can really aid the map with how fast he moves with the horse, with the bar. So 90, we can really expect him to be this nuisance towards the mid lane whereby he keeps visiting TL, causing pressure onto him so he doesn't roll around to gank Shanks or 90 in that side lane.
And one benefit is, okay, Shanks skill 1, target sided, it does offer AoE damage. So if they time it right, essentially you get the full stacks of his first skill onto multiple members on the side of Fearless. But only if 90 gets the catch.
Only if 90 gets the catch here, and we see more of these rotations here coming in for both these two teams to really capitalize on this top side here. But look at Woodwind, he's camping.
There's no way they lose this, right? There's a nice knockup coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Quite a bit of damage onto the side of Twisted Minds. Miku gets smited down. The slow is coming in, but the response is huge from the side of Fearless Esports. It might not be enough. They're falling very low. Instant execution. First blood goes into the hands of Clean. A double kill, triple kill maybe. No, it's a double kill, but still the response coming in from the side of Fearless is not enough. Clean house. 4 members for the 2 on the side of Twisted Minds.
They come up clutch and they win big. Your Twisted Minds utilizing the early game prowess of the Ogren here. Defeating Miku, defeating TL, getting 4 kills for the price of 2. And they come out huge in this early game exchange.
Yep, a lot of pain for the side of Fearless Esports as well. ACC already having the level and the XP advantage against Woodwind. He's still lacking that fall. He needs that information for the team.
But look at the camp here as we go into a replay here. As you see, the ultimate here, jumping onto multiple members. As of this point, you're so low and you just get slapped on by the Seer State. Even if you got the catch onto Clean, it's not worth it because it's a 4-for-2 exchange.
Exactly. I mean, you get Clean down, but Miku has already taken a fall. And once again, they go right in. Clean looking for the finishing blow. They get it. A double kill once again. It doesn't matter if 90 traces left, but they have managed to catch Clean. This is huge for the side of Fearless Esports. They need to battle and work their way through the sides of Twisted Minds. And right now, it's just instant access into the jungle. They do have Smite on Miku. They need to make sure they get this Azure Golem.
It's looking really good for the side of FEHK here. No jungler from the Twisted Minds, but oh, hang on, Hailang does steal away the Azure Golem from the hands of Miku here.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. Fearless Esports, they needed that buff in the hands of Miku because that would, number one, slow down Clean, but at the same time offer golden EXP. So Fearless Esports, unfortunate situation for them, but this was how it transpired. Very nice catch by Woodwin. This is exactly what the usage of the Quick Boots is for. They get the initial kill on the ACC, but then here comes that turnaround, right? This is why Snow, he actually TP'd down just in time to be able to change the fight here.
Exactly here. So 2 goes in favor of the side of Twisted Minds, and then Snow here comes in to clean up kill on towards 90 and also clean here. But it's still overall a decent trade so far as we see. 4 minute has arrived. Tyrant is the name of the game.
And EXP advantage very much in Clean's favor. They need a little bit more setup. Here we go. It is going to be a nice catch, but Clean has the ultimate available. Razor Cavalry as well. The suppression comes down, and Snow, he's not going to be available for the fight any longer. 16 seconds out of the bag with the winning strategy as well. Lay down onto TL, and now Twisted Minds, they use the health bar to shatter damage, and they can take out 3 different members on the side of Fearless Esports. 90, the only victim, and right now the prize is the T1 and instant access into the jungle on the side of Fearless Esports as well.
He is so clutch with it. Without that power control, things would look so bad coming in from Twisted Minds. The fact that he controlled that Dharma's entrance, that really changed the tempo of the team fight, and the rest was just Twisted Minds Highland finding resets after resets on those winning strategies.
And it's such a painful experience because Twisted Minds, with every fight that they win, Fearless Esports, they not just lose, gold and EXP, they also lose the jungle camps. And this really hurts Miku. He needs his Azure buff, he needs the mana regeneration, he needs the cooldown reduction as well.
Is the painful part here. If you fight when your camps are up, especially doing Tyrant, if you lose the fight, you lose a lot of resource and a lot of gold here. 5 minutes, 30 seconds, 1.6k gold lead goes in favor of Twisted Minds. And look at Cream. He's relentless. He knows he's strong. He's just marching towards the enemy base because he knows there's no imperil. There's no hero reduction coming in from FEHK.
And this is so painful because Fearless Esports is a fighting draft. They are a composition made for team fights. But Twisted Minds, because of this advantage that they have, they will keep forcing them to go into team fight situations. And once again, they do get a response here. They take down 90, which is great. But they need a little bit more than that on the side of Fearless Esports.
A kill is a kill, and we see Woodwin finding a potential target onto ACC. ACC does get caught out in the middle of the river here. 2 kills goes in favor of FEHK as they re-establish their fighting spirits.
Alright, this is what we want to see. Every 8 seconds, how much value does Woodwin bring to the team? Now, this is a 3-on-1. 3-on-2, they may be spotted out. Shanks will know that difference, but here's the Conductor of Souls. Can they out-sustain him? It's not going to be enough. Winning strategy already used. They did not get the kill, so Fearless Esports, they need to reconsider their options at this point.
But look at Woodwin. Okay, so the Animus doesn't really find the engage as of this point here, but that is the key marker we keep talking about. You fight against the Ogre, you better be buying heal reduction because look at how much he's healing from the Conductor of Souls.
I mean, you definitely want to have the burst damage besides just having the anti-heal, right? And for now, I don't think TL has that.
TL went for the Scepter of Reverberation, so he will need some time before he works his way towards that venomous stuff that we are talking about, or potentially Miku with the Blazing Cape here. But so far, in the 7 minutes, so much action has been happening across the gorge that so much fighting is in favor of Twisted Minds for that goal lead.
Yes, it's simply because they can't burst down Clean, right? And the moment you can't burst down Clean in one fell swoop, he gets his Conductor of Souls, his ultimate, and he's back to full health again. So it's a very difficult situation for Fearless Esports at this point of the game. They need time to get the goal. They need to balance out this deficit here.
And also, the likes of Alone is not the best marksman to really tear down Ogre without items here. So maybe in the later stages of the game, when the KK has more items, that's where we see it. But Woodwin here, looking for potential engage.
Yeah, but then Conductor of Souls, it resets the whole situation, nullifies the damage as well, and this time Miku's on the run, but the catch is available on the side of Twisted Minds. They will not over-aggress because they know they have this gold advantage. No point throwing away the gold for a couple of kills.
Yep, 2,000 in favor of the side of Twisted Minds here so far. They are looking very much in control here, but one big ultimate here coming in from TL or even Snow may change the pace of the game here. It is down to whoever finds those key engages here. But looking at the item builds, KK is going for the expensive long build. aside, the only disadvantage is expensive here. So it goes for the Eternity Blade, Master Sword into the Daybreaker here. Very suitable in taking down tanks like Ogren or Guan Yu.
So we'll hope that they achieve that result, right? Right now, I think the other member that we really have to pay attention to is Woodwind. I think he has been pretty consistent on this Guiguzi pick, but he needs to be able to catch out ACC, because if ACC is still alive in the team fights, then Snow is just rendered useless.
We will have to see. That's why in the draft we talked about this. It's the battle of roamers here. Whoever gets the perfect catch will dictate the tempo of the game here. It comes down to those key exact moments here. But look at Clean here. He's face checking into 4 members coming in from FEHK. They have no answers for this Ogre as of this moment.
Yes, he's level 12. He's not that far ahead, but a 2-level differential does mean a significant difference at this point, right? So for this Esports, they need to find something else. A good bit of damage coming from KK. That's a good sign to have if you're a Fearless Esports fan. But for now, Twisted Minds are able to handle the pressure. There is a little bit of a threat. Oh, hang on, there's a catch of suppression going down onto Miku. Maybe it is time they have enough damage, and there we go. They clean up, and the life bars are dwindling down a little bit low on the side of Fearless Esports. It's all onto Woodwind. The moment he does not have the catch potential, they have to be very wary about the potential. But for now, Fearless Esports, this is a nice position to be in.
This is the importance of purchasing Imperial Venomous Staff here. You see the moment they have it, they pair it with the Long, they pair it with the Venomous Staff, and Clean, he's not that tanky compared to 4 minutes ago.
Yes, he's not, but he does have the Blood Rage now, and Twisted Minds, I don't think they will want to contest this, which is also why Fearless Esports members are making a beeline straight towards that Overlord pit, unable to find the result they're looking for, so they start working on this Shadow Tyrant instead.
But this is also the beauty of Fang, right? It gives you so much extra damage towards monsters. It allows you to speed run that Shadow Overlord, forcing a 50-50 trade with FEHK. So right now, the game is back to an even state. It goes back to the same thing that you mentioned here. Whoever starts the fight better will dictate the tempo of the game here. And right now, the key member here coming in from FEHK will be Woodwind, will be TL, will be Snow. Find those backline engages where KK needs to stay alive for that DPS.
But you will never ever find 5 members on Twisted Minds at the same place, right? Because it's 90, he's playing a Guan Yu, he's always going to be out of sight. And definitely not out of mind though.
Not out of sight, not out of mind, but Clean always in sight for the enemy to really push in that vision advantage that Twisted Mind really needs to get these turrets in hand here. And look at the top side. Vanguard has already marched towards that tier 3, and right now the map state is going in favor of Twisted Minds.
Oh, this is looking a little bit dicey. Where's Woodwind? This is the main part of the map that you really want to catch the members of Twisted Minds out at, right? The jungle, very tight space. A lot of members have to group up. But for now, they have to make sure they clear this Shadow Overlord, because that is going to hurt. It's a T3 on the menu, Twisted Minds. If they break into the base now, Fearless is not going to have a good time.
But still, with that Shadow Overlord take, look at it engage.
Yeah, nice catch. Suppression down as well. That is going to be TL out of the battle for the next 30 seconds. They do get the catch on Clean. He does miss his ultimate, but the Blood Rage is going to save his life for now. And there is no response that is viable for the side of Fearless Esports.
And Twisted Mind with the Clean rotation here, they know that they cannot push the tier 3s, but they clear out all the tier 2s with your jungle camps, and they revisit back to their own for a next new rotation here. This is very clean stuff coming in from TM.
I mean, how do you play this, man? If you're on Fearless Esports' lineup, who is going to catch ACC? Who is meant to be their turnaround?
I feel like it has to be Woodwind here, and Woodwind going in for the flash engage does not land onto anyone.
It's a big mistake there. With the winning strategy, they get the first one off the board on the side of Fearless, and it's looking like Miku is the second victim. A double kill coming in for the side of Twisted Minds. Highlang is very happy with this one, and this is opening up the doors. The middle T3 open for the taking.
5v3 on towards the map here, but 90 rotating towards the bot side here. It is a 4v3 up front here. Twisted Minds, they are just looking to take the tier 3, and they're looking to back away towards safety, recuperate, relook at the map objectives, and plan their next step here. But so far, Twisted Minds playing a very good game, capitalizing on mistakes being sent on by FE members.
very disciplined, right? I love this movement coming in. They know that they aren't supposed to over-aggress, right? 10 seconds on the clock, there's no need to take a risk. And risk is where it comes, right? Twisted Minds, the only way they lose the game at this point up to maybe that 20-minute mark is by taking unnecessary risks.
I think it comes down to a wombo combo coming in from Snow, TL, and also Woodwind. Finding key members like Shanks and Highlang, that may spell good news if they can really find those backline engagements here. But look at Woodwind. He's going for the engage, but he does not have flash to gap close against Highlang on this Kong Ming.
And why is Highlang there? It's because he has time shift. He has flash. There's so many movement abilities. Now, Clean is getting quite a healthy bit of damage given onto him. But for now, once again, Twisted Minds, they're just too mobile. Nobody on the side of Fearless, even if it's Woodwind, has the opportunity to get the catch here.
And you can see both of these two teams, they are prioritizing the river control here, and Snow, his position is looking at a beautiful one, because if he finds the backline, that may spell doom for Twisted Minds here, as river control relinquish back to FEHK. How does Twisted Mind play this approach?
Okay, ACC on the sidelines. Can they get the catch? The Razor Cavalry is on point, and it's a huge shutdown. 3 members for the price of nothing. TL and Snow, they have to make a beeline. They have to run for their lives. Now, Snow might not be as lucky, but TL will be able to make it back into the base. Unless, yep, that is going to be the case here. There are minions marching down, and Clean doesn't even have to get the kill. It's just about making sure that Snow does not TP back the base. Now, TL meets the majority to catch the suppression, and it's more than enough. A killing spree for 90 as Twisted Minds are looking for their clinical finishing blow. Game number 2 ends as quickly as it did in game number 1.
What a big play coming in from Twisted Minds 90. This was why he was that MVP of the finals in KMW Spring. That Razor Cavalry was just nasty.
Yeah, I mean, TM fans love the fact that 90 is back, but we love it because he makes such great plays like this. He is the inspiration for all Guan Yus out there. Unfortunately, I cannot replicate the performance, so please do not expect that in my ranked games. But yeah, what a game from Twisted Minds.
What a game indeed. From a not so good early game into a fantastic trade-off in terms of kills. They were actively looking for kills on towards the map, 4-4-2 and that top lane, and then converting this lead into jungle invasions after jungle invasions, into late game scenarios where all of the members, especially ACC and 90, found big plays to really allow TM to close this game off in a very easy fashion.
And it's so insane because if you take a look at that particular positioning from the side of Twisted Minds before the Tyrant take, as an FE player, this is like game set. Everyone is grouped up on Twisted Minds. This is the perfect setup for Woodwind to get his enemies and then have the team finish the blows. Snow is waiting at the sidelines, but that's exactly what Twisted Minds was playing on. The Razor Cavalry was so clean because the entire Fearless Esports was waiting for the catch.
The entire Razor Cavalry just charged away the hopes of FEHK. The formation that they actually had toward at the Tyrant Pit was just ceased to exist as of that point here. As we look towards the damage chart here, not the best game here coming in from Snow. 19.8k dealt on a Dharma. It's not what you want, as he is the backline threat that you want to be having here. But look at this goal avalanche here that is going in favor of Twisted Minds. It was going smooth sailing until that one point where we really found those engages and really decimated Clean when he was overestimating himself. But that final few moments, it was Twisted Minds coming out on top and led the charge by none other than Twisted Minds 90.
Yep, very huge plays from the teams, right? Every single person knew exactly what the value of the pick was. An MVP has to be this guy at 90. Very great performance on this Guan Yu. Being able to catch everyone in the side of Fearless Esports in the fishing net that is this horseback rider. Beautiful movements, but I also would like to give a shout out to the side of ACC. His Liang was on point because he silenced Snow the entire game.
I really want to see the replay, which we can really highlight how ACC silenced Snow, because one of those fights, if it wasn't for ACC, that could have been in the favor of FEHK. But let's look at the replay here, as this was the early game trade that we talked about from the side of Twisted Minds. Although it went in favor at the early stages for the side of FE, but look at Clean. This is how strong Allgren is at the start of the game here, and 90 finding a key kill onto TL, making a 4-4-2 exchange here, and coming into the next stage of the fight, this is when the power of the Augur starts to show. So much sustain when there's no healing reduction on the enemy team.
I mean, and it doesn't matter whether he gives his life because ACC already had his job done. But this was one of the rare interactions where you can see the value, right? The moment ACC is out the fight, this is where Snow can shine. And after this particular exchange, you never saw ACC get caught out again.
That is exactly the case here. ACC only died twice in the entire game, and both of those times, and this was the one that we saw on 90. What a beautiful Weasel Cavalry to split across the entire formation of the side of FEHK, and this sending KK, the most fed member, coming in for the side of Twisted Minds into the jaws of the enemy team here. But that is game 2. Currently, we have Twisted Minds 2-0, but we'll get this short break before we go into game number 3.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine.
2-0 is the scoreline between Twisted Minds leading against FEHK here. So what does it take for FE Esports to really bring back the series to a 2-1 or potentially a 2-2?
They really need to start winning in DBPs, right? I think that was the biggest difference maker, especially in game number 2. Just the existence of ACC's Liang was really the difference maker for the side of Twisted Minds. So let's see what else is in the play for both teams, because it's getting a little bit dicey for the side of Fetus Esports, who have picked the counter pick side this time for game number 3.
It's definitely not easy, especially so far out of 2 games. You can start to see that the coaching staff has a lot of answers, especially to FEHK's niche picks like the Guiguzi, for example, right? So FEHK maybe need to play back to their standards on how they won against Twisted Minds, that late game potential.
That's true. But I feel like Twisted Minds, the coaching staff, they have already figured out what the different compositions that Fearless Esports have already offered, right? And this comes to play where you don't really want to show your cards too early in tournaments, even in your own regional pro league.
But hey, it's time to show it. It's in the BO7 where the enemy is almost heading to that match points. You are 2-0 down in terms of the scoreline here. If it's not now, when is it that you actually show us in this case here? Twisted Minds though, they're hovering towards the Gen.G. Potentially, they want to double it down for the DRJ with the pay combination for the fast early game.
So what is available now? There is no more Lung, there's no more Lady Sun. You're left with like the whole E, the channel for the side of the Fearless Esports, Consort E as well. Of which, is it really the best lineup against Gen.G?
Eventually, they will have to think of something, potentially the flowball marksman for that late game. Potential, out-range, out-damage, out-sustain. That is the name of the game here. But for FE, they put more priority towards the jungle and clash lane here. Snow got his hand on towards the Mayin that he has so much success on in the earlier of today.
Yes, let's see if that's going to be the difference maker. But Twisted Minds, they come up with their own combination as well. This is going to be Yixing and Zhang Fei combination. Very scary. Lay down the board. Zhang Fei unleashes the unbridled outburst. Just goes crazy with the mad slaughter, with the stampede, the aggressive moves of the transformed state.
I'm loving the Gun and Mo pick coming in for South Fearless Esports because they know this Gun and Mo is going to outrange Shanks and also Hailang in all these exchanges here. It comes down to how well he can position himself from the maximum range of the World's My board here. So positioning for TL will be a key factor here coming into the series.
Yes, and Fearless Esports, this might very well be a whole E. I'm wondering if Twisted Minds will ban that out later on, but it is Fearless first who has that prior ban.
I'm feeling potentially Clean will go on to that Luna here. There's so much tanks up for him to really dash around. Banning out that Diadea does signify that this Luna might be coming into play. And this is an FE special here. I think this is a WKF special in general. Pause Gaming, FE, they really love this Mengya pick because of how strong he is in the laning phase. But the only bad thing about Mengya, aside from DPS, his mobility isn't the best one out of all these picks.
Definitely is not. So Fearless Esports, they say, okay, we're just joking around, right? We want to tease the potential, that is all, and we'll take a look at a potential Da Qiao roam, which I like. It amplifies your rotation speed, also is able to deal quite a bit of damage, and also has a save potential, right? In the form of the Sea of Fate. Now, Twisted Minds, I'm curious what they're going to be playing here. And okay, you know what? You want to play, yeah. You want to have a good time aiming, get the snipes down, that's not going to happen. The Hanxing is going to be a true menace for the side of Fearless.
And this is the composition that we've seen Twisted Minds bring out before in one of the tournaments whereby, okay, who's just going to lock you in, and then Yixing's going to just cage everyone inside. So it's like a brawling zone that everybody fights each other in that one circle here. So for Twisted Minds, this is a very strong brawl combination here. But I'm loving this final pick Consort U that could really counter the Hansen and Gen.G combination in that 2v2 matchup.
Yes, in lane as well. I think you can actually play it from range, right? Your old bolt for skill for the side of KK, that's going to be very useful in clearing the waves, especially against Shanks, who is definitely of a so-called shorter reach in comparison to the side of Fearless Esports. But with that being said, I'm just concerned whether they can handle the way that Clean plays this Hanxing, because he's going to be farming a storm in this game.
And Clean's Hanxing has historically done pretty damn well, even against KPL teams like AG. Although they didn't really win, but his tempo was really up there for the viewers and us to really see how he really plays out this pick here. And so far as Hanxing in the tournament, I don't think he has lost a game at all today.
Okay, those are some very scary stats, right? If you're a Fierce Esports fan, this is something that needs to change. History needs to change, and we will see if that's going to be the case here. Game number 3, potential series point for the side of Twisted Minds.
And Twisted Minds, this is the game for them to really double down their lead to a match point, to a potential 4-0 exit here for FE. They really need to find their momentum in this series, get back to a 2-1 standing, get back to a 2-2, force it to 7 games so they can really punch their hopes, remain their hopes for that KIC slot.
It must be done, and it must be done in this game, because this is a very strong draft. If they can crush this draft from the side of Twisted Minds, Fearless Esports may be able to turn the momentum over to their side, but this requires them to have ultimate defense against the invasive tendencies of a clean Hansheng.
Well, for the good part is Woodwind does spot out the potential invade here coming in from Clean here. That forces him away and default towards the blue side start here coming in from Twisted Minds jungle. So at the very least, FE's Miku, he's gonna be having a better clear time.
Okay, for every buff that they steal on the side of Fearless Esports against Twisted Minds, that's going to aid their jungler, right? Miku needs all the help he can get, and right away, they're already making those initial movements into the touch boards. That's great, and the save is possible. I think Woodwind does have his second ability, but here comes the Rampage! Oh, that is Twisted Minds. The save comes through with the Leaping Koi Tide, and for now, Twisted Minds will be thwarted. But on the top side, Snow, once again, just unable to find something against 90.
90 is just so darn strong in these mobile matchups, finding so much trading power onto a Snow, allowing this Fuzi that's known to be weak in the early game to have control of this River Sprite here, and he gets that into his pockets here, but he does get chunked out insanely low towards the top side.
Oh, first blood, there we go. You can win that potential start of the match, but we will take that kill away from you. Snow gets the initial first blood, gets level 4, opens up the teleportation portal, and this is going to aid Miku like crazy in his rotation, meaning he can keep pace with Clean.
Keeping pace with Clean is the name of the game here, especially you are such a strong hero in the early game here, but look at the engage here coming in from Hailang here. Goes for the Flash Liberty, but doesn't land onto anybody as KK flashes away towards safety. So that's Flash for Flash as we have and replay towards the top side. Intuition is down. Snow goes in for the 1-2 combo, gets the full combo on towards 90.
He did have to expand the flash, which I think isn't the biggest difference maker for now because he did it pre-2 minutes, which means it will be in time for that first Tyrant take. Now, Fearless Esports, they have to see a Fate to work around with as well, which means they can be 5-man strong really quickly.
5-man strong. That does really counter towards the Fuzi as well. If you really land towards that Sage Mine onto someone, and Woodwind is like, okay, I'll put a portal onto him, and then I'll spawn the entire team on top of you. So potentially that may be a counteractive way that they can play these team fights coming in from FE.
Yeah, and here we go. You know what, 90? Unfazed by the initial first blood, putting pressure against Snow at this point. And we're reaching, well, 60 seconds away from that difference maker. That is the 4-minute mark, the Tyrant. And see a Fate placed down on the floor, will not have any engages. But that initial rotation, Miku now may be looking for an opening.
Miku is towards the top side here, but we can see the playstyle coming in from Hailang. He's giving all the resource towards the pockets of Clean to really allow Clean to be that late game assassin that can really put threat against TL and also KK here. So this Hanshin might find the guy more towards the mid lane.
Yeah, this movement by Clean, this was a bit scary for TL. TL did have to burn his flash, which means this 4-minute Tyrant take, he needs to be in a very safe position.
Safe position, and if he does get engaged on, he has to be very careful at all times because Clean, you know he's not going for the Tyrant, he's going for kills to maximize his own savings.
Yes, I'm also curious about the itemization on Shanks, right? Has he gotten that Doomsday already? Because if he has, then he's going to be able to do quite a bit of work onto Miku in the team fights as long as he's safe.
I think he went for the Sparkforce Dagger as to really put on that magical damage onto KK and also deal like hybrid damage here. But Hailang here going for the Flash Engage.
And there we go, the setup. ACC pushes them back as well. Border being laid down, they're locking them all away. And that means they get the Tyrant for free at the cost of nothing.
Only at the cost of Hailang's passive and also Flash here. That was so huge coming in from Twisted Minds here, but pressure on towards Shanks towards the bottom lane here as all these spears are hitting so hard.
Yeah, maybe this is a big moment. Shanks gets taken out. The nice physical immunity, protecting wins, used cleanly by the side of KK. This is a nice response towards losing that Tyrant.
Overconfidence here coming in from Shanks to really brute force that defense here. Right now, he's losing out farm, he's losing out the potential turret towards the bottom side here. The fate is the same if he were to give away the turret, aside from dropping that kill.
That's true. And you know what? Fearless Esports, I think they actually have the advantage here. So they have the goal lead, that's one. Even though they lost the Tyrant, they have pride over this T1. I think this T1 is guaranteed.
This T1 is indeed guaranteed, and it is in favor of Fearless Esports, and they are in the lead like you mentioned here, so that gives a lot of room for KK to scale on this console unit that will do super well in the late game, especially against the likes of Shanks and also Clean on these double physical threats.
True, but I feel like, you know, there is a nasty surprise that's waiting for them because Clean is level 10. He's 3 levels ahead of TL, now 2, and that's going to be a huge one, and now there is no escape. And with that, Twisted Minds, they recover 1 kill on their end. They're looking for more. Now, Fearless Esports are going to be hiding, looking for the Dream Roam setup. Not going to be available, but they do secure their own camps. And right here, Clean, he wants to go for TL instead. There's no way he's going for Miku. He's coming in. Where is the damage? There we go. A lot of people say, hey, Garden Mode is very risky when you go close. No, it is not. TL shows you that close enough, there is still damage coming from Garden Mode.
Freshly forced straight up on towards the face of Clean, eliminating him from the existence of the Gorge here. That is a bit of an overextension here coming in from Twisted Minds jungle here. So that is good punishment thus far from TL.
And the response is clean, right? Fearless Esports, they respond immediately with the Overlord take. And Highlang, he does have his passive, I believe, did not have to burn that out. So maintaining initiatives is still available for the side of Twisted Minds. Highlang can play a little bit risky still.
This Ganemo is starting to hit like a truck. He has a scepter right now. He's working potentially towards the Tome of Wisdom or even the cap. So you gotta be wondering, what's gonna be stopping this Ganemo if Clean is unable to find these assassinations?
Which is crazy, right? Clean is like level 11. He's 2 levels ahead of the so-called weaker sides of the draft. Like one-on-one. Oh, hang on. This is where the win conditions will come true. Snow tries to win the 2v1. Actually gets the clean kill. Makes it out. Takes a due. And now everything is reset. Something is going on here. Fearless Esports just refuse to take an L.
That was Snow's time to shine here. 1v2 against 90 and Clean, burning 90's flash, killing Clean in that process here. That is so much added value here coming in from FEHK's rotation here. Super good stuff.
Yep, truly putting the Peerless into their model here. Shanks finally has gotten that Doomsday, so he is going to be a decent threat against the likes of Miku as well as Snow. But he is also someone that has very short reach, so he needs to be very careful.
ACC here in a good position here, but does get spotted out by Miku here. So far, the advantage has been humbled towards FEHK in these few attempts here. So far, Clean has not been finding big success across the Gorge thus far.
Yeah, this is really weird, right? Because on the lineup of Twisted Minds, you're expecting them to go for that split push. But here we go, ACC looking for an opening. Dream Roam going to be let down as a stop to ACC, who misses his ultimate. And with that, this is the opening that they're looking for. Board going to be laid down. That's all the members on the side of Fearless Esports trapped inside, but they don't mind because there is no threat.
There's no threat, there's no follow-up coming in for the side of Twisted Minds here. It's only a board to show confidence here coming in from Twisted Minds here. But on the flip side though, you see Han Shin here trying to steal with the buff here, but does get spotted out by the members of FE here, forcing him to rotate towards safety.
Yeah, he has to get out. He has no smite as well, right? There was no point staying at that point. And just Fearless Esports understanding the strength that they have in their composition, that level advantage that they had for the side of Clean is still there. But now the rest of Twisted Minds cannot handle Miku.
But still, 2,500 gold in favor of FEHK. They have so much more confidence here compared to Game 1 and Game 2. Right now, they are in the driver's seat here, but look at Clean here. Gets spotted out by the Sea of Fate here. Good spot out here coming in from Woodwind.
Yeah, I like this. Fearless have all the answers against Clean. This is how you should deal with Han Xing. Clean is level 13. He's still maintaining that level advantage. But the problem is the fact that, look, nobody else on the side of Twisted Minds is able to handle Miku. And what that means is they get that opening for TL. Once again, they give it a try, but Snow, he's surviving. He's thriving. And here comes the backup as well. KK laying down the pain. ACC with the save, but I don't think it's enough. The heals do come true, but 90, he needs to run. The flash comes in as well. They finish the job on the side of Fearless Esports. The Dream Roam going to be laid down as well. Let's take a look if he has the passive. Highlang not going to be put at too much risk at this point, but TL is around the corner. And Clean, he's looking for the opening, but the summons have come true. The Eye of the Whirlpool saves the lives of the rest of the team, but TL has to pay the price.
TL does pay the price. It's a 1-for-1 exchange so far. Snow right now, he's so goddamn tanky on that Marine. If you don't bring Clean, if you don't bring Shanks, don't even think about taking Snow in a 1v2 or a 1v3 exchange.
And this is what we want out of the draft, right? So even when TL is down, there's still the presence of Snow, there's still the presence of KK, both of which are able to deal significant damage to the lineup of Twisted Minds.
And you can start to see Clean. He's not going to be a threat towards KK at any time right now because KK, he's immune to physical. Hailang is severely behind on this Yixing, so there will be no magic damage to put threat against KK's Consort U here. So what's the answer here for this Consort U that is so goddamn fit?
I have no idea because they can't actually tank it up. Here comes the Dream Roam. Going to be caught in the vault by Miku. That was the wrong call and they actually get him out. Who takes the buff? It's the Tyra buff going to the side of Twisted Minds. It was all looking good, but Twisted Minds now, they need to turn tail, run into the jungle of Fearless and really just make them pay for all the pain they have experienced.
Miku with the critical misplay here, giving all those lead back into the hands of Twisted Minds here. This is not in the script, Miku. That is a devastating mistake.
Yep, he has kind of opened up the doors for Twisted Minds to come back into the game. Not ideal for sure, but it is not game loss. Fearless Esports, they lose the T1. On the top, they lose a T1 at the bottom as well. So this is a little bit more map control. In fact, this is the recovery. The gold is slightly moving back into the balance of the two teams.
It was almost 3,000 in favor of FE, and once Hanshin on Clean started to ramp up and got the Tyrant, right now he's free to farm the side lane, he's free to cross the gorge. That is such a bad news coming in from FE. They were having so much success just now.
I mean, okay, it's one bad situation, but it doesn't kind of remove that same advantage that Fearless Esports have, right? Like, the only target they have is TL. Like, that's the only person Clean can go on safely. For the most part.
Indeed the true part here. We have to see how KK really uses his protecting winds here because look at him. He's doing so much damage on the ACC and the flanking position here is valid.
Oh, here we go on the back lines. They wanted to burn out the protecting winds. And here comes Clean. He's looking for an opening. They get rid of TL. There is no more save potential. Here comes the maximum damage from the side of Twisted Minds. They get rid of Snow as well. The two important members that can change the fights not available. Fearless Esports, they get the Sea of Fate. They're going to be sending KK back home. But at the same time, the T1 under pressure, they're jumping in as well. They want to lay down as much pain as possible, push them back so they can get the T1 in the mid. Open up, give the fog of war towards the side of Fearless Esports.
But that's Clash, that's mid lane down for the side of FEHK here. 1,000 gold lead goes in favor for the side of Twisted Minds here. They drop Shanks, but Clean is still up and available in this game here. He can really just cross the gorge, get this Shadow Overlord, and then revisit back onto the side lane pressure here. Because right now, Twisted Minds, from that deficit of a mid game, they are back on board once again.
Okay, this disadvantage is only going to be for the next 2 to 3 minutes, right? Because everyone else on the side of Fearless Esports, they will hit 15 soon. They should have the gold to match it up as well. Like, there's literally just 1,000 gold that sets the two teams apart now. Of course, in advantage to Twisted Minds.
But Twisted Minds, they have the Fuzi, and Fuzi's getting towards the late game. That is so darn scary coming in for the side of FE. They have to take down this Fuzi before even thinking about all these damage potentials here, because this Fuzi, with the Intuition refresh, he's not going to be taken down so easily.
That's true. And look, Clean is just playing the mind games. They get the ball down. This is Miku as well as Woodwind. They have been caught. Do they want to over-aggress? Shank's gonna lay down some free damage. They take the T2 at the bottom as well. So there's a lot of pressure building up. There is the Shadow Overlord coming in on the bottom side. So right now, Twisted Minds, it's a completely blue map. Out of the blue, we have all the T2s taken down.
All the tier 2s are down. Do Twisted Minds continue with this push, or they play slow and get the Shadow Tyrant that's about to spawn in 5 seconds time here? I think they can just play it chill, take care of Hailang's mana here, just slowly play the game, and they will have even more of a grasp right now. 3,000 is the lead for TM in this occasion.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the lineup is supposed to be like, right? This is the performance that Twisted Minds needed at the start of this game. The split push, the buff stealing, that insane mobility that is Clean himself. And right now, it is coming to fruition. Fearless Esports, they have no answers at this point.
We need a miracle flank here coming in from Snow or TL, sniping Clean or Shanks to really put a stop to this Twisted Mind terror of their tempo here, because at the first 10 minutes, it was all FE. FE getting kills, FE getting rotations here, but at the moment where Miku True that ultimate into the hands of Twisted Minds, that really spelled disaster here. But look at the board here, does not catch onto anyone as Shanks is looking for the turret.
Actually, Fearless Esports, they have a decent defense, right? The wave clear is strong. They have TL, they have Woodwind. There's a lot of wave clear available. It then just is determined by, do they get out of position here?
We'll have to see. Right.
Oh no, Miku! Yeah, he has been caught, and there's a killing spree. They get the finishing blow. The main tank is out for the side of Fearless Esports. This is going to open up the doors. Snow tries to save the day by pushing away 90, but at the same time, the T3 at the top has been taken. Fearless Esports, the bleeding begins.
The bleeding begins, and it is not going to be stopped from the side of Twisted Minds here. They saw the angle, they engaged onto Miku, and right now they are not stopping without even more tier 3s.
They won the series point. The flash comes in as well. Ball laid down. Woodwind is caught on the back lines. Here comes the first life of Clean. Traded out. What more can they get? Destiny gonna be used as well. They finally get rid of Clean, but the base is exposed. The crystal is open for the taking. All they have to do is to start working on it. But Woodwind manages to buy some time. They have cleared up the minions. One more wave on the bottom side. Shanks is still healthy. He's still alive. Here comes that legal immunity. But up against the physical immunity, is it going to be enough? It's a double kill. And with that, they're left with 3 members. But the big strong ones are here. Snow, Miku, and TL. They can definitely get the wave clear done. They can definitely get the kills as well. And for now, Fearless Esports, they buy a lifeline. But this is a lifeline that is really thin.
Shanks played that team fight so darn aggressive and so darn well. He was dancing on top of Blades, finding kills on the KK, finding damage on towards the crystal. However, they still got a sense of life back into their arms for FE here. But how long can they hold on towards this game? Because Twisted Minds, they are looking at this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, there's no time, right? At this point, if Twisted Minds get their hands on the Shadow Overlord, this is game set. There is no way they hold against the likes of Twisted Minds. Now, Highline will be starting to put it down in terms of vision, but Miku will be sent home. So let's see. Clean here has the potential to change this whole thing. They don't know that he's here.
They don't know he's here. He's spelling them. He's found Miku once again.
Yep, he's on the back lines. He's looking for TL. Gets that double hit. Gets that kill as well. He gives his life. They get rid of TL, but there's 3 important members down for the side of Fearless Esports. Snow, he's gonna make his attempt. The great escape, as we call it. But then Highlag is now looking for the other sidelines as well. Shanks pulls the attention of Woodwind away, gets a stun in, golden token. He doesn't have to go for the kill. Actually, he just wants to push them away because the base is wide open. Crystal available for the take. Highland can't get it all, and this is game set. Game number 3 goes in the hands of Twisted Minds.
It was looking so good for Fearless Esports until that 10-minute comeback coming in for Twisted Minds. 3-0 in a best of 7. They are at match point. One more game sends Twisted Minds to that KIC spot.
Yeah, there was a glimmer of hope, let's be honest, right? That was kind of scary for the side of Twisted Minds for a moment, but then Clean just made sure that there was no option to explore. Getting rid of TL, that was a big marker of success. And Snow, he had some very great performances at the start and the mid of the game, but like you said, we're talking about 90 Foods late game. There's no way, right?
There's no way, and 90 found multiple engages on towards Miku, and Miku was left to dry. The 10th minute troll or misplay coming in from FE's jungle was just too darn expensive here. And really, FE paid the price, and they paid it with another loss.
So let's take a look at it from another perspective. If you are now in the shoes on the side of FE, what should have happened?
What should have happened? Potentially just allow yourself to secure the Shadow Tyrant, only you go for a much better team fight, because we can check back to the replay later. 0-3-2 on towards Miku here. Definitely not the best game he had on this monkey here. But so far, if we were to prize someone, I gotta give props towards Shanks and also Highlang. They had amazing game in setting up the success story for Twisted Minds.
They actually put a lot of thoughts into the heads of Fearless Esports, because on the side of Fearless Esports, there's a lot of skills that require aiming, right? TL needs to land those daggers or those blades. KK needs to land those shots as well as the oak bolts. And while you're planning those moves, Clean is on the back lines looking at you. And 2 hits is enough to clear the lives of TL as well as KK if they do not have their skills available. So this is so hard for Fearless Esports to play.
that moment whereby you force a protective win and then you're so low you cannot really fight. But this is the goal we're talking about. At that 10th minute, it was all smooth sailing for FE until the unfortunate events happen on towards the Monkey, and then it just stumbled back towards Twisted Mind's tempo to a game-winning push here. We can really break down and dissect what really happened later on in the replays.
Yeah, the dream roam that really proved to be people building castles in the sky. Now, this is series point, like you said, and for that, we have to take a look at the MVP. 4-4-1 may not be the cleanest KDA, but this was one of the cleanest performances by Clean in the later parts of the game. He was not doing that well early starts.
It was true, and there was a lot of moments whereby Clean was just harassing the backline, zoning them away. I think it's a collaborative effort coming in from Twisted Minds to really find that comeback win in this series here. But this is a replay coming in for that first blood on Snow against 90 here. It was really the Snow show in that early game, and this was the over-aggression coming in from Shanks on defending the wave, and he does die towards all these damages. And Snow, this was so well played.
Yeah, this one I think definitely was a disappointment for Snow because he had a great game. He was pulling out all the stops, right? And unfortunately, it just came down to having the better rotations coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. Clean really made life so difficult. And 90, with the lockdown onto Miku here, when there's no more tanks, how do you play this game?
And this was the play that I really want to prize Shanks about. Look at this. He's just kiting against 4 people, assassinating KK, forcing TL to go away. And this is the MVP play you talk about, right? Assassinating TL, even removing his flash from the equation, and then just sealing the deal for Twisted Minds in game number 3, despite being in such a disadvantageous spot.
Exactly. I think Shanks is also someone you need to pay attention to. Yes, we celebrate the MVPs, but this is a team game and every little action matters. So for now, the most important action is to take a breather. We'll take a break. When we're back, this is potential series point for Twisted Minds.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from rock and we go.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from rock and we go. The ain't a river, tiny big storm is coming down.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
At the brink of tournament elimination, right now we have Twisted Minds 3-0 up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong, China here. What does it take for FEHK to make it back into the series, kid?
They need to reframe themselves, get right back into action, right? They need to start their engines. It's never too late. All you have to do is to believe, have the faith in yourself. And we'll take a look at whether that is going to be the case, because Twisted Minds, like you said, this is potential series point. One more win secures, guarantees that KIC ticket.
It is at death's door for FE as of this point here. They will really need to pull out whatever strats that they have in store to really change up the tempo of the series, because 3-0 is not a good score to be in, because every game that you play from here on out, you might cause yourself to be exiting the chances of KIC 2025.
True, but we have seen miracle stories many a times. We have seen teams come back 4 games in a row. Now, is this going to be a Cinderella story for the side of Fearless, or will they falter? Let's take a look at the pick and bans. It's going to be stock standard. Luna, Pei taken out for Fearless, Twisted with the Yuhuan and the RD ban.
I'm thinking here, what can Fearless Esports really draft to really outshine Twisted Minds in these attempts here? Because Snow, he's been finding so many of these early game picks here, so many of these early game plays to really put FE on top of the early game charts here. So what does it take for him to change up the entire game tempo? Liu Bang has been locked.
Okay, this could very well be the Liu Bang and Lianpo combination. There's a lot of openings. There is also the potential Hansing pick coming out from FE themselves. We'll see. Twisted Minds, they go with the stock standard. Long and Diadea. Good burst, good heals.
Wow, them getting low at this stage 3-0 is one of the very good setups here that you can probably ask for. Long is one of those strong picks that you want to be utilizing in a series, especially in a game 4 where you are match points against your opponent.
That's true. Now, Fearless Esports, they will be the next one in play here. Who are the 2 picks? Do they go for the Lianpo, or do they want to go for something even more greedy like the Jing? But for now, Fearless Esports, they start with the Channel first. A classic, nice matchup against the Lung in the laning phase.
It's a very good pickup here, especially you should pick the Channel here, considering that if you don't, it's probably going to be banned out at the 3rd and 4th ban here coming from Twisted Minds. Jing is being hovered and potentially locked for Clean in that jungle here. Clean, so far in this series, he's been having a phenomenal record.
Exactly, and I mean, is this not the end here? This is a clean Jing. We have seen this guy's Jing so many times.
So many times. He's so good at all these jungle assassins here, and so far he's probably one of the best jungle assassin users in this entire tournament thus far. We have to be keeping our eyes on this player here, because if he's not locked down, he may be a big of a threat, especially against that Channel in that farm lane.
I think Fearless Esports, they might want to double down on that, very aggressive take in terms of turret pressure, right? This is one of the reasons why Twisted Minds ban out the Agudo. And obviously you take out a Musashi because you don't want to be put in a position where you get bursted down really quickly. Late game Musashi, pretty hard to take down.
I have to agree, your late game Musashi is super duper hard to take down, whereby all these assassin picks, the Musashi can also block the Lung's flaming palms with the illuminating slash. He can also bring in the Liu Bang combination towards the backline here, but it seems like the Liu Bang here is more of a deny against the likes of the Jing and Liu Bang combination here, because this Liu Bang is potentially going to the Roamer role.
But Twisted Minds, they've got the Charlotte. This is something that's very scary. This is one of 90's specialties. And now Twisted Minds, they're locking in. But Fearless Esports, I like the draft because this double burst composition, number 1 in the form of the Fatih and number 2 in the form of the Liu Bang. This could very well be the entry into the momentum shift here.
Oh, Angela being hovered from the side of FE here. Very interesting pickup here. Nutsa as well being hovered here. So we're looking at a Nutsa jungle, Fatih Clash lane, Liu Bang roam here. So you can see Nutsa Liu Bang combination to really lock down that long in all these team fights here. A potential pickup here that may serve purpose, that may serve a win for FE.
And you cannot, ignore the Nurture Skyfall, right? The moment that Skyfall is locked down, you have to be really careful about what's happening. And I love this shield pickup. This is going to be a huge thorn in the side on the side of the Jing for Clean, right? Because once you're getting pulled out of your mirror domain, it's instantly cancelled. So that is probably one of the win conditions that Fearless are hoping to achieve in this game number 4.
It's a very good counter towards Nutsa or even the front line like Fatih as well, because you can really remove their defensive stats and push more damage on towards their head here. So potential Ziya may be locked in here.
It very well could be. And level 25 Loom, I think that's going to be a huge problem.
Level 25 Long or level 25 Jing on towards Clean here, or even Charlotte here. Whoever does well will get the passive coming in by this Ziya on towards Hailang here. There's so many choices here coming in for Twisted Minds.
Okay, we'll see. This is the final countdown for the side of Fearless Esports. No more lessons. Get that exam over with, and we'll see. This Twisted Minds make it past and win this entire series with a clean record 4-0.
This will be very interesting here. It is tournament's end for FEHK 3-0. This is their time to really bring it back, or potentially allow Twisted Minds to end it for 4-0 in terms of the scoreline here. It is down to this deciding moment.
Okay, so I think one of the primary movements that we need to explore on the side of Fearless Esports is that Clash lane, right? You need the Fatih to be successful. He is the only person that's going to be responsible to put pressure on this Lung and make mistakes happen on the side of Twisted Minds.
Fatih and also Nutsa, Miku's Nutsa, these two will be, like you mentioned, right, the backline access threat here to really burn down this Lung's ultimate, to force him away from this team fight. But this is game number 4 between Fearless Hong Kong China against Twisted Minds. The last 2 teams from the KME, KMW, and WKS, they will duke it out for that final slot in the KIC.
But the poke potential coming out from Twisted Minds is so scary, right? You have the Cannon Blast, you have the Divine Punishment as well. There's a lot of wave here available, but here we go. Nice start. Woodwind actually gets quite a bit of damage onto the side of Hailang.
Hailang does go dangerously low here. They do get that mid lane priority here. ACC getting hit by that Silk Imprint from the hands of TL here. And towards the bottom side, we see KK making light work of this favorable laning phase.
Yes, he needs to, right? Imagine if KK does not have a favorable lane, then it's going to be a nightmare situation for the side of Fearless Esports. Now, Twisted Minds, they are doing well to be able to provide space for Shanks to get this Spiketail Beast for himself. At the same time, Clean has not been disturbed in the jungle, which is a cause of concern. Fearless Esports needs to put pressure here.
It will be difficult, right? Because Nutsa is not the type like Pei, or not the type like... Wait, hold on a moment. It's 90. Looking at the Woodwind, the Woodwind does get forced away towards safety here. But back to the question here. Nutsa is not the likes of a Pei or Organ that can put that early game pressure here. He's more of a jungle that scales even better towards the mid to late game stages here. He is a scaling jungle rather than an invasive jungle.
Well, let's see how they achieve this win condition, because he's going to be quite hard to deal with, right? He's super tanky as well, given the right resources. And at the stage of the game as well, we'll see Clean. This initial first blood, if you're looking on both ends, right? I think for Twisted Minds, the best first blood candidate, I would actually put it on Snow. I would want to shut Snow's game down.
Either Snow or KK, one of these side laners that are prone to the ganks of Clean, right? Because Clean on this Jing, once he breaks the level 4 mark, he has so much damage in that Mirror Domain kit that can really pump up the sufficient burst to burst down the side laners.
Yes, so this also means Clean needs to be shut down. If I'm on Fearless Esports, I will make every resource available to be able to shut down Clean's jungling and have that level advantage for Miku, because right now, Clean is doing a much better job in terms of EXP farming. He has been given a lot of space to roam the map as well. So Twisted Minds, this is a decent start, but the gold is actually kept pretty even between the two teams.
it is practically dead even at this point here. But coming to consideration of one thing's for sure, Twisted Minds has a much better late game scaling here. You have Shanks on the Lone, Clean on the Jing, 90 on top of Charlotte here. All these are known to be a crazy late game setup here, plus Highline with that level 25 break mark here. So if you're FE, you're potentially playing on a timer in this game.
That's right, and the timer is going to get shorter. Woodwind now, charging on its abilities, actually gets spotted out by the rest of the side of Twisted Minds. Now, there is a lot of free damage available. Unfortunately, the Cannon Blast will not hit its mark, so Fearless Esports, this is a small win.
Small win here, but look towards top side.
Nice catch, and this is going to be 4 members, and with this Skyfall, a success in the form of the limit here. So Fearless Esports gets the first blood, but they have to defend this T1 at the bottom.
So much artillery being thrown onto his face of KK. He's just like gliding through like Matrix, dodging every skill shot being aimed towards him. So good stuff coming in from KK on that channel. But TL, with that roam on Shi, he pulled off light work onto 90.
And that's what's so scary, right? This poke coming in from Twisted Minds essentially is guaranteed. The moment the Cannon Blast land on you, you can be sure the universal law will be followed up as well.
And that's a steal here coming in from KK. With 4 minutes on the block here, we have the first time being spawned onto game 4 here. FE does seem to have a much better positioning coming into this Tyrant.
This is important. They need this. They have the goalie. They need to work off of this. The flash comes in from high lane, unable to find the targets that they're looking for. But this then repositions Fearless, and once again, Twisted Minds. They just get things for free.
It was Highland again. He flashed in for that knockout, forcing the flash away from KK and TL. If they didn't flash, that could be disastrous coming in from FE's mid and farm.
And you know your mental state is at risk when you see a mid laner, right, flash in and you flash away. It's kind of scary.
I can only tell you Highline's angle was just too darn perfect in that exact moment here. But coming back into live here, although that were to happen here, but goalie, yo, steal coming in from Twisted Minds clean. That was so fast.
The disrespect on this man. I mean, the gall to even try for that after taking the Tyrant. And here we go. This is big burst potential coming in. The Wolves managed to save the life of Woodwind there, blocking the Cannon Blast. Or that would have been a secondary kill for the side of Twisted Minds. Now, here comes the Cannon Blast again. It stops at 2 of them. And KK now. Yep, he needs to be careful. That was a nice scout with the traps. Now they will have to get the T1 for free at this point as Clean cleans it up. What else does Fearless have across the map to play with?
TL needs to find more of these engages because so far, Clean is just getting away with all these steals on top of Miku's head here. You need Miku with sufficient resource to man-mark Shanks, to man-mark Highland here. You can't allow him to be put on so darn behind in all of these games.
But it's so difficult because Miku is already 2 levels behind. The jungle has been stolen multiple times. Here we go. This could be the gank they're looking for. 90, does he really make it out? No, he will give his life. But this is to buy time and space. They do manage to get the catch onto ACC. But Clean is alone in the backline. Where's the backup? There he comes, Clean. Might have to give his life. Battlefield Command. They baited out ACC with a think inside the box. He catches the free. And here comes the backup from the side of Shanks as well. They do get some kills in return. But it's all benefit for Fearless.
It's 1-for-3 benefit for Fearless 4v5 here, and then what's more to add, mid lane tower goes into the pockets of FE in that exchange. This is all FE on this map.
Yep, the punish comes through. This is exactly what they need to do. Snow gets away that Crimson Golem. There is options to explore the takedown of the T1 at the top. Get a bit more fog of war against the likes of Twisted Minds. Now KK, that was a good recovery for him as well. He is now level 10. He leads the EXP race against Shanks.
Very good stuff here, especially you are on a channel here. The channel that can scale towards the late game. He will be a very big deal for FE, especially we know KK loves these kind of late game marksmen.
Yes, and he's going to be responsible for taking 2 big members now. Number 1, Highline. The second one is ACC, right? He's going to be able to melt them down pretty easily towards the later parts of the game. And even with the level 25 cap, right, Highline is not very survivable.
Not very survivable. That's why he has that Splendor already purchased in his inventory here. So for Twisted Minds, the game plan is simple as of this point. Stall the game to a potential 14-minute mark, then you have all these big items from 90, from Clean, from Shanks to really burst through the team fights with ease.
Yes, and we're talking about the growth of Miku, right? Him being able to tank, that's the important marker. Another catch, they force out the Dragon Form. They jump onto the backline as well. Hailang forced to use his Splendor early. And this is where Clean is waiting. But he is in view of Miku, who is happy to take that 1v1 against Clean.
Miku is so tanky on towards this Nutsa here. There's no item breakpoint coming in from Twisted Minds as of this point to really find the kills onto Miku here. And Shanks, he's getting pressured so hard by TL on this Shirk here. Every time he walks up for some minions, you will see TL flashing aggressively against this Slow.
And the beautiful thing about TL's gameplay is that you want to stay hidden. So you're having very little risk of being actually caught out by Clean. Who's going to be looking for you or KK, right? Because the rest of the members will be able to turn the fight around. And for now, with a 1,000 goal lead going to the side of Fearless Esports, this is their best chance yet.
So 8 minutes on towards the clock here. This is the exact same thing that FE did in game number 3 that they were so dominant in. I need to see FE whether they can pull off better micro decisions in those team fights to really battle that game 4 with Twisted Minds. Because so far, yes, FE is in the lead, but what about big team fights?
True. I mean, okay, the micro has been not bad, right? TL has managed to catch quite a lot of people with his second skill. I think that has been one of the main reasons why they're able to get the catch as well. But here we go. This is where Twisted Minds, they have been caught 4 times already, right? How do they recover from this? Because if this happens, furthermore, Fearless Esports actually have a very strong chance of coming back.
I think it's still fine for South Twisted Minds because, like we mentioned, right, 90, Hailang, Shanks, Clean, they scale super duper well towards that late game. So if it's not like a crazy goalie like 4,000 to 5,000 as of this point, it's still really acceptable coming in from Twisted Minds as long as they don't fumble at 10th minute mark.
It's funny you should say that because we have seen the biggest fumbles come after that 10-minute mark, and right now we're about 10 seconds away from that reality being set in. Twisted Minds. Let's see if they can turn this game around.
Only time will tell here. Clean on towards the crossmatch here, using the teleportation portal towards the mid lane here. It seems to me they want to contest for this objective take.
They have to, right? They can't afford to lose this. Yep, there is Snow giving information for the team. Right now, here comes the Skyfall. They want to burst out the skills, and with that inflight pass is going to be used. Think inside the box. ACC does not get the catch. It's not enough. Snow uses his lifeline there with the Blood Rage, and that is going to be 3 different members going down for the side of Twisted Minds. And Fearless Esports, we talk about that comeback. 10 minutes, here it is.
TL once again landing a crucial Silk imprint on towards Shanks here, pulling him towards the arms of FE. This man on this shit is unstoppable.
Yes, and the rewards are great for this one. All the T2s have been taken out, and just in time as well. So right now, Twisted Minds, they are living in darkness. Fearless Esports, this opens up the doors forwards towards that Shadow Tyrant. 7-2 with a 4,000 goalie.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Fearless Esports here. They are in the driver's seat. 4,000 goalie, Shadow Tyrant available. They have all it takes to really bring this game to a game number 5.
Yep, just play patient, right? Don't mess up. Like, just play the winning formula, get the catches from TL, make sure you pressure the backlines with Miku, just create chaos, allow Snow to go in. He has the flash now, there is a lot of flag potential as well. Fearless Esports can definitely dismantle this Twisted Minds lineup.
We need to see the upcoming execution here coming from Fearless Esports. They need to find perfect team fights like what they did just now. Very good initiation coming in from Miku, that ultimate on the Nitsa, to really force Shanks out of his infinite vastness here. And TL, one or two more of these Silk Imprints will really bring the game victory towards his hands once again.
And it completely flips that switch, right? Because instead of aggression, like looking for KK, it is now, okay, I need to protect myself, and everyone forgets about KK. It's just free damage.
It's just free damage. Very well said here. And look at Queen here. He's looking for potential backline access here, but it is so done perfectly well from the side of FE, where they just give so much space for KK to play these fights with no worry.
Yeah, they're gonna back off at this point. They can't really over-aggress. The bars are heading down, and there was a potential steal even with the Primal Bond coming in. Actually, especially with the Primal Bond coming in from the side of Fearless Esports. And the next decision, this is the best one yet. Taking away the Azure Golem is gonna be very important against Clean, but he does secure it for the team and for the cause. Right now, it's defensive mode.
Defensive mode online for South Twisted Minds. Can they push against the likes of a Overlord push that's being set up by FE here? Overlord Vanguards are attacking on towards the map here. 13 minutes is the game time for both of these two teams here. Twisted Minds, they need to play a very good high ground defense here against TL on this dominating and very, very strong Shi.
I mean, they have, right? Because they have Hailang, they have the Universal Law, Divine Punishment, they also have the Cannon Blast from ACC, but we'll see. It all comes down. TL is the game changer here. Can he get that catch?
He is looking, he's just casually strolling across, and he finds the game!
Oh, he finally gets the catch! They forced out the Dragon Form in front of Fastest by Shanks. He is so low, they get the T3, which was what they were looking for initially. In that middle lane as well, Miku handing up the damage, the dive coming in from 90, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have the damage, and they can't do anything because the structures are getting whittled down bit by bit. In fact, a bit is an understatement. This one is a free one, T3 on the top, open as well.
Two T3s go in favor for the side of Fearless Esports in this exchanger. TL, I gotta say, he's been landing all these engages on the members like Shanks, Hailang, Clean. He's so darn good on this Shi.
Exactly. And you know what? He hasn't taken a fall once. That speaks volumes about his positioning in this game because you don't see him until it's too late.
And one thing's for sure, Snow is hella rich on this fatigue. He's already full build with all these items here. He will pack a very strong punch against especially ACC and 90 in those exchanges.
I mean, there's a soundtrack behind him, right? I get money.
I get money, and that is Snow. He is definitely raking in all that bucks in his pockets here. 12,000 leaving the gold chart here for the side of FE here. He is definitely one of the members to look out for in those late game dive potentials.
And I really love this performance by Fearless because you look, they don't even have vision on the heroes of Fearless Esports. Here comes that insane dive potential. Battlefield Command along with the Skyfall, the flank coming from Snow. They need to put in a little bit more damage, but it's just to push them away, right? Because the true target here is that Shadow Tyrant. It's about 15 minutes into the game. They have a 5,000 goal lead, so itemization, levels, everything is coming to the benefit of Fearless Esports.
Twisted Minds have no answer for this Nerdza Liu Bang combination here. Every time Twisted Minds wants to go for a vision check, you best believe Miku and Woodwind will ride that ultimate combination into a backline squishy. Highland forced to flash away. Shanks forced to use the infinite vastness here. Look at the amount of pressure being built in by the jungle and roam duo.
TL looking for the catch as well. Once again, the TP comes in. TL manages to get a catch. They take that final T3. And this is going to be a very empty base for the side of Twisted Minds. The challenge is on. Fearless, how long before they finish this game?
It will not be for long here as we see Shadow Overlord spawning in just 5 seconds before the inevitable really happens across the gorge. As we see Twisted Minds pathing very aggressively towards the jungle here. They want more.
Oh, they have taken down 90. That's a 4v5. This is a great initiation coming in. Shanks did not have to expend his ultimate, but Clean comes in, gets deleted by KK. And this is a nice setup. Think inside the box. Going to be able to catch on too. But here comes the damage. Shanks, does he have an extra life? He does not. Takes the fall for the team. And it's an ace. And Fearless, we wanted to come back, and here it is.
They find the game-winning push. They find a tournament lifeline. They bring the series back to a 1-3. The crystal has been exposed. No members coming in from Twisted Minds are alive to defend this. Game 4 goes over to the side of Fearless Esports.
Beautiful game from the side of TL. We take things one step at a time. It is still just one win. It is 3 wins for the side of Twisted Minds. So it's still series point, but Fearless, what a way to start the dream of a comeback.
This is the bricks that they have to slowly put on for their track towards their comeback. When we were talking like, what does it take for Fearless Esports to bring a game on towards the table? Maybe this is what it takes to bring it to an ultimate battle. 3-3 and that resets the entire pick and ban situation for these two teams here. But good news for FE fans, they are currently back on track and potentially will force out a Game 6 or Game 7 in the later stages of today's series.
That's right. We all know who the MVP of this game is going to be. It's definitely going to be TL, right? This guy was just insane. You could never see him, and the moment you did, it's the end of your life.
Exactly. He was finding all these poles, especially on towards 90, Hai Lang, and also Shanks. You can even see at the last few fights where Clean went in for the execution, he got Silken Print and he was just left to dry immediately here. So this pressure coming in from TL is just immaculate.
Yeah, I really love this game, right? And this is one of the performances that we wanted out of Miku, right? All of those tanky hero picks that he picked before, this was supposed to be the result where Twisted Minds have no answer. They could not get rid of this Nerja.
It couldn't, and every time you see a Nerja with a Liu Bang flying towards you, either you burn the Flash, you burn the Splendor, or the Infinite Vastness here, you have no answers for this combination here. But fortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, it is global ban pick here. You will not be seeing this combination for Game 5 or Game 6.
Okay, so let's take a look at these stats here. 51,500 damage dealt by TL. Now, is that a lot? I think it's okay. It's not bad, but this is one of the rare games that Fearless managed to hold on to the gold lead that they have. And this was a performance that really was uplifting for them because they could never find that and maintain that gold advantage throughout the entire game.
I feel like this would have been the script for game number 3 if they really held on towards that lead, but of course, TL on that Shi deserves this MVP performance. Without this Shi, there will not be a lead to begin with. 109 KDA, 23% damage down, only 8% damage taken. He was the star of the show in this game number 4.
Insane performance. I would really like to once again request we need to take a look at the time control. This is a new stat that we need to see. This guy, I'm pretty sure he bought them over a minute of like CC.
He was just pulling everybody into arm's reach here. He set up this early game first blood on towards 90 in that clash lane, and all these exchange in these fights, you can see pulling ACC, limiting all these team fight approaches coming in from Clean, making sure that there was no follow-up here for the jungler on this Clean Jing.
And the craziest part was like things like this happen. ACC, his ultimate, the thing inside the box, there were actually a couple of times where he got very nice setups, but there was no one to follow up on the damage.
Look at this, he was just pulling a Jing under very high APM, finding the perfect engagement, and as of this point, even if Shanks were to find the backline, it was too darn late, especially against a late game channel, leading to the demise of Game 4 Twisted Minds here. But that's the story coming in for FEHK. They bring the series back to a 1-3, and do you think that they can bring it to an ultimate battle? I'm not sure, but we will go to a short break before we find out what will happen in game number 5.
Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose. I can see it, I gotta show that. But I got no cry. We barely 5 as 1, crashing pieces, you can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain. Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate the truth within. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, take to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power
Gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise, we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day.
A decisive win coming in from the side of Fearless Esports with the help of TL on that shit. They put a win on towards the series. 1-3 is the scoreline right now with TM leading the charge in this series with one game separating their slot in the KIC here. Kin, do you think Fearless Esports have what it takes to bring the series to an ultimate battle?
I like that you asked me that because we normally say third time is the charm, right? So they have to do this 3 times in a row to make it 3-3, bring us to the ultimate battle. And all the while, it's a nagging thought behind your head that, hey, 1 game loss means we lose the invitation into KIC. So I think it's possible, but it's going to be a very tough journey here.
It's a risk and reward, right? If you don't risk it now, your reward will never come. That is why HOK Esports, with the addition of the global ban pick, is so cool to these players here. Yes, they found success with the Shi, with the Neza Liu Bang, but they can't pick that again in game number 5 here. So moving on to game number 5, you have 20 default bans for both of these two teams here. Every role, there's 4 bans already.
So now that the Liu Bang has been expanded by the side of Fearless Esports, does TM then get a hint of inspiration and try to put that in their draft? I think that's a very scary notion to kind of consider.
That is maybe a potential pickup that they can really consider because Neza has really showcased a lot of potential in this upcoming season as a counter towards the likes of a Lung or also a Mage Sword in the mid lane that really provides this indestructible frontline for that brief moment here. So even Hailang, he picked Ziya, he reduced the stats of the Neza. You can see, he's not that easy to be taken down.
That's true. And I think actually on the side of Fearless, they do have quite a bit of open Meta Zero picks, right? Because they did use heroes like the Gui Guzi earlier on. They did use like the softer heroes with regards to meta picks.
Yes, and definitely coming into this game number 5 here. This is game number 5's pick and bans with Twisted Minds on towards the blue side as the first pick and FE on towards the red side as the counteract part.
Okay, already definitely not going to be available. Now, there is still the Lady Sun combination available for the side of Twisted Minds. This has been already expanded by the side of Fearless Esports. So we'll see what kind of setup they want to have on the side of FE because Hoi is open, but they don't have the gun and more to pair it with.
Going in for the Diadea here, potentially setting up for a Luna pickup here for that later stages of the draft here. FE hovering towards that Gen.G and Ogren combination for a strong early game setup here. Gen.G, one of the stronger marksmen in that early to mid game, and Ogren very strong in that early and mid game as well. It's a double combination here.
True, Twisted Minds, they go straight up for the potential counter in the form of the Lady Chen. And this time, they want to play the numbers advantage as well. The Souls of the Wolves will be available for the side of Twisted Minds. They lock it in. The channel is locked.
Channel is locked, and that is a very strong late game carry being picked up for the hands of Sheer. They lock in the Hano for
look,
TL.
one of your strengths is tower taking. Don't worry, we have the tower reparation and restoration in the form of the Hano as well. Does well the Scepters of Fate. So Fearless Esports, I like this. They ban out the Luna as well.
It is one of the counter picks here coming in against the Ogren because of how fluid her movement is, so much mobility in and out of these team fights, but very smart ban here to really lock away this pick here. Liu Bang, of course, they found success on the side of Twisted Minds just now with that pick, so being banned away and removed from the pool is a smart choice coming in from FEHK.
Okay, but there is a Fatih pick available for the side of Twisted Minds, right? That's something you definitely need to consider as well if you're on the side of Fearless Esports. So we'll take a look at how this is going to be, because Hano can play both in the mid and in the clash.
Clash Halo hasn't been much of a meta recently, but it is a flex to be considered as well. So for FE, that is still available on towards the table if Snow really wants to put it in that position. But this is them picking on 4th pick here. They still lack a roam, they still lack a potential Dolia here. So it's either you go for a double ultimate on the Ogryn or potentially double ultimate on the Hano here. So pushing stress here comes in the form of the tower regeneration from the ultimate of Hano.
Actually, that's a very scary combination because the Celestial Melody along with the Fate Rewind, when timed together, it locks everyone within range. And then you get the reset as well. So that's a scary notion, but Twisted Minds, they're considering the execution style play where the Fate is going to try and turn everyone into a Jade.
Turn everyone into a Jade here from the side of Clean here. One of his better picks here coming into today's stage where he had a phenomenal performance on this Fate, a quadra kill if I'm not mistaken. For the side of FE, they have the final pick here, potentially the clash in against this Byron here. So there's no Fatih, there's no Mayin, there's no Charlotte if I'd assume. A Fuzi looks very interesting here because Fuzi Dolia is one of the combos that was being picked up by TT Global in that KWC run.
Ooh, double. Like, once again, this is so flexible on the side of Fearless Esports. Double Sage's Might or double Fate Rewind or even a double Soul of Conductor of Souls. A lot of options to explore. And if the Fuji gets his hands onto Shanks, now that is something that you have to really put into consideration because Snow has been playing well. Is it really a challenge for him to get his hands onto Shanks? I don't think so.
If you think about the late game damage output, right? I don't think for the side of Twisted Minds, they have sufficient damage output to really limit this Fuzi if he goes for that late game approach here. So it's a ticking time bomb here coming in from the side of FEHK that Twisted Minds needs to be solving with this matchup here because once wrong move, you will have a Fuzi double locking you for a fight of your lifetime.
And TL's role in this game is just to drag it all out, right? The Hano, we're gonna restore as many towers as you can, or we're gonna put you in a very pressurizing situation. So let's see, Twisted Minds against Fearless Esports. Do they miss on the side of Twisted, and do they recover on the side of Fearless?
Only time could tell here. It boils down to execution. It boils down to team fights. It boils down to the mentality of these two teams here. 3-1 in terms of scoreline. Twisted Minds leading the charge in this game, whereby one more game will lead them to KIC, where FE needs to bring in the win to remain in this tournament.
Yeah, Miku making the first move here. He definitely wants to get the attention on the boss, right? So it's going to be first skill, passing straight away, get the smite in as well. And you can see they want to limit Snow here. It looks like this aggression coming in from Miku will not be stopped. He gets that initial ball camp.
He gets the initial board camp, but on the side of the top side, ACC and 90 does look for these aggressive trades to really try to equalize these camp that they lost towards the bottom side here. Do they get it? It will see Hurishan coming in from 90.
They do, but they might have given it at the cost of his life. 90, he has the flash. There's no way. There is too much damage from the Scepters of Fate. And straight away, there's a lot of aggression coming in from Fearless Esports. In fact, they might even get the reward of that Spike Tail piece on the top side.
It's a pretty good win here coming in from both these two teams. So FEHK finding the equilibrium point, finding the punish on towards 90 here, allowing Snow to have a very comfortable early game thus far here. And so far, we're seeing Clean marching towards that top side here, potentially bearing fangs on that river spray.
Yeah, TL actually got that camp at this point. So that is a good recovery from the side of Fearless Esports. And because of that, they have a 500 gold lead. And it's not the biggest, but it's a great start.
It is indeed a very great start, especially we keep talking about, oh, Twisted Minds needs to win that early game. They need to win so that they don't let Snow on this Fuzi scale towards that crazy late game here. So it's about combating that late game here. So Hailang, I think this player on Lady Zhen will play a pivotal role in limiting Miku and also Snowman. Look at the bot side.
First blood, there we go. That's the Bankai coming in, and Clean will get it for the team. This is a great start in recovery for the side of Twisted Minds. They're looking for more. Can they get the final blow onto him? They get it as well. Miku, the next one to fall, and Fierce Esports, they had a decent start, but it's starting to look a little awry here.
Things are looking good for Twisted Minds. One kill towards the bottom side and a second kill towards the mid side on none other than the jungler of Fearless Esports. Things are starting to look kind of bad coming in for an FE lineup.
Okay, it's not exactly a 1,000 goal lead yet, which to us normally is a big marker of difference at the early parts of the game, right? If we take a look at the common spells, they have not really been burned out yet from the side of Fearless Esports, so they have that going for them here.
Indeed have that going for them here, but still, in the early game where you want KK, where you want the likes of these members to be really progressing, Snow is getting super bullied by 90 in these exchanges.
Yep, unlucky for Snow there. Unable to get the Sage's Might within the tower range, 90 just at the edge of it. Meanwhile, it's a bait as well as a lane freeze, hoping that Snow steps out a little bit too far forward. Unfortunately for them, will not be the case.
Still a very decent early game so far as 1,000 goal lead differs these two teams from a part of each other here. For the side of Hailang here, you can see he's hiding away vision on towards the map here, assisting 90 in all these exchanges here. Snow, no flash for the upcoming fight here, so that is a big cooldown coming in from this Futsu.
Yeah, not ideal, but I don't think that's going to be too big of a problem, right? For him, it's really about just getting the lockdown onto the members on the side of Twisted Minds. Hopefully find that lockdown onto Shanks or even Clean, right, at that 4-minute mark. For now, it looks like Fearless Esports, they might not be able to contest too strongly, but that would depend on the life bars of Clean, which are not that healthy.
It's not that healthy, and these spirits coming in from TL are starting to pack a punch on towards the jungle member coming in for Twisted Mind here. And on the flip side here, FE starting up the Tyrant here and already being stolen away by Clean.
Yep, this is a big start for them. And with that, no, not stolen. Actually, Miku gets that Tyrant. So Fearless Esports, they respond in kind. They cut the goal lead by a little bit. Right now, it's just making sure that they play the map well.
Playing the map well, controlling whatever resource that they have to bring themselves back to an equal footing here. Good stuff here coming from FDHK to really capitalize on that Tyrant.
Okay, Snow also has the Sparkforge Dagger. This is going to assist him in the wave clear. So Fearless Esports in a nice position. And even with a 2-kill lead, Twisted Minds struggling to keep that ahead.
It is only normal here because KK on this Gen.G is one of the strongest marksmen in the early to mid stage here. That is why this hero is so prized in that pick and ban here. You are seeing so much results here being produced by KK on this pick.
Yes, and there's no way. So ideally on the side of Twisted Minds, they needed to be the ones that take the T1 at the bottom. But because of that map advantage they have on the side of Fearless Esports and the existence of TL, they now have the map advantage.
They now have the map advantage. Goalie is back to an equal footing here. So far, we are looking at more of these aggressive rotations here coming in from FE rather than Twisted Minds here. As we see, half a passive coming towards the mid lane for this Ogren here as they are looking to further cement more lead towards the top side of this map.
Lovely move by KK, making sure that he checks the brushes before he actually makes a aggressive move forward. So hang on, in the middle. Look, there's no way, right? The defenses in terms of structures is so strong from Fearless Esports.
TL, with those scepters, are starting to rack up extremely hard here. You try to catch on him, he has that Fate's Rewind to get towards safety here. Look at 90 here, trying to find, but a very good ultimate here sets him back towards safety here. Look at TL. He is this guardian of the mid lane here, protecting whatever he can from these engages.
And the timing he's buying is so great because Fearless Esports now have gotten themselves another T1, this time at the top. And this is going to be goal lead in their favor for the first time in this game.
Goalie in their favor as they are right on track. Even 2 kills goes over the Twisted Minds. Goalie is still in favor of FDHK here. Good rotation thus far for the side of this team coming in from the champion WKS.
Oh, they can't do anything here. Twisted Minds. They were looking for an advantage, unable to find anything, and the split pushes on both sides have been really strong. They do get the catch down onto the Roma here. Woodwind unable to last for the time being, but KK at a risk. Here comes TL, changes the whole fight, and with that, Miku is looking for an opening as well. The deterrence in the form of the Destructive Deluge going to be laid down. Highlang save today for this side of Twisted Minds. They don't lose anyone, but they have lost a lot of space on the gorge.
You can see Twisted Minds, they are trying to force all these engagements, but it is not working to their favor here. Woodwind and KK played it to a good perfection here, stalling enough time, forcing ACC to flash away towards safety here. So far, in terms of the gorge, it is in favor, like you mentioned, for the side of FEHK.
Yeah, they take everything. Like, you expect the objectives to be definitely in favor on the side of Twisted Minds because they have the fade. Here they go in as well. Harden J Mark, that is going to be the first kill. They got it onto Miku. That is great. But the real target here needs to be TL because he's the one responsible for restoring the towers. And all of this efforts might be gone here.
He still has that phase rewind if he wants to do so in this exchange here, but he does save it for the next push here. But getting that kill on towards Miku here does allow Twisted Minds to really push these side towers to elevate that lead that they want to be looking for in this mid-game push here. So far, it is looking very decent for both of these two teams as they are playing towards their scaling.
Yep. So Twisted Minds, they wrestle back that gold advantage, right? It's going to be about 1,000 gold ahead for the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, the question is, can they deal with the split push pressure? Because Snow has been largely off the map and off the fights, but he's giving so much value in terms of map pressure.
I think this is a very good playstyle coming in from Snow. That's why on Fatih, he has one of the highest GPM so far in this last call, and he's doing such a good job zoning the likes of all these members here. And right now, we might see a fight break out.
Yep, they have to try and force out the ultimates here. Sages might gonna be landed down. Here comes a turnaround though on the backlines. Absolutely everything going haywire for the side of Fearless Esports. They get their first kill in the form of Woodwind, but it was traded for clean. So this is where Fearless Esports can really turn things around. In fact, they can go for more. One more hit and Highlang is dead. He does not hit the mark, but TL, it does not matter because they just want the Tyrant as well as the map advantage.
Look at the amount of damage here that's being delivered on this Hano here. He's doing so much work in chunking down the members of Twisted Minds. Clean. He was going down in these occasions here, trading his life for Woodwind here, but that's not the member you want to be trading for in these occasions.
And this is the hard thing playing against a Hano, right? If you can't get rid of him in a flash, then he's going to turn the whole fight around because the longer the fight goes, the fight gets even harder for you.
That is the case. You stack those scepters, you make sure the damage ramps up against all these front lines, especially 90, especially Highlang and ACC, and you start combating them with all these stacks here. It provides so much DPS source from the side of Twisted Minds on their bodies.
This has to be the slowest burn ever, but Fearless Esports, they are the one burning the lifelines on the side of Twisted Minds. This T1 in the mid still stands at the moment, but it's not standing as strong as they would like it. And right now, right at the 10-minute mark, they know Fearless Esports, there is no contest. This is a free Shadow Tyrant.
Shadow Tyrant for Shadow Overlord. This is a 50-50 exchange for both of these two teams here as we see more of these rotations here coming in from Twisted Minds towards the top side of the map here. So this is still an equal footing for both of these two teams.
Yeah, but this is beneficial for Fearless Esports, right? They actually have the advantage here. Now, they do force out the Fate Rewind on the side of TL, but at the bottom...
Start engage?
Hang on. Yep, they will go in. They're looking for their finishing blow, unable to find it with the Harden J Mark, and they will be forced to move back. Look, so many members are being laid down. Oh, it's a huge burst. TL actually doing a lot of work for the side of Fearless Esports, but unfortunately, no backup arriving, no heals arriving as well. He's going to take the fall, which means the T1 is open for the taking. It could have been one of the biggest mistakes in the series.
It could have been, and it will be here. Snow here getting marked by the side of Clean and 90 in a 2v1 fashion. Onto the front end here, it is a 3v3 between the mid, jungle, and Roman here from both ends here as Twisted Minds, they get the team fight win, and they are looking for more structural damage.
And out of the blue, they are having the map advantage. They have the T1 in the mid that is totally open. And now they get a Sage's Might 10. They tank it out. It's not enough damage coming in from the side of FE. And in the meantime, Shanks is getting all the free hits. The save comes in from ACC. Did not have the redemption, but he's able to provide the heals. And for now, Fearless Esports, they have to lick their wounds.
That is so close coming in from FDHK. You can see how much damage that Snow is actually tanking on this Fuzi. If we were to refresh the Fuzi ultimate, things could look super duper hard for South Twisted Minds with that double Sage Mine.
That's true. It is so uncomfortable to be in a side of either team right now because they are both dancing on knife's edge. One mistake changes the whole fight. Here we go, Sage's Mike down onto 90. They need to get rid of him. Destined encounter, the heals coming in, debuffs. But where is the rest of the team on the side of Twisted Minds? They're trying to make a play for a macro control. Not gonna work out. This means T1 in the mid may be up for contention, but the wave clear is there.
The wave clear is there and it saves the tier 1 like you mentioned here, but 90 getting caught in the river with no assistance from his team here. 2,000 gold lead goes in favor of Twisted Minds, but how long can that remain here? Because we know towards the late game, it might favor FE even more here, but Shanks is one of the marks that we want to be seeing for the side of Twisted Minds to stay alive in these late game approaches.
That's right. I mean, Fearless Esports doing very well to make sure that their buffs are safe, right? They're still looking for an opening on the side of Twisted Minds. Clean, he needs to set up from the team, and until that comes, it's not going to be there. Here's another potential lockdown. Who is the one catching who right now with the 100J mark? It's not enough damage, and coming in Fearless Esports about to change the entire script once again. ACC taken down, but that's a roam, that's fine. Shanks is the one that is in real threat here.
But still, you are starting to see how much FE is ramping up in that damage and teamfight department here. Snow, he walks out with the intuition, he walks out with the pure sky. No one on the side of Twisted Mind can really deal with this Fuzi's threat here. You can start to see Twisted Minds, they're scratching their heads. Who is gonna deal with that ultimate here coming in from this Clash they make?
Exactly, the late game potential that they were waiting for on the side of Fearless Esports is being fulfilled. And it's never gonna get easier attempting to take out this Hano pick.
It will be a very difficult picture that they need to do, and they need to be doing CC chains galore on this Snow, on this TL, for them to actually drop in these team fights here. As we see, 5v5 on this Tyrant pit. Both of these two teams, they are ready.
Yep, they need to make this count. And right now, they're dragging the fight. That's an encounter onto the Organ here. Miku is very low. This could be a mistake on the side of Fearless Esports. The flash comes through on the side of ACC as well. The reset is happening. But at this point, the Scepters of Fate will not be enough damage. The heals come through, and the situation has been reset. Tyrant not reset, though, so this is looking good for the side of Fearless Esports.
So much damage coming in from TL's Halo here. All those Scepters are hitting like a goddamn truck here. Shanks got hit by 3, and immediately he was left with, what, 1% HP, and he had to back away towards safety here.
No, Clean is back up. He does have his Heart and Jane mark available. This is going to be the second fight. Nice knockup by the side of Highlang. Can they get more? Right now, it's all about the positioning and free shots. Shanks and KK, they need to be in prime position here.
Shanks has no flash here. He's very prone to Fuzi with that flash Sage Mike here. Anything could happen in a split second here. It is down to all these moments here. Whoever finds that key moment might just win the game for their team.
Yep, Celestial Melody, they get the Sage's Mic down onto ACC. That is the same potential on the side of Fearless Esports, and they will make it work for themselves. They get that first kill onto ACC, but once again, it's the roam. Both Miku and Snow are down pretty low. They need to be very careful.
Once again, another team fight goes in favor of FE in these exchanges. You can start to see this Fuzi be indestructible in that front line. No one on the side of Twisted Minds can really handle this Fuzi. He's doing so much work for the team, tanking so much damage.
Yeah, too much life to work around. Snow, Miku, and TL, the 3 generals that are in the way of the Twisted Minds finish. And it's looking a little bit scary for the side of Twisted Mind fans.
It is looking very scary for the South Twisted Mind fans, as we see. Gold lead is about dead even here, but so far out of all these exchanges in the past few fights, it has been going into favor of Fearless Esports here. What does Twisted Mind need to do to break through Snow, to break through Miku, to find TL in one of those late game mistakes here? That could be the case in bringing that game to a 4-1 finisher, but so far, FE, they are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, too many difficulties, right? We haven't even explored the late game potential of FE, having the Sage's Sanctuary. Here we go, 90 looking for the flank. They force out the Fate Rewind. That's going to be instantly refreshed by the side of Woodwind as well. Destructive Deluge placed as a defensive deterrent. Oh, they have caught someone, and that's going to be 90. He needs the help from the team. He unfortunately will not be saved. He's taken down. Once again, it is the opening that Snow is looking for, and they're looking for the opening. They found it. Shanks is down. There is no more damage coming. Hailang is a victim for sure. He's not going to be able to out-sustain. King comes in, gets 2 members on the side. No, just Miku alone at this point. But 1 against 5, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. As an ace and Fearless Esports, this could very well be the 2nd win in a row.
They are coming in clutch here. Snow with this Fuzi is finding his markers. He's finding the backlines, and he is indestructible on this Flash Name pick. This is game 5 going into favor of FE as they bring the series to a 2-3 scoreline.
Yes, this is exactly what we want to see. 3-2, a comeback mounting from the side of Fearless Esports, and what a way to do it. The draft really does make a difference.
We were having this talk on how does FE come back into situations. We were saying that, oh, FE, they traditionally perform in these moments whereby you go into deeper of a pick and ban, you go into deeper of a series, they start whipping out all these fancy picks like the Nutsa Liu Bang, like the Fuzi, and they are showing so much success with it, and they are doing a heck of a good job in bringing the series to a 2-3. One more game will bring them to that marker, to that ultimate battle of Game 7.
That's right. And it's the simplest explanation for it, right? Because it's a very simple, straightforward win condition. You cannot kill us off. Like, there's no way. There's so many life bars to work through in the front lines. You have to go through TL, you have to go through Miku, you have to go through Snow. And they're not very survivable on the side of Twisted Minds.
It's exactly the case here. Not enough DPS for South Twisted Minds here. You have Queen, you have Shanks, you have such a good early game, but when this Fuzi scale towards that fruition, you start to see TL and Snow in a long fight. They were just throwing javelins. They were just doing so much tank work in that front line. You were thinking like, man, when will I get through this Fuzi before I can touch KIC in the back line?
And the scary thing about this was TL actually did not really go into his melee form a lot of times. In fact, I don't remember him going into a melee form at all. He just kept throwing the scepters, used his Fate Rewind, and that was good enough. And this was also aided because Snow had that lockdown, being able to isolate 90 on his own. And, you know, just really throw Twisted Minds into a disarray. That was the winning formula.
And Snow really found those moments, right? Like he singled out 90 multiple times. He was the first one to fall under the majority of the fire. He was focus fired down, and then even if you had a 3,000 gold lead, this is the time bomb effect that we're talking about, right? In the end, it was really down to that late game scenario where TL once again back-to-back MVPs in that mid lane, 1-1-6 in KDA, 33% damage done and 29% damage taken. He was doing so much work on this Ano.
Covering every pillar, right? Like 33% of the damage, that's great, you're dealing damage. But then he takes 29% of the team's hero damage as well. He's tanking, and that's insane. And you know what the craziest part is? 19% gold. He didn't take that much away from the gold pool.
And you can see this early game, everything went in favor of Twisted Minds. They were just finding kills after kills after kills in all these exchanges here. But look at this mid-game team fight here. Look at TL. He was going in for the reset, and he was relentless with these spirits. He was just throwing jabs after jabs after jabs, zoning out all these members here. Yes, he did fall in these exchanges here, but look at the late game scenario here. Snow was just walking up in front, tanking the full DPS coming in from Shanks, hooking him into the arms of FPHK and securing the game-winning push.
Yes, a very slow burn. I mean, this is the strategy coming in from the side of Fearless Esports, which I think is really impressive, right? The fact that, and it's really hard to deal with because you can see it coming from a mile away. You know it's a long fight, but there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And that is the state that Twisted Minds are put in right now.
2-3 in terms of scoreline, similar in the series where it's a long burn where they come back from a 3-0 deficit. Can they put it to the 3-3? We don't know, but we will find out after this break.
All it was in this world.
sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Back-to-back wins coming in for Fearless Esports here. They are 2-3 in terms of scoreline. They came back from a 3-0 deficit. One more game will push them into that BO7 ultimate battle here. My name is Sang-gi, a long time. With me is Mr. Kim Dofu here. Dofu, what do you have to say for this exact moment?
Fatigue. Not us, but the players, right? Because going into a best of 7, now this is where fatigue really starts to set in. And you can definitely tell that a couple of the heroes in terms of proficiency have been exhausted, right? This is where you have to dig deep in your hero pool. How many other compositions can you come up with that is viable against your opponents?
And one more thing that I think we really need to touch on about is the fortitude that Fearless Esports is showing, right? Because 3-0 into 3-2, not an easy feat, and they are pulling all stops and markers to bring this series to potentially a Game 7. But before Game 7, this is game number 6 that they really need to punch in one more win to force that game number 7 to really go for that no pick, no ban, ultimate battle blind draft.
True, but it's also kind of like throwing your burden now onto the shoulders of Twisted Minds, right? Because to them, they have done really well, and it feels like Twisted Minds, this is getting to them.
It is getting to them because imagine you're a 3-0 lead, and then your opponent comes in with a back-to-back convincing victory, and you're in a position where, like, oh no, I'm a bit stressed out now because I'm not sure whether I can close this game number 6. If I don't, that momentum goes into FE, where they just win 3 games straight and going into an ultimate battle here. But going into this game, this 6th game of this best of 7 series, you see on your left and right of the screen, there are 25 heroes automatically banned for these players.
Yes, a huge group of heroes already taken out, right? Yes, we have a variety of heroes for you to use on the side of the Gorge as well. Let's see what kind of combinations both teams can cook up at this point. So Twisted Minds, they take away the Guan Yu, they take away the Charlottes. Another group of meta 0 picks coming in from the side of Fearless Esports.
And so far, this entire series, there's no early being brought to the daylight here. Potentially, we might see this if there is a Game 7. But so far, it is such a strong pick that you do not want to be seeing here. And for Twisted Minds, they cannot go for the Luna first pick here because there's still the Liang for FE to really pick it out.
Smart, right? And this is where you get to see like the benefits. Oh, really? They want to take it a try? Is this desperation kicking in?
I don't think it's desperation here. This is a confident pick here coming in from Clean here. They just need to draft accordingly. Maybe put ACC on a front line to soak up the engage coming in from the Liang ultimate. Then potentially, we might see more value coming in from this Luna pick here because for FE, they have no rush on the Liang pick because for ACC, he's already used it in this previous series.
Okay, we'll see how this is going to play out. Now, this is the specialty we've been waiting for. The Ukyo Tachibana as well as the Soyue. Now, two of these signature heroes coming in from the side of Fearless. They lock it in. Is this the turnaround we are looking for?
And Hailan got his hands on the Maestro Nui as well. This is the effect of the global ban pick here. You only have 2 bans each on each side on that first rotation here. You're opening up so much potential pickups here for all these members here. And looking at Twisted Minds, they are guns blazing strong in this Game 6.
Yeah, definitely guns blazing. Now, Fearless Esports, this is what they were missing, right? The heals composition, they need the sustain coming in. The Destined Encounter definitely going to be very useful in making sure that even if they take those risks, they will not be punished as much. And you were talking about it, this Liang pick is definitely going to be very vital against the lineup of the Luna. But you have to deal with the Lianpo somehow, though.
That's the thing I'm really worried about here because FE, they have a lot of things to be dealing with, right? You have a Lianpo in the front line, you have Maestro Nui on the active engager, so you can't be putting all your focus on towards Shanks on this Luna. Clean on this Luna. So if you're thinking in this situation, what is the best course of action here for the side of FE here? Where does this ultimate is used on this Liang?
I mean, I would have said the Princess Frost. That would have been a great start for them. But of course, Twisted Minds, they know what's going on. They will take out the Princess Frost. Now, Fearless Esports does not have access to the Ganemo anymore. Do not have access to the Nuwa anymore. So they have to try a different composition here.
Options are still available here. FE, 25 heroes plus 4, 29 heroes automatically banned here for the side of both of these two teams here. Angela, Princess Force banned away from FE's lineup here.
Yeah, that would have been a viable pick, right? Get the tank threat. But Fearless Esports, ooh, I like this. Okay, the Mulan pick going to the hands of Snow. He has done really well on this hero. And we'll see if that's going to be the case going up against Twisted Minds because there is still that Clash Lane pick. I don't think you want to put Lianpo in the Clash Lane for the side of Twisted Minds.
And Twisted Minds are very familiar with this, right? Because Keke from the KMW, he likes the Game 7, Game 6 Mulan here. So that is something for them to really figure out. But Twisted Minds going for a different approach here, hovering towards the consort you, potentially going for that Bai Chi, more bodies to block in for that Liang ultimate here, but a last minute swap does hover over to the Fatigue on towards 90's Clash Lane.
Yeah, okay. I would have loved the Bai Chi pick, but I understand why it's not as viable here because there is quite a lot of control available. It could be used as a pseudo sponge, right, to really soak up the Liang ultimate, but I think at this point it's great to save it for another game if it is required. But Twisted Minds, they put their faith in the Fatih in the form of the Consort U as well, and here we go. So what if you have Protecting Winds? We have the winning strategy from Fearless.
You can tell that TL is actually having a lot of confidence boost because coming into Game 4 and Game 5, we had amazing games on the Shi, amazing game onto the Heino. You know he's coming in hot with this Kong main, trying to prove something in this game.
And it's truly someone you cannot ignore, right? Most of the time you need to pay attention to KK and as well as Miku because these are important roles in the game, definitely. But TL has been the surprising addition, right? You cannot leave this guy alone.
You cannot leave this guy alone, and then these kind of situations, man, it's going back to the same tempo again, whereby FE, they're drafting such a late game heavy team composition. It is down to Twisted Minds whether they can once again repeat that success they have in the early game to put a stop to that late game marker.
But then you know how FE are gonna play, right? They're gonna play so safe, they're gonna hide under the turrets. And you know what? The worst case scenario for Twisted Minds is if Fearless Esports gets the first blood. And you know when a snowball is insane. Kongming snowball is no joke. You don't want to give this Kongming an advantage at all, anytime in this game.
All eyes will be on that jungle matchup in that early game here. Luna versus Ukyo Tachibana here. Ukyo Tachibana with Liang, that is a very aggressive setup that is looking to invade the jungle of Clean in this early game here. 3-2 in terms of scoreline here. Twisted Minds leading the match point against Fearless Esports Hong Kong, China here. Can FE bring this game to a 3-3 into an ultimate battle? This is what we are watching in this game number 6.
They have to do it, right? And this pressure that they can put up for themselves on the side of FE, if they do it successfully, this is all the time in the world for KK to just farm comfortably, get that late game status in terms of itemization and levels.
And so far, there's no invade being set up from either side in this early game here. It is standard stock start from both sides here. Scouting out the jungle here, knowing where their opponents start is the key. Intel is Wintel.
That's right, information. And you can see, right, TL already moving on to make sure that there is no trade in terms of the neutral camps here and secure themselves the fire beak at the top side.
And bottom side here, we see a 2v2, both of these two teams contesting for that fire beak here. It does fall in favor towards Shanks thanks to that oak bolt here onto the top side. Good news coming in from Twisted Minds so far in this early game. They secured both of these neutral objectives at the start of the game.
Yep, so Firehawk plus Space Bite, they also get the opportunity to get the earlier rotation coming down, right? For now, I think it's a definitely matchup in favor on the side of Twisted Minds in the farm lane at least, because they have the Oak Bolt. You can really get those snipes from afar.
You can see Oak Bolts for side of Wild Round here, charging into the face of KK here. It's a contest between who can land more of these shots in towards the farm lane here. Good news for Zhao Shanks though, he does have the protecting winds, so he does have more of a leeway to dodge against all these snipes coming in from KK.
Okay, so in KMW, we have seen teams like OG play this composition as well with the Luna, right? And it's all about buying time in the other parts of the map so that Clean as the jungler or your Luna gets space to really just take resources away from the opponent team and secure yours across the map.
This goes to the same question, right? Usually we don't see such a late game setup in KME or KMW that's being drafted by the likes of Fearless Esports, right? Because usually we just see like, oh, one late game, that's about it. But you have KK on the show here, you have TL on a Kongming here, that's so much late game. And to add it on, Snow is on the move. Oh, let's try a late game once again being drafted for Fearless.
Yeah, but they play so safe. That's one of the reasons why they're so successful, right? And here comes a wraparound. This is going to be a big mistake by Highline if he gets caught out with the time shift as well. They get the 5 stacks. The spears are available for the side of Fearless Esports.
And I want to really jump into a topic that you talk about, right? Whereby, oh, Engage goes over to the Highline here, and he does get engaged on by the winning strategy.
That is the first blood, and of all the people, he goes in the TL. Hey, the late game status, not as late as we are thinking on the side of Fearless Esports.
Woodwind and Miku finding the success factor here for the side of the bottom lane here. Shanks going in for that 1v1 here, but that only gets those HP bars here, does not convert it to a kill at all.
And you know what's the scariest part? Woodwind did not even have to expend his flash for that. So now there is a threat once again. Now here we go. This is the same combination. Clean, can he get the clean up against the likes of Snow? They will get it, but does not get the kill to Clean. It will go into the hands of 90.
Still good for a 1v1 trade coming in for the side of Clean here. They do get a return kill. That does put this party on towards the board here. We remember what 90 could do on this party during KWC, doing all these professional games, but not engaged. That's for the ACC.
Easy kills and easy pickings for the side of Fearless Esports, and this means they start the fight 4v5 if they want to get that initial Tyrant catch here. But for now, Clean is just trying to put them in a little bit of pressure because they have to burn down the lifelines. Really just burn the resources away from the side of Fearless.
The only fortunate news coming in for Twisted Minds is that in this fight, there will be no ultimate and flash coming in from Woodwind here. So this Liang Roam will not find a lot of success compared to before here. As we see it engage.
Yep, nice knockout. KK at risk. They will take the Tyrant. Now, Highline, he knows not to over-aggress. They need to maintain this balance or unfair advantage that will be swinging in their favor shortly.
But if you think from a competitive viewpoint, FE, sure, get my flash, get these kills, Shanks!
So close. That is the scary potential of TL, right? Especially when he has the lead. The only silver lining for them is that, hey, they're equal on levels. But the moment TL gets a level advantage against Shanks, that is a scary situation.
This goes to the same topic we keep talking about, right? Twisted Minds, sure, you need to play towards tempo, you need that early game advantage towards the mid game. For FE, sure, we can always afford a 2,000 to 3,000 deficit as long as we scale comfortably towards that late game here. We have Kong Ming, we have all these good picks here. That's why we can afford all these late game insurances.
Yes, and look, the damage offered by Miku here on the Ukyo Tajimana. Is it a greedy pick in terms of the jungle? It is, because you're looking for maximum damage, right? But when you have the potential to burst down people like Hailang, who is meant to be the one catching you out, then it changes the face of the fight, because Hailang is trailing by 2 levels here.
Trailing by 2 levels and also just barely making it available to mark these tempos. But you have to imagine, right? Because Miku, he's playing more as a early aggression jungle to provide room for TL, Snow, and KK to farm. So he's more of like an early game cover for these picks here. So if you remove Miku from the equation, TL, KK, and Snow, they are farming really well under the protection of Miku.
Yes, really quickly as well, right? And this is very important because late game is where Fearless Esports will really hit the power spike. For now, it's about how long can you keep clean at bay before that situation happens.
Keeping clean at bay here, that will be Woodwind and Snow's job here. We talk about Woodwind's ultimate in being able to lock down these carries, but Snow, if you give him the heavy sword form that spell 2 pushback, it can lock up targets like Hailang, Clean, or even Shanks as well in these exchanges.
I think more importantly to lock up Shanks, right? And maybe if you can, get the catch on 90. But for now, this is the potential catch coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. But it is Twisted Minds who might be the ones getting caught. The nice knockup by Highlight to change that fight. They get the shutdown onto Miku, and the block comes in. Save the lights are clean at the exchange of Highlight. That's fine. A good price to pay for the side of Twisted Minds. And once again, oh no, they're shut down. TL and Twisted Minds, they are on a roll this time. A small lead, and the T1 available for the taking. Fearless Esports, they need to move back.
Good fight coming in from Twisted Minds. They disengage the Liang ultimate to a perfection here, saving Clean, allowing Clean to show off that mid-game prowess on this Luna here. Props to Hailang as well, sacrificing his body to allow Clean to escape towards safety here, and a good shot comes in towards KK. Shanks has to back off.
Okay, ACC using the Radiance to make sure that he slows them down. They will not be able to get the kill onto ACC, so not right now it's a reset for the side of Twisted Minds, right? The scary thing here for the side of Fearless Esports is the fact that there is quite a lot of turret pressure around from Twisted Minds. T1, bot, and mid very low.
Goes back to the same thing that we discussed about Kin. Late game, it falls in favor of FE here in these occasions because you look at the draft. Mulan, Kong Ming, Shou Yue. Sure, we're losing about 1,000 gold as FE. But if you think about the late game scenario here, you're in a situation in this mid game almost tied with a much more aggressive enemy team comp.
True, but end of the day, this is not a Hano lineup, right? This is a huge risk that FE have taken because they are at risk of getting bursted down, and for now, they are opening their eyes up, vision onto the Crimson buff, stolen away by Clean. This means Fearless Esports, there is room to play around the other portions of the map.
Other portions of the map, 1.2k goalie in the hands of Twisted Minds here as they look to cement themselves with even more lead in this mid-game here as they are looking for this Overlord take just before that Shadow objective starts to spawn in that 10-minute mark.
Yep, Hailang doing well, very good recovery as well. He's at level 10 now. 1 level behind Miku. Now, the big thing is Clean is level 13, so he is the win condition for the side of Twisted Minds now. If he makes a mistake, gets shut down. That is what Fearless Esports are looking for.
One ultimate from Yang will probably seal the deal in that case here. Clean looking for aggressive pokes here on towards Miku here, but does not find the target here. TL, face check in that bush.
Okay, a little bit scary, but Fearless Esports, TL, he needs to get a little bit more value, get the spheres down as well. Hailang does not hit his Kachosins. Right now, the map is definitely in favor of Twisted Minds, right? The Vanguards naturally win in lane against the minions.
Those calming orbs are starting to hit like a truck, especially on Shanks and Hailang here. You can see they were screaming in all there, trying to escape towards that choke point. And Miku here, face taking towards Kailang here, forcing him away from that push here. 30 seconds until the Shadow Tyrant, where the first major fight may happen between these two teams.
The restraint is crazy here from both teams, right? They don't want to expend their common spells because they know it. Every small advantage here is going to make the world's difference in the team fights. And right here, they put pressure onto this Crimson buff, which means now there is no smite. Twisted Minds have essentially given up the Shadow Tyrant.
But still, look at the position coming in from Queen though. He immediately using that teleportation portal to get a better positioning towards that bottom side here. No room of error here. Both of these two teams, they are looking for a 50-50 trade thus far, as none of them want a 5v5.
So smart, but here we go. This is too quick. This is why Fearless Esports is also very scary in terms of their draft. They have a lot of burst damage potential, right? So really quick take on that Shadow Overlord. They're going to balance out the fighting prowess that is of Twisted Minds.
Very patient game so far from both of these two teams. Clean on this Luna, maybe in a threat of being outscaled in that later part of the game here. Right now, 10 minutes, 35 seconds here. We're starting to see more of these defensive items being built by Miku, being built by Snow, the Succubus Cloak in their pockets already.
Yes, you know what? Everything falls on the Woodwind in this game. If they manage to get the Howling Wind set up into a very nice catch, hopefully onto 90 or clean, this will be a big win condition. Here we go. Radiant's gonna be laid down. They get the Tremor Smash. Unable to find anyone, but they do get a burst down onto Miku, and this is where they have to turn tails and run. Fearless Esports, they might not have the tank ability. Snow is their one turnaround condition unless someone on the side of Twisted Minds makes a mistake.
Good catcher so far coming in from Twisted Minds, but look at the wave state. They have to attend to these Vanguards. They are pummeling on the side lanes of their base here. So, still a dry kill that doesn't convert to any structural or objective on towards the map.
Yep, they're using ACC to bait it out here. They want to know the positions of this side of Fearless Esports. They're not going to be allowed to give and obtain information at all, so they have to traverse it the traditional way. TL catches eyes onto 2.
TL is at level 14 soon on this Kong main here. He is one of the prime carries to be looking out for in all these team fights here. A laking Kong main, one reset is all it takes to really traverse these team fights here. As we look towards the map here, more of this control is being relinquished towards the side of Twisted Minds. They need this control. They need to control more buffs, force more team fights under the presence of Woodwind.
Yeah, it's all for Woodwind at this point. If I'm on Fearless, we have to depend on this Liang Pig to get us the win. But it's also important to catch the appropriate targets, which is why the two biggest game changers, 90 as well as Clean, they're never in the front of the battle.
Exactly the case. They have to find that backline target, being KK or also TL. That is their job in this game here. And ACC and Woodwind, these are the two players that we have to look out for those big engages that we might see that may impact the game in the forefront here. ACC, if you can find a beautiful Tremor Smash, that may seal the deal. Same goes for Woodwind. Beautiful power control on towards Shanks or even Clean. That will really lock them the game.
Yeah, both teams are going to play super passive right now, right? It's really about who makes the mistake of showing. And here we go. This is going to be Snow getting caught out. He's tanky enough. He's level 15. He doesn't have to be too worried about it. Now, TL is the main issue here. If he gets caught out here, this is going to be disaster. ACC manages to stake up that barrier for now, but they have gotten a little bit of damage onto Miku.
But that's no flash coming in from TL. TL's flash will be not available coming into this 30 seconds objective take here. But snipes coming in from KK. You can see this Shoryue. His damage is starting to ramp up. He is hitting so hard on these auto attacks.
Okay. Now, it might not seem the case, but this is really neck and neck, even though Twisted Minds have close to a 4,000 goal lead against the likes of Fearless Esports. And this is just because they have taken an extra tower and a couple of camps away from Fearless Esports.
But that goes to the question. Fearless Esports, they have a much better drop in terms of that late game here. But look at Hailang here. 90, Hailang, looking for that backline access here as they look to march towards this Shadow Tyrant, as they have so much more ribbon control compared to FEHK here. FEHK, what is the decision here? How do they move towards this Tyrant as they look to back off towards safety?
Wait, they got the steal, and that is what we're looking for. KK, what a turn to hit that slide. The wow win, really gone like the win, and Fearless Esports, they benefit.
They got the Tyrant without expending any possible members, and if you're FE, you have a direct beeline for this objective here if you're looking to fight it.
Yeah, they're trying to go in for the catch as well. They will not waste that suppression on the side of Woodwind. He's still looking for the appropriate target. He has found it. The burst potential coming in. But Clean, he has soaked in everything. The rest of the team on the side of Twisted Minds. Double kill for the side of Shanks. He's exactly who you want to survive in the fights. Clean as well is still alive. And the price to pay, just highlight. And right now, T3s are open for the taking. TL has to stand on his lonesome self against 4 different members of Twisted Minds.
For a minimum of 15 seconds, that is the respawn time coming in from Snow here. If TL falls it, this may be game coming in from Twisted Minds as they are marching towards the crystal.
They get the shutdown, but it does not matter. There is not enough time. One mistake from the side of Fearless Esports, and Twisted Minds have turned this entire thing around. They secure the win. 4-2. Welcome into championships.
The most important team fight, and that was ACC finding towards the backline, finding the key decisive win, and that is Twisted Minds with a 4-2 victory. Kid, they are right going into KIC 2025 as the last qualifier coming in from KME, KMW, and WKS in this last chance qualifiers.
Yes, that was a valiant effort coming in from the side of Fearless Esports. You could tell, right, the stress that they were facing, like the support Woodwind. He was looking for the appropriate target, did catch the correct target that is Clean. You want to shut him down. But the problem with that engagement was the fact that nobody was able to cover Miku in that problem state there. And once he was down, there was no comeback factor at all.
And the ACC engage really punched through the entire formation coming in for the side of FEHK. Everyone was scattered and KK was not in a position to do consistent DPS. Even if Woodwind got the ultimate on towards the Luna, there was just not enough damage to follow up on towards the kill here. That is all ACC and Hailang, spreading the members of FEHK splattered across the map.
Yep, the calm before the storm, right? They were looking for it. The moment KK was caught out as well, like, Miku has the stun. He's able to buy a little bit of time. But when KK gets caught as a Soyet, there's no escape. You have your flash, you have the getaway, but you're dealing against the members who have huge chase down. Like you mentioned before, ACC had the Radiance, had the flash, had the Tremor Smash. 3 options to explore to just lock down the members on the side of Fearless Esports. But we'll take a look at the items.
Yeah. It was just such a clutch team fight coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. At that point, when we saw the Shadow Tyrant being sniped away from KK, we were thinking like, oh damn, were we going to a Tempest Dragon? But ACC was like, nah. We are not going to Tempest Dragon. We're not dealing with this again. We are just ending the game straight at that point here. He did a fantastic engage here, and this is our last call champions. Qualified for KIC is Twisted Minds, the second place of the King Major West Fall 2025.
What did I say? Holla, you're watching the stream. The west side is the best side. Like, it's been the case since spring. And of course, in the fall season, we have our winners here. Represented by 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Highling in the mid, and Shanks in the farm lane. But ACC has to be the MVP of the day because he saved the game for the side of Twisted Minds.
There was just so many moments here coming from this entire series. I think starting from all these games, we had penta kills, we have all these moments here. ACC was definitely one of the best players so far in that final few moments. But once again, guys, my name is Sagi, along with my co-caster here is your favorite kind of Dofu, Kin Dofu. This will be the end of KME and KMW. We will be seeing you shortly in another stream in the future, and we bid goodbye. Goodbye and good night.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game on.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to the side. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling demons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the cage. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here's to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. You hear it calling, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to the side. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling demons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the cage. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here's to the moment.